This evening, we're going to do something we've not done elsewhere in our series. We're going to look at one of Shakespeare's characters in detail. Shylock is one of Shakespeare's most famous parts, and today The Merchant of Venice is perhaps the play that's most argued about. Some people, of course, feel it's deeply anti-Semitic and ought not to be performed. Others react the other way and say that if you read the text aright, Shylock the Jew is intended by Shakespeare to be sympathetic and even a heroic character, and it's often played that way, so you can take your choice. Patrick and David and I have done the play together at different times, though neither of them has seen each other play the part. So we should all declare at the outset what we believe Shakespeare means us to feel about the character. Well, what we believe is that he shows Shylock as a bad Jew and a bad human being, but that this in itself does not make the play anti-Semitic. If we thought it was, we certainly wouldn't do it. Anti-Semitism is certainly expressed in the play by some of the characters, but of course that doesn't mean that Shakespeare himself approves of what they're saying. There are two other Jews in the play, Shylock's daughter Jessica and Tubal, and Shakespeare does not take an anti-Semitic view of them. But Shylock is a would-be murderer who refuses to show Antonio, the merchant, and his intended victim any mercy. Those who try to justify Shylock have to work very hard to get round that, though they usually feel that they can do so. It's interesting that in Israel, most Jews don't seem to have such scruples. There have been quite a number of productions of the play there since the war. The problem with the part, I think, really springs from Shakespeare himself, because he very rarely expresses his own views explicitly in a play. He shows us here a bad Jew and some bad Christians, and yet he doesn't articulate his view of the characters. He lets them betray themselves by their words and actions. That is Shakespeare's way. He rarely makes his characters all black any more than he makes them all white. Yet different critics or actors are apt to pick out the black bits or the white bits only and to interpret the play accordingly. It's even been said that there are only two ways of playing Shylock, either as a goodie or a baddie. But if we are to read Shakespeare truly, we must look for the delicate ambiguities and inconsistencies that he provides, as we've seen elsewhere. These inconsistencies are the character, flawed, contradictory, human. If I had to say to an actor one thing only about a part, I think I'd choose to say, look for the ambiguities and the contradictions and play them. So, David, let's first of all get out of the way the question of the anti-Semitism.
Yes, well, being Jewish myself, I'd like to get it out of the way because I remember when I was coming up to actually perform the role, I'd get letters from America, telling me or questioning even the very fact that I was doing the role in the first place. How dare I do Shylock, you know? And I think that we all have to be very, very careful not just to respond to the play in relation to the 20th century Holocaust.
Yes. Patrick, what do you think?
Yeah, perhaps for the first time, the last time in this program, I found myself totally in agreement with David. The anti-Semitism, the alleged anti-Semitism of the play, because we agree it is not an anti-Semitic play, it has anti-Semitic elements, is a distraction. But I also believe that the Jewishness, which is so often emphasized in The Merchant, is equally a distraction. David's right. For us in the second half of the 20th century, the anti-Semitic expressions in the play are going to reverberate very powerfully, and the director and the actor won't need to emphasize them. The reverberation will be present anyway, but you cannot avoid them and you can't underplay them. I think, however, to concentrate on Jewishness is to avoid the great potential in the character, which is his universality. I think that whenever I've seen a very ethnic, a very Jewish Shylock, I felt that something has been missing, that something has been lost from the performance. Shylock is essentially an alien, an outsider. I think if you see him as a Jew, first and foremost, then he's in danger of becoming only a symbol. I think that Shylock is an outsider who happens to be a Jew.
Would you challenge that?
Yes, I would. But only insofar as that I would interpret Shylock, I'm an outsider, not who happens to be a Jew, but because I'm a Jew. I think that the Jewish element in the play, I think, is unavoidably very important. I think this is probably where we differ, probably in our interpretations. I'm looking forward to seeing what your Shylock is like. Because in each of the scenes, and they're not that many, well, in 3 of the scenes, I mean, Shakespeare does manage to ring a wonderful change in the way that Shylock, the Jew, has a business relationship, a family relationship, how he responds to his enemies, how he responds to his friends, and also how he demonstrates the laws of the land in which he lives. And I think also Shakespeare never lets us, the audience, or the character, forget the Jewish thing. One only has to look at the trial scene to realize that Shylock's name, even having been asked, Shylock is your name, Shylock is my name, that he's only actually called by his name, Shylock, 6 times, Jew, 22.
Okay, well, now let's dig into the part. We're beginning to find already what we find everywhere with Shakespeare, that there's an infinite number of interpretations. Each actor coming to play the part has to start afresh. So where does he start? He'll probably begin by reacting against previous interpretations. And his starting point, I suppose, for most actors, is the crucial question, what did he look like? How did he talk?
I should state here that when the part was originally offered to me, my inclination was to refuse it for one principal reason, which was that it seemed to me that the part was eternally stuck in a kind of tradition, a ritual about the role, that if I were to play Shylock, then it would necessarily mean ringlets, a hooked nose, long, exotic, perhaps semi-oriental gowns, either shabby or decorative to taste, that there was so much traditional appearance and traditional behavior attached to the role that I could never free myself from it. I could never find a human being at the heart of that exterior, that set exterior. So, well, as I began to read the play, of course, something else began to appear, something else began to unfold about the character, and I found that indeed there was a highly complex and very modern creation. I decided, therefore, that I would avoid the easily recognizable symbolic elements of Jewishness, the ringlets, the gown, and the nose, and so on, although I should say that I had a very large bushy beard and a lot of long, dirty, tangly hair. And I wore a shabby, dirty, broken-down frock coat, because I think that the most important thing for Shylock in the play is money, possessions, and finance. Having it. Therefore, you're not going to waste it on how you appear, so I made an attempt to make my Shylock very shabby and down at heel. As for the voice, one thing influenced me. Shylock is living in a strange culture, an alien culture. I think that in order to survive, it's necessary, one of the ways of surviving in an alien culture is to assimilate yourself into it. Therefore, I gave him an accent which was more cultured, more native than the natives. So I gave him a cultured, and over-refined accent, much more so than the aristocrats in the play. You see, I think that the foreignness in Shylock, that which is truly strange and exotic, lies in the language, not in how he appears. No one in The Merchant of Venice speaks like Shylock, not even his fellow Jew Tubal. If you take, for instance, the Laban speech, there is so much rich and curious, bizarre use of language in that speech that alone says foreigner.
Right. So, David, what about you?
I chose everything in opposition to that. I also discovered, as you did in the language, there is a certain rhythm to the language, which I went with to the extent of even going further with the lilt and slight accent. I didn't place the accent in any particular area, at all, but I wanted to make it foreign with the language that was foreign, because I felt that was important. I never wanted anybody to forget or that I was an outsider from that point of view. And it's something that I felt Shylock would not have tried to alter, because my Shylock was very proud of his Jewishness. And why hide it? Exploit it where necessary, if necessary, which I think he does in the first scene.
Isn't that dangerous, exploiting it? Isn't that...
No, I don't think so, because I think it's human behaviour. But I think also my dress, if I can just say, was smart, because, yes, motivation, money, absolutely agree. But with those that he deals with, he asks what news on the Rialto, the stock exchange, banking, money. I think that he would dress according to the status that he believes he has.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
As director of the play each time, I found both those images totally acceptable, totally consistent with the text. There's never one answer. One always keeps feeling that. I was as totally convinced by the one as by the other. But we've gone through the preliminaries. We should start to dig into the play itself. So what about this famous part that's only got 5 scenes?
The scenes are all different. Did you find that?
Yes,
every each scene has its own characteristic.
Yes.
I found one dominant motivation, one dominant objective for the whole play, which I've already stated, was that of money, finance, and possessions. And just to briefly come back to the Jewish question again, whenever Shylock is given a choice between race and religion or financial security, commerce, business, he always makes the commercial choice. There are scores of, I hate him for he's a Christian, but more for that in low simplicity he lends out money gratis. He hath disgraced me, yes, he's disgraced his Jewishness, and hindered me $500,000. Always it is the commercial which comes second. Why, there, he says, when his daughter has been taken away from him, a diamond gone. Not a daughter gone, but a diamond gone. So that was the dominant motivation. But allowing for that being the driving element of the play, then I think it's necessary to isolate the quality and the motivation in each scene.
Yes, when studying the part, it's always a terrifying thing with anything like Shylock or those roles, because of the history of how it's been played, as you say, mostly black or white. I suppose what I was desperate to try and do was to look at that play without preconception, and to look at each scene for exactly what it was, for what it said to me, and to play that, and to play sometimes the inconsistencies of each, and just to see what happened if I just went with the scene without overlaying something that I had worked out before.
Right. Yes, terrific. And with the belief that if you play all of the inconsistencies, when the final inconsistency is slotted into place like a piece in a jigsaw puzzle, then you will no longer have an inconsistency, but a complete and wonderfully colourful and complex whole.
So it's as though little doors open throughout.
Terrific. Terrific. Instead of getting all the consistencies, putting them in a pot, stirring them up, making a blend of them, and playing the blend from the beginning of the play to the end, well, that's time.
Blast the cannon.
Well,
nowhere to go.
We must have a look now at it scene from scene, otherwise we'll be doing too much talking about it rather than doing it, which is the advice we always give ourselves.
Scene 1.
So, scene 1 on the Rialto, and Shylock meets the merchant Antonio. Let's have a go at it both ways, and one of you do your Shylock, and the other do Antonio, and then we reverse it and see how the differences work out. Okay, the Rialto.
We've brought with us a number of props. This is one of them. Who's to wear it first?
Oh, you've got it. You do.
Oh,
Shylock.
all right.
I was going to toss that.
No, next time.
Signor Antonio, many a time and oft in the Rialto you have rated me about my moneys and my usances. Still have I borne it with a patient shrug, for sufferance is the badge of all our tribe. You call me misbeliever, cutthroat dog, and spit upon my Jewish gabardine, and all for use of that which is mine own. Well then, it now appears you need my help. Go to then. You come to me and you say, Shylock, we would have moneys. You say so. You that did void your room upon my beard and foot me as you spur a stranger cur over your threshold. Moneys is yours. What should I say to you? Should I not say, have a dog money? Is it possible a cur can lend 3,000 ducats? Or should I bend low and in a bondman's key with bated breath and whispering humbleness say this? Oh, fair sir, you spat on me on Wednesday last. You spurned me such a day. Another time you called me dog, and for these courtesies I'll lend you thus much moneys.
Okay, good. His.
Change hats.
Change hats.
I'll put on my overcoat.
Overcoat and stick.
Overcoat and stick, yeah. Makes me feel old.
Right.
Signor Antonio, many a time, and oft in the Rialto, you have rated me about my moneys and my usances. Still have I borne it with a patient shrug, for sufferance is the badge of all our tribe. You call me misbeliever, cutthroat, dog, and spit upon my Jewish gabardine, and all for use of that which is mine own. Well then, it now appears you need my help. Go to then, you come to me and you say, Shylock, we would have moneys. You say so, you, that did void your room upon my beard, and foot me as you spurn a stranger cur over your threshold. Moneys is your suit. What should I say to you? Should I not say, hath the dog money? Is it possible a cur can lend, what, 3,000 ducats? Or shall I bend low and in a bondman's key with bated breath and whispering humbleness say this? Fair sir, you spat upon me Wednesday last. You spurned me such a day. Another time you called me dog. And for these courtesies, I'll lend you thus much moneys.
Good. Well, I think that initial setting up scene shows the differences very clearly. Let's just move on now and perhaps not do, but talk a bit about the next scene in Shylock's house, and Shylock with his daughter Jessica. What about that?
I have to confess now that whenever this scene ended, I always felt that the substance of the play was over for me. It was for me. Why are you laughing?
No,
it was for me that gave me consistently the greatest satisfaction in the play. It differs in one important way from every other scene in the play. It is the only private scene. It's the only non-public scene in the play. Shylock is not on show. For me, the fact that in the other four scenes he was in the public eye meant that he was always under pressure to perform in some way, to appear as some kind of personality. He's an actor, isn't he, Shylock? In this scene, it is not necessary. It is home, the one place where acting and performance, apart from being unnecessary, cannot be accepted. So it was for me the scene in which I wanted to show the real man, the true man that lay underneath these wonderful multicolored disguises. And the man that I wanted to show was a man deeply unhappy, embittered, a man from whose life love had been removed, and therefore Jessica was a creature who could give him no love, nor could he return it. I found it a harsh, bitter, unhappy scene, and lay at the very heart of the part for me. And it was always a sad moment when we left it.
Yes, I was always so relieved when I left it. Every time I got to this scene, both in rehearsal and performance, oh dear, I never found it. I never found the right way, well, for me, the right way to play the scene. Absolutely right. Shylock is on his own, and also right that in the text there's almost, I remember you pointing out to me, hardly any word of endearment to the daughter. My main concern was that being such a short scene, the only scene that he's with his daughter, as you say, he's replaced his wife.
Yeah.
And I was desperate to give Jessica the necessary reasons for doing what she did. She takes an enormous amount of money. One's talking in terms of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of pounds. She does most of his business. And my aim was to make her feel smothered and to make her feel claustrophobic by his over-possessiveness.
Yes.
And by doing that, I had problems because very often I found I had to bend the lines to let me do it. And I didn't quite find it. If I ever do Shylock again, it'll be to get that scene right. But I didn't get it right, and it was a problem for me.
Well, what about the daughter? What did you feel about Jessica? How much do you care?
How much to care for her?
Yeah.
The caring is enormous, but so much has, because of his concentration on survival, so much has been killed in Shylock. The real, natural, warm, human, affectionate, loving responses have been cauterized in the man. And she is a victim of it, and therefore it is impossible to show the undoubted, unquestioned love that lies there, but it's so far down it can never be tapped. In our production, remember, we had a controversial moment. I hit her. I struck her very hard.
Did you?
And after the blow, made some attempt for a reconciliation. Perhaps I will return immediately. But by then the damage is done, and of course she will reject it.
And really behind that's the point you made about the commercial mind of Shylock, because in the end, the money matters to him more than his daughter when we go on to the scene in the Rialto.
Yes.
So the love is not as deep as that money love. Yeah. Why don't we have a go at a bit of the Rialto now? Shall we set ourselves up the Rialto and
Yes, we need
look at the third scene?
Yeah. And the table. All right, you can go first.
Now, what should we do?
You go first this time.
What are we actually doing now?
Which bit
What
are we
would you
going
like?
to do?
Well,
Shall we look at the long speech to Salerio and Solanio?
Yes.
Because that's a difficult point in interpretation. It's one of the most famous bits in the text. Hath not a Jew eyes, etc. Should we not do that?
Good.
Okay.
Right.
Will you be the other salad?
I would be delighted to be one of them. Yes. Here we are.
So we go...
Go from, I'm sure if you will not
I'm
forfeit.
sure. Yes. I'm sure if he forfeit, that will not take his flesh. What's that good for?
To bait fish withal. If it will feed nothing else, it will feed my revenge. He hath disgraced me and hindered me 500,000. Laughed at my losses, mocked at my gains, scorned my nation, thwarted my bargains, cooled my friends, heated mine enemies, and what's his reason? I am a Jew. Hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands? Organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions? Fed with the same food, hurt with the same weapons, subject to the same diseases, healed by the same means, warmed and cooled by the same winter and summer as a Christian is. If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? And if you wrong us, shall we not revenge? If we are like you in the rest, we shall resemble you in that. If a Jew wrong a Christian, what is his humility? Revenge. If a Christian wrong a Jew, what should his sufferance be? By Christian example. Why? Revenge. The villainy you teach me, I will execute, and it shall go hard. But I will better the instruction.
Right. All All right. All change.
All change.
I'm going to come around this side now.
Right.
Yes.
Why, I'm sure if he forfeit, that will not take his flesh. What's that good for?
To bait fish withal. If it will feed nothing else, it will feed my revenge. He hath disgraced me, and hindered me 500,000, laughed at my losses, mocked my gains, scorned my nation, thwarted my bargains, cooled my friends, heated mine enemies, and what's his reason? I'm a Jew. Hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands? Organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions, fed with the same food, hurt with the same weapons, subject to the same diseases, healed by the same means, warmed and cooled by the same winter and summer as a Christian is. If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? And if you wrong us, shall we not revenge? If we are like you in the rest, we will resemble you in that. If a Jew wrong a Christian, what is his humility? Revenge. If a Christian wrong a Jew, what should his sufferance be? By Christian example, why revenge? The villainy you teach me, I will execute, and it shall go hard. But I will better the instruction.
Great. I think that the interesting thing there was actually at heart and bottom, both of them were alike underneath the surface difference, because they both did something which we all worked on together, which is not usually done with that speech. It's usually done, isn't it, as an appeal for pathos. Hath not a Jew eyes? I am strangely moved. I am a poor wronged fellow. And if you do that, you tip the balance of the play in terms of its sympathies, and it's within that speech that if you do go for pathos and sentimentalize it, that the seeds of playing the all-white Shylock comes out. And what was interesting to me was that though you were wildly different, at heart that was the same, and I think we're all agreed on.
It was for weeks in rehearsal, a black hole for me, a stumbling block. I couldn't cope with the speech because I was seeing it. This is again the tradition of the role, and actors acting Shakespeare. It's constantly present. We are bombarded by received impressions, performances we have seen, reviews that we have read. It's so difficult to rid yourself of those impressions and go for something which is original. And therefore, I believed that this was a great speech about humanity, a speech, a plea for compassion, for understanding, for racial tolerance. And I was lucky to make a discovery that the speech, in fact, is none of those things, but is a calculating, cold-blooded justification of revenge, the complete opposite of its conventional interpretation.
Yeah, I think the big trap, as you say, is the sympathetic trap. I once again was terrified by this purple passage. Oh God, I mean, they are terrifying, those speeches. And my way into it was having heard from Salerio Solanio his behavior with the Duke on hearing about his daughter, which one never really ever sees, but having come down from that, what is that man's state now? Having been ranting and raving, knocking at the door, saying, "Get out of bed, find my daughter, find my daughter." Right, he's now off that, But these two people here, they taunt him, they mock him, and suddenly this deep anger vents itself. And I thought that was my way into it.
Tell me, can I ask a question? What was the physical state? Did you feel a sense of exhaustion at the beginning of the scene? Because Shakespeare's done a wonderful thing. He describes Shylock at the height of his passion off stage.
Yes, exactly.
We never see it. It's all reported by someone else.
Yes.
So the man that you see is someone who, as you say, has been over that hill and is now down the other side.
Yes, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Finished. That's finished.
So this,
in fact, the scene is over before I come in. It's only they start doing something. If they didn't speak, I'd go right off the other side of the stage.
I think we've got to go on a bit more with this scene, because the latter part of this scene involves the decision, when does Shylock decide that he's going to claim his pound of flesh, when's he going to decide that he's going to get Antonio? Now, usually, the decision is made quite early on in this scene, or made even in the speech that you've just heard. But we worked for keeping it later and later and later in the scene. And what I want you to watch now is how each of them comes to that decision. It's in the dialogue with Shylock's fellow Jew, Tubal, a rich, even more successful, perhaps, Jew than he is. So which of you is going to do it first, eh?
Me, my turn. We're just organising.
We're just organising
Organising your props. Well, here's your little hat.
Thank you. How now? Tubal, what news from Genoa? Hast thou found my daughter?
I often came where I did hear of her, but cannot find her.
Right? There. There. A diamond gone cost me 2,000 ducats in Frankfurt. The curse never fell upon our nation till now. Oh. I never felt it till now. 2,000 ducats in that, and other precious, precious jewels. I would my daughter were dead at my foot, and the jewels in her ear. I would she were hearsed at my foot, and the ducats in her coffin. No news of them. Why so? And I know not what's spent in the search. Oh, why thou loss upon loss? The thief gone with so much, and so much to find the thief, and no satisfaction, no revenge, nor no ill luck stirring, but what lights on my shoulders, no sighs but of my breathing, no tears but of my shedding.
Yes, other men have ill luck too. Antonio, as I heard in Genoa.
What? Ill luck?
Hath an argosy cast away coming from Tripoli?
I thank God. I thank God! Good news! Heard in Genoa.
Your daughter spent in Genoa, as I heard, one night, 80 ducats.
Ah! Thou stickst a dagger in me. I shall never see my gold again. 80 ducats at a city. 80 ducats.
Well, there came divers of Antonio's creditors in my company to Venice that swear he cannot choose but break.
I'm glad of it. I'll plague him. I'll torture him. I'm glad of it.
One of them showed me a ring that he had of your daughter for a monkey.
Huh. Out upon her. Thou torturest me, Tubal. It was my turquoise. I had it of Lear when I was a bachelor. I would not have given it for a wilderness of monkeys.
But Antonio is certainly undone.
That's true. Very true. Oh. Go, Tubal. Fee me an officer. Bespeak him a fortnight before. I will have the heart of him if he forfeit. Oh. For were he out of Venice, I can make what merchandise I will. Go, good Tubal. Meet me at our synagogue. Go, good Tubal. At our synagogue, Tubal. The bill. Yes, thank you. Got some money?
And I'll bring you to the chair. And I'll greet you just
Oh,
behind
of
the
course,
chair and
yes.
sit you down.
Yes, all right.
Let's make this.
How now, Tubal? What news from Genoa? Hast thou found my daughter?
I often came where I did hear of her, but cannot find her.
Why, there! A diamond gone cost me 2,000 ducats in Frankfurt. The curse never fell upon our nation till now. Oh. No, I never felt it till now. 2,000 ducats in that and other precious jewels. I would my daughter were dead at my foot and the jewels in her ear. Would she were hearsed at my foot and the ducats in her coffee. No news of them. Why so? And I know not what's spent in the search. Why so? Loss upon loss! The thief gone with so much, and so much to find the thief. And no satisfaction, no revenge, no ill luck stirring but what lights on my shoulders, no sighs but of my breathing, no tears but of my shedding.
Yes, other men have ill luck too. Antonio, as I heard in Genoa.
What? Ill luck? Ill luck?
Hath an argosy cast away, coming from Tripolis.
I thank God! I thank God! Is it true? Is it true?
I spoke with some of the sailors who escaped the wreck.
Oh, I thank thee, good Tubal. Ah, good news! Good news! Heard in Genoa?
Your daughter spent in Genoa, as I heard, one night. 80 ducats.
Thou stickst a dagger in me. I shall never see my gold again. 80 ducats at a sitting? 80 ducats!
There came divers of Antonio's creditors in my company to Venice, who swear he cannot choose but break.
I'm glad of it. I am very glad of it. I'll plague him, I'll torture him, I am glad of it.
One of them showed me a ring he had of your daughter for a monkey.
Out upon her. Thou torturest me, Tubal. It was my turquoise. I had it of Leah when I was a bachelor. I would not have given it for a wilderness of monkeys.
But Antonio is certainly undone.
Nay, that's true. That's very true. Go, Tubal. Fee me an officer. Bespeak him a fortnight before. I will have the heart of him if he forfeit. No, for were he out of Venice, I can make what merchandise I will. Go, Tubal, and meet me at our synagogue. Go, good Tubal. At our synagogue, Tubal.
Well, I think in that, too, we got diversity, but in the end, a likeness, because they both reached the decision about what they were going to do about Antonio at the same time. I think the only comment I'd make about that is that the scene, in some ways, depends most of all upon Tubal, certainly from point of view of how you interpret the play, because it's what Tubal thinks of Shylock that defines, if anything, for an audience, how the Jewish community look at Shylock. It seems to me that this scene is often weighted wrong if Tubal is a snivelling, sympathetic sidekick to Shylock. And that what both you as Tubal did then was to be at best dispassionate and detached, and even in the end on the decision disapproving. And that's terribly important for how the balance of the play goes. I think we've got to all leap a bit now because we're running a bit out of time. So I think we should perhaps leave the little short scene when he meets Antonio and go on to the trial scene. And I think what we should look at in that, because it's what everybody remembers a Shylock by, is how do you make that final exit where the man of teeming words, Shylock, has virtually nothing to say. What do you do in that exit? Let's give our minds to that.
It's always the great question for any actor playing Shylock, because again, tradition, there are a whole series of stories about how actors have got off. I remember you saying to me quite early on in rehearsal, Patrick, how are you going to get off? And you said that I had to find a way, because every actor must have a way, and history has told us of some extraordinary ones. Keane went through apparently a startling physical transformation at that moment. Edwin Booth invented a detailed and elaborate mime, which went on for minutes in order to get himself off. And Irving the master, again, was still and silent and moved to the door, where he let out a long sigh as he left. And of course we have a great modern version of it too. Olivier's howl from somewhere way off in the corridors of the Old Vic.
It is extraordinary that Shakespeare provides nothing at the end, isn't it? I mean, that's what you have to fill out.
Seems to me that finally, that at the end, Shylock, who is on top at the beginning of the trial scene, gets high, hysterically high, when he feels that for once there is someone on his side. This clerk arrives, stands beside him and says, "Oh yes, you're right. Oh yes, it's for you. You should have it. I think you shouldn't do it, but nevertheless you are in the right." And he then loses his sense of what the others are doing. He loses sense of the clues that Portia's giving him about the blood clause. And when finally the tables are turned on him by the Christians, he is in danger of losing everything. It seemed to me then that if possession had been the dominant theme, that the only thing to do then was to get away with as much as you could. And therefore, for me, that meant humiliating myself and crawling. Should we...
So Portia has pointed out to Shylock that he brought it upon himself because he asked for justice. And now we just look at the last part of the scene.
Am I Duke, Portia, and Antonio and everything?
You're the Duke, you're Portia, and you're Antonio.
Good, good. Spot the difference. That thou shalt see the difference of our spirit. I pardon thee thy life before thou ask it. For half thy wealth it is Antonio's. The other half comes to the general state, which humbleness may drive unto a fine. I for the state, not for Antonio.
Nay, take my life and all, pardon not that. You take my house when you do take the prop that doth sustain my house. You take my life when you do take the means whereby I live.
What mercy can you render him, Antonio? So please my lord the Duke and all the court, to quit the fine for one half of his goods I am content, so he will let me have the other half in use, to render it upon his death unto the gentleman that lately stole his daughter. 2 things provided more, that for this favour he presently become a Christian. The other, that he do record a gift here in the court of all he dies possessed unto his son Lorenzo and his daughter. Art thou contented, Jew? What dost thou say?
I am content.
Clerk, draw a deed of gift.
I pray you give me leave to go from hence. I am not well. Send the deed after me, and I will sign it.
Get thee gone, but do it.
Do we miss out some bits? Yes.
I didn't notice it.
No? No, I mean, do you...
No.
Right.
It's all the bits. Three different characters, David.
Three different characters.
Yes.
Right.
Thou shalt see this difference of our spirit. I pardon thee thy life before thou ask it. For half thy wealth it is Antonio's, the other half comes to the general state, which humbleness may drive unto a fine. I for the state, not for Antonio.
Nay! Take my life and all! Pardon not that! You take my house when you do take the prop that doth sustain my house. You take my life when you do take the means whereby I live.
What mercy can you render him, Antonio? So please my lord the Duke and all the court to quit the fine for one half of his goods, I am content. So he will let me have the other half in use to render it upon his death unto the gentleman that lately stole his daughter. Two things provided more. That for this favour he presently become a Christian. The other, that he do record a gift here in the court of all he dies possessed unto his son Lorenzo and his daughter. Art thou contented, Jew? What dost thou say?
I am content.
Clerk, draw a deed of gift.
I pray, give me leave to go from hence. I'm not well. Send the deed after me, and I will sign it.
Get thee gone, but do it. In christening, thou shalt have 2 godfathers. Had I been judge, thou should have had 10 more to bring thee to the gallows, not the font.
Well, thank you both very, very much. Well, apart from the obvious moral that there's an infinite diversity in the way that different actors can play the same part, I would like to add a personal footnote to what you've just seen. What was my part as director in shaping these remarkable performances? Well, basically, I gave Patrick and David the same directions and made the same points, both in detail and in general. Yet, as you've seen, the result was utterly different and individual. That was partly because the same point made to 2 different actors will always be transformed by their individual imaginations and personalities. I've often worked with 2 or more actors on the same part, and that always happens. Now, I say this to put into proportion a director's contribution to a performance. However much he may lead and prod in rehearsal, the end result will always belong rightly to the actors. That's one of the reasons why I always feel that though the conception of a production may be mine, the actual performance is something that in a deep sense no longer really belongs to me. Playing Shakespeare is rightly the domain of the actors. So though I may have strong views about how Shakespeare saw Shylock, these views were rightly transformed by Patrick and David. Their rich performances are therefore theirs, not mine. And that, I think, is how it should be. So far, we've talked of what an actor needs to look for in Shakespeare's text to help him. The same point could be made by looking at things a different way round. What must the actor do if he is to help and hold his audience? Let me take you back to something that I said at the beginning. I don't believe that most audiences really listen to a complex text unless the actor makes them do so. I know I don't. I know that my attention wanders if the actors don't hold me. I believe when this happens, the main reason is that the actor is what I would call generalizing, i.e. playing the general state of mind or mood or emotion which the speech suggests to him. It's so easy to play a kind of summary of a speech and not to discover it for the first time it is spoken line by line. This problem particularly comes up with soliloquies and long or set speeches. With them, both actor and audience have to work harder than they do with dialogue. That's because a dialogue contains an obvious story or argument or clash or confrontation. One character persuades, one character resists, and so on. With a set speech, it's very easy for the play to lose its momentum and for the story to become becalmed. So, what's to be done about this? How, within a long speech, can the actor make the audience feel the story is still moving along? Here, even more than elsewhere, he must be deeply inside the situation, as we stressed at the very beginning. He must find the language, and the audience must feel that the play is moving on and going somewhere. So he must take them with him. So let's clear and have a look at some examples. Let's look at a famous set speech, marred for us by being so much quoted in anthologies. Portia's "The quality of mercy is not strained" seems to pre-exist because we know it so well. Actually, in context, it's a spontaneous outburst triggered by Shylock's aggression to her in the court. Have a go.
Is your name Shylock?
Shylock is my name.
Of a strange nature is the suit you follow. Yet, in such rule that the Venetian law cannot impugn you should you proceed. Antonio, you stand within his danger, do you not?
Aye, so he says.
Do you confess the bond?
I do.
Then must the Jew be merciful.
On what compulsion must I? Tell me that.
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed.
Let me just stop you for a moment, because we've got a little bit too gentle, and it's to do with you not pressurizing her enough. You see, the little dialogue at the beginning is the trigger to this spontaneous outburst from her, but only if you press on her can she bounce back at you. Take me literally if you will.
I'll press on you.
Okay, that will be nice. Is your name Shylock?
Shylock is my name.
Of a strange nature is the suit you follow. Yet, in such rule that the Venetian law cannot impugn you should you proceed. Antonio, you stand within his danger, do you not?
Aye, so he says.
Do you confess the bond?
I do.
Then must the Jew be merciful.
On what compulsion must I? Tell me that.
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives, and him that takes. 'Tis mightiest in the mightiest. It becomes the throned monarch better than his crown. His scepter shows the force of temporal power, the attribute to awe and majesty wherein doth sit the dread and fear of kings. But mercy is above this sceptred sway. It is enthroned in the hearts of kings. It is an attribute to God himself. And earthly power doth then show likest God's, when mercy seasons justice. Therefore, Jew, though justice be thy plea, consider this, that in the course of justice, none of us should see salvation. We do pray for mercy, and that same prayer should teach us all to render the deeds of mercy.
Good, much better. Now, I said a set speech must move and take the audience along with it. If we feel it has a story and it's going somewhere, we'll go along with it. Now, how does the actor achieve this? Most set speeches break, I think, into three. They pick up something in the immediate situation and respond to it. They then explore the situation or problem which makes up the bulk of the speech, and they then resolve what's been explored and either come to some conclusion or perhaps decide that there is no conclusion. An obvious example is Jacques' All the World's a Stage. I suppose it's the most obvious set speech of all.
All the world's a stage. All the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. At first, the infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms. Then the whining schoolboy with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like snail unwillingly to school. Then the lover, sighing like furnace, with a woeful ballad made to his mistress' eyebrow. And a soldier, full of strange oaths and bearded like the pard, jealous in honor, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble, reputation, even in the cannon's mouth. And then the justice, in fair round belly, with good capon lined, with eyes severe, beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances. And so he plays his part. The 6th age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, the spectacles on nose and pouch on side, his youthful hose well saved, a world too wide for his shrunk shank, and his big manly voice turning again toward childish treble, pipes and whistles in his sound. Last scene of all that ends this strange, eventful history. His second childishness and mere oblivion. Sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything.
Great. Well, you certainly made me feel I hadn't heard that before.
Very broken up there, wasn't it?
Very broken up, but you made me feel you were doing it for the first time. Thank you. Good. Good. Now let's look at another problem. Some long speeches are written very rhetorically and formally. They have a terrific rhythm which can take over and make it all sound unreal. So let's take a bit of Richard III, where the old Queen Margaret, banished and broken, exults over the miseries of Queen Elizabeth who succeeded her.
Oh, thou didst prophesy the time would come when I would wish for thee to help me curse that bottled spider, that foul bunch-back toad. I called thee then vain flourish of my fortune. I called thee then poor shadow, painted queen, a sign of dignity, a breath, a bubble, a queen in jest, only to fill the scene. Where be thy husband now? Where be thy brothers? Where are thy 2 sons? Wherein dost thou joy? Who kneels and sues and says, God save the Queen? Decline all this and see what now thou art. For happy wife, a most distressed widow. For joyful mother, one that wails the name. For queen, a very caitiff crowned with care. For she being feared of all, now fearing one. For she commanding all, obeyed of none. Thus hath the course of justice wheeled about, and left thee but a very prey to time.
There, that was a good balance of the mixture of the flow and the sweep of the verse and getting a lot of variety out of individual lines. Now, let's stick with this question of taking the audience with one a bit longer. Sometimes Shakespeare explores a single emotional moment and situation with text that at first blush seems literary, and the speaker seems much more articulate than he could possibly be if he was really in the actual situation. In Titus Andronicus, for instance, Titus has just seen his daughter Lavinia with her hand and her tongue cut off. She's just been mutilated and ravished, and Titus himself has just had his hand cut off. Well, one of the problems with such a speech is that in real life the emotion of the speaker would be much greater than his power to articulate that emotion in words. So it's very understandable if an actor confronted with such a speech recoils from the literary content and tries to express the emotion to the full and leaves the words to take care of themselves.
Lo, here I raise this one hand up to heaven and bow this feeble ruin to the earth. If any power pities wretches' tears, to that I call. What? Wilt thou kneel with me? Do then, dear heart, for heaven shall hear our prayers, or with our sighs we'll breathe the welkin dim and stain the sun with fog.
Yet let reason govern thy lament.
If there were reason for these miseries, then into limits could I bind my woes. When the heavens doth weep, doth not the earth o'erflow? When the winds rage, doth not the sea wax mad, threatening the welkin with his big swollen face? And wilt thou have a reason for these coils? I am the sea. How her sighs do blow. She is the weeping welkin, I the earth. Then must my sighs be moved by her tears. Then must my earth with her continued tears become a deluge, overflowed and drowned. For why? My bowels cannot hide her woes, but like a drunkard must I vomit them.
Bravely done. Now, what happened? We got a powerful sense of Titus's feelings, but did we follow what he was saying, or did we listen? Or did the emotion take over and, in a sense, replace the text?
Yes, frankly.
Yes.
How do you know you weren't listening?
I think the key here is perhaps Titus asking in an earlier speech, what shall we do? It's a question, once again, of intentions. I suspect that the only way to play the speech and to make the audience both listen and feel the emotions is for Titus to try to come to terms with the incredible and the impossible. He needs the words to deal with the reality, partly to accept it, partly to shut it out. So let's try it again and find each image with as much difficulty as we can and try to use the words to cope with the emotions. Okay?
Here, I raise this one hand up to heaven and bow this feeble ruin to the earth. If any power pities wretches' tears, to that I call. What? Wilt thou kneel with me? Do then, dear heart, for heaven shall hear our prayers, or with our sighs we'll breathe the welkin dim and stain the sun with fog.
But yet let reason govern thy laments.
If there were reason for these miseries, then into limits could I bind my woes. When the heavens doth weep, doth not the earth o'erflow? When the winds rage, doth not the sea wax mad, threatening the welkin with his big swollen face? And wilt thou have a reason for these coils? I am the sea. Hark, how her sighs do blow. She is the weeping welkin, I, the earth. Then must my sea be moved by her sighs? Then must my earth with her continued tears become a deluge, overflowed and drowned? For why? My bowels cannot hide her woes, but like a drunkard must I vomit them.
Well, I think it does prove the point again. It was much more something I could go with. Now let's take another speech where the emotion of the speaker may also get on top of what's being said. In King Henry IV, Hotspur's widow, Lady Hotspur, is trying to persuade Northumberland, Hotspur's father, not to raise another rebellion. Northumberland didn't join his son in the battle in which he was killed, so he's largely responsible for his son's death. Now, the difficulties here are similar to those in the speech from Titus. A balance has to be found between Lady Hotspur's need to express her grief, her anger with Northumberland, and her wish to persuade him not to go to war. If she lets her emotions carry her away, she may put his back up. So have a go. The emotions must be there, but you must channel them to get what you want.
Oh, yet, for God's sake, go not to these wars. The time was, Father, that you broke your word, when you were more endeared to it than now. When your own Percy, when my heart's dear Harry, through many a northward look to see his father bring up his powers, but he did long in vain. Who then persuaded you to stay at home? There were two honours lost, yours and your son's. For yours the God of heaven brightened it. For his, it hung upon him as the sun in the grey vault of heaven, and by his light did all the chivalry of England move to do brave acts, so that in speech, in gait, in diet, in affections of delight, in military rules, humours of blood, he was the mark and glass, copy and book that fashioned others. And him, oh wondrous him, oh miracle of men, him did you leave. Never, oh never, hold...
Do his ghost.
Never, oh never do his ghost the wrong to hold your honour more precise and nice with others than with him. Let them alone. The Marshal and the Archbishop are strong. Had my sweet Harry had but half their numbers, today might I, hanging on Hotspur's neck, have talked of Monmouth's grave.
I shall come back to this question of balancing text and emotion in a later programme. The point I want to show here is that in a set speech, the actor always needs to go for the argument. And if he doesn't, he won't take his audience with him. So now let's take an extreme example, a real monster. Let's look at the Archbishop of Canterbury. Tony, he's explaining to King Henry V that his claim to the French throne is lawful. And it's a solemn situation with the council all there, and yet the speech is in part comic. So go for the argument and see if you can make us follow it clearly and keep a balance between the two, juggle two balls in the air of seriousness and comedy. I don't want to say too much about it, but I suppose two other important points to remember are that you'll need variety, because monotony in a long speech is fatal if you stick to one tempo, and you mustn't be too quick or too slow, but to think quickly, and then you'll find the natural tempo. A tall order, have a go.
My learned lord, we pray you to unfold why the law Salic, which they have in France, or should not bar us in our claim.
Well, then hear me, gracious sovereign, and you peers that owe yourselves your lives and services to this imperial throne. There is no bar to make against your highness' claim to France, but this, which they produce from Pharamond, in terram salicam mulieres ne succedant. No woman shall succeed in Salic land, which Salic land the French unjustly glows to be the realm of France, and Pharamond the founder of this law on female bar. Yet their own authors faithfully affirm that the land Salic is in Germany, betwixt the floods of Saler and the Elbe, where Charles the Great, having subdued the Saxons, there left behind and settled certain French, who, holding in disdain the German women for some dishonest manners of their life, established then this law, to wit, no female shall be inheritrix in Salic land, which Salic, as I said, twixt Elbe and Saler, is at this day in Germany called Meissen. Yeah. Then doth it well appear the Salic law was not devised for the realm of France, nor did the French possess the Salic land until 421 years after defunction of King Pharamond, idly supposed the founder of this law, who died within the year of our redemption 426, and Charles the Great subdued the Saxons and his seat the French beyond the river Saler in the year 805. Besides, their writers say King Pepin, which deposed Childeric, did, as heir general being descended of Blithild, which was daughter to King Clotaire, make claim and title to the crown of France. Hugh Capet also, who usurped the crown of Charles, the Duke of Lorraine, sole heir male of the true line and stock of Charles the Great, to find his title with some shows of truth, though in pure truth it was corrupt and naught, conveyed himself as the heir to the Lady Lingar, daughter to Charlemagne, who was the son of Louis the Emperor and Louis the son of Charles the Great. Also King Louis the Tenth, sole heir to the usurper Capet, could not keep quiet in his conscience, wearing the crown of France till satisfied that fair Queen Isabel, his grandmother, was lineal of the Lady Ermengar, daughter to Charles the foresaid Duke of Lorraine, by the which marriage the line of Charles the Great was reunited to the crown of France. So that, as clear as is the summer sun, King Pepin's title, Hugh Capet's claim, King Louis's satisfaction, all appear to hold in right and title of the female. So do the kings of France unto this day. Howbeit, they would hold up this Salic law to bar your highness claiming it from the female, and rather choose to hide them in a net than amply to unbar their crooked titles, usurped from you and your progenitors.
Bravo. Bravo. Bravo.
I agree with every word of that.
There's one particular kind of set speech which many actors find the hardest problem of all. What should they do with a soliloquy? A situation where a character is almost always alone and seems to be talking to himself. Should it be done to oneself, or should it be done to the audience? Well, there are very few absolute rules with Shakespeare, but I personally believe that it's right 99 times out of 100 to share the speech with the audience, and a grave distortion of Shakespeare's intention to do it to oneself. If the actor shares the speech, it'll work. If he doesn't, it'll be dissipated and it will disappear, and the audience won't listen properly. So let's take some test cases. I'm not trying to find a definitive way of doing a soliloquy. There's no such thing, only the approach to them. Are there, in fact, any rules? Only our three basic points. It must arise out of a situation, it must have a story, and it must be spontaneous. The actor must make the language his own. It must be real. Jane, come and give us a bit of Cressida. It comes at the end of a long scene in Troilus and Cressida, in which her uncle Pandarus tries to persuade her to go to bed with Troilus, who loves her.
Now, you'd like me to do this to myself?
Do it to yourself the first time, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Words, vows, gifts, tears, and love's full sacrifice he offers in another's enterprise. But more in Troilus thousandfold I see than in the glass of Pandar's praise may be. Yet hold I off. Women are angels wooing, things won are done. Joy so lies in the doing.
Good, hold it there. Thank you. Now, you see what happened? First line or two, one got interested in her and her vanity and her self-absorption. But then the speech got stuck because she went on playing the same thing and it became generalized and about her vanity rather than making us listen and go with the thoughts that she had to share with us. So now go to the opposite extreme and share it just totally with your audience and show off and flaunt to your audience.
Words, vows, gifts, tears, and love's full sacrifice he offers in another's enterprise. But more in Troilus thousandfold I see than in the glass of Pandar's praise may be. Yet hold I off. Women are angels wooing, things won are done. Joy's soul lies in the doing. That she, beloved, knows naught that knows not this. Men prize the thing ungained more than it is. That she was never yet that ever knew love got so sweet as when desire did sue. Therefore, this maxim out of love I teach. Achievement is command, ungained beseech. Then though my heart's content firm love doth bear, nothing of that shall from mine eyes appear.
Great, that was beautifully shared. But it proves the point, doesn't it? First version, it gets stuck, it gets constipated. Second time, by sharing totally, she takes you along and you go with her. So the story moves on. What do you think?
Well, I think if you're doing a speech on an empty stage, why are you doing it? I mean, you're not doing it to yourself. You're not telling yourself things that you already know. So the whole point of it must be to share it with the audience, to let them in on what the character's private story is, as being quite separate from her function in the whole story of the play.
Yes, the moral is that just as you share your thoughts with another actor, another character when you're playing a scene, so that process of sharing has to go on when you're left alone.
But it's a wonderful means of getting one up on everybody else because it's just you and them, and you're saying, look, this is what I'm really thinking, and this is the way I'm going to behave after I finish the speech. So you're going to be in on what my innermost thoughts are.
That's right. So you keep the suspense going.
Yes, yes.
Great.
Hopefully.
Good. Thank you. Now, let's look at a bit of early Shakespeare verse which we heard at the very beginning of our series. Here again, we have a strong rhetorical rhythm, and yet the speaker needs to be very simple and very human. Henry VI is brooding on his situation and his army's situation, engaged in battle with the Yorkists.
This battle fares like to the morning's war, when dying clouds contend with growing light. What time the shepherd, blowing of his nails, can neither call it perfect day nor night. Now sways it this way like a mighty sea, forced by the tide to combat with the wind. Now sways it that way, like the selfsame sea, forced to retire by fury of the wind. Sometime the flood prevails, and then the wind. Now one the better, then another best, both tugging to be victors, breast to breast, yet neither conqueror nor conquered. So is the equal poise of this fell war. Oh God, methinks it were a happy life to sit upon a hill as I do now, to carve out dials quaintly, point by point, thereby to see the minutes, how they run. How many makes an hour full complete? How many hours brings about the day? How many days will finish up a year? How many years a mortal man may live? When this is known, then to divide the times. So many hours must I tend my flock. So many hours must I take my rest. So many hours must I contemplate. Yes?
So many hours must I
So many hours must I sport myself. So many days my ewes have been with young. So many weeks ere the poor fools will ean. So many years ere I shall shear the fleece. So, minutes, hours, days, months, and years, passed over to the end they were created, would bring white hairs unto a quiet grave. Oh, what a life with this. How sweet, how lovely. Gives not the hawthorn bush a sweeter shade to shepherds looking on their silly sheep than doth a rich embroidered canopy to kings that fear their subjects' treachery? Oh, yes, it doth. 1,000-fold. It doth.
Now, let's have a go at a soliloquy which at first sight seems very hard to follow. It's also a soliloquy in rhyme. In the Midsummer Night's Dream, Helena is lamenting the complexities of her love life, especially for Demetrius, whom she dotes on, but he's in love with her best friend Hermia. So, Sue, come and have a go and make your argument as clear as you can.
Okay. How happy some or other some can be. Through Athens, I am thought as fair as she. But what of that? Demetrius thinks not so. He will not know what all but he do know. And as he errs, doting on Hermia's eyes, so I,
admiring of his qualities, things base and vile, holding no quantity, love can transpose to form and dignity. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid painted blind. Nor hath love's mind of any judgment taste. Wings and no eyes figure unheedy haste. And therefore is love said to be a child, because in choice he is so oft beguiled. As waggish boys in game themselves forswear, so the boy, love, is perjured everywhere. For ere Demetrius looked on Hermia's eyne, he hailed down oaths that he was only mine. And when this hail some heat from Hermia felt, so he dissolved, and showers of oaths did melt. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight. Then to the wood will he tomorrow night pursue her. And for this intelligence, if I have thanks, it is a dear expense. But herein mean I to enrich my pain, to have his sight thither and back again.
I thought that was very clear, Sue.
Yeah?
And what I thought, what was very good was because you were half using the script.
Yeah.
It helped you to work it out as you went. And as you were working it out, we worked it out with you. It's the sort of speech that when one knows too well, it's easy to start generalizing with. But you took me with you, took your audience with you, because you were working it out. And that's
Yes.
something we forget to do sometimes.
It would be quite fun to have done it in travelling, really, to have been walking across the stage
Yes.
and having, meaning to go off much earlier and being caught, having to...
Yes?
Yeah.
That's right. It'd be a very good way of doing it. That's excellent. Good.
Okay.
Right, thank you. Now, let's look at a different point. What does the actor do if a soliloquy seems to be partly to the audience, partly to himself, and partly to someone else? We'll have a go now at Othello's soliloquy before he kills his wife Desdemona. Here's Desdemona, asleep. And just 2 points. First of all, remember that the speech is very much in monosyllables, and when a Shakespearean speech is in monosyllables, it's always good counsel not to rush it too much, so take your time. But be very clear in it, whether you're talking to Desdemona, or the audience, or yourself, or your friend there. Yeah.
It is the cause, my soul. Let me not name it to you, you chaste stars. It is the cause. Yet I'll not shed her blood, nor scar that whiter skin of hers than snow, and smooth as monumental alabaster. Yet she must die, else she'll betray more men. Put out the light, and then put out the light. If I quench thee, thou flaming minister, I can again thy former light relume, should I repent me. But once put out thy light, thou cunningst pattern of excelling nature, and I know not where is that Promethean heat that can thy light relume. When I have plucked the rose, I cannot give it vital growth again. It needs must wither. I'll smell it on the tree. Oh, balmy breath that almost persuades justice herself to break her sword. One more. One more. Be thus when thou art dead, and I will kill thee and love thee after. One more, and this the last. She wakes.
Most of the soliloquies we've looked at have a strong and clear through line and argument. But sometimes the situation which a soliloquy explores is much more muddled. And sometimes it may be a terrific mixture of, say, comedy and seriousness. So, Judy, come now and let's do Vala's ring soliloquy. Here's your ring.
Thank you.
She's disguised as a boy. Malvolio has brought her a ring from Olivia, who's fallen in love with her. So what are your main feelings when you come to this soliloquy?
Well, it's a wonderful opportunity to share just what a dilemma she's in with the audience, and she actually can speak directly to the audience and say, this is the situation I'm in, and how would you like to it if you were in this situation?
Right. Share, as ever, our word is share. I think if you go for the mixture, share the mixture of the funny side of the situation and the horrors of it, so that it's a mixture all the time of the pain and the comedy.
Yes.
Okay?
I'll try. I left no ring with her. What means this lady? Fortune forbid. My outside have not charmed her. She made good view of me. Indeed, so much that sure methought her eyes had lost her tongue, for she did speak in starts distractedly. She loves me, sure. The cunning of her passion invites me, and this churlish messenger, none of my lord's ring, why he sent her none. I am the man. If it be so as 'tis, poor lady, she were better love a dream. Disguise, I see thou art a wickedness, wherein the pregnant enemy does much. How easy is it for the proper false in women's waxen hearts to set their forms? Alas, our frailty is the cause, not we. For such as we are made of, such we be. How will this fadge? My master loves her dearly, and I, poor monster, fond as much on him, and she mistaken seems to dote on me. What will become of this? As I am man, my state is desperate for my master's love. As I am woman, now alas the day. What thriftless sighs shall poor Olivia breathe? Oh, time! Thou must untangle this, not I. It is too hard a knot for me to untie.
Very hard not to untie indeed. Now, we can't dodge it any longer. What about to be or not to be? If we're in doubt, there's one very good rule to follow. In acting and directing, we must see the complexities, but we must try to be simple. So much has been said and written about Hamlet that it seems at times to bring out a special madness in whoever writes or talks about it. I'm not getting at literary criticism, but listen for a moment to a passage from one of the world's leading theatrical magazines which cater for theatrical practitioners.
Well, this ambiguity is one of the significant aesthetic counterparts of the broad philosophic drift defining the modern age. In theater, Hamlet predicts this epistemologic tradition. The execution of a deed steadily loses way to a search for the personal modality of the deed. So a search for Hamlet's character within the various mandates of his social position. The conflict is not a conflict of equal and contending social properties. Scripture fades in Hamlet against the incandescence of its hero's characterologic vitality. This exemplifies the leading aesthetic problem of the actor in modern theater. The interpretation of action through characterologic, nuance, and rarefaction.
Michael, come and follow that. But where to begin? Why don't you do what we've been trying earlier and try taking it at first to yourself, and let's go through the process of seeing how that works. Okay?
To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them.
Okay. Now, we see and we observe him, but we don't share. We see someone generally under stress, but do we travel with his thoughts? So now, try it the other way. Share it with us. Everything we've said tonight comes up here. You must take us with you. You must work it out as you go, and don't work yourself up emotionally into the situation. You see clearly, but the words have never been said or thought by any actor ever before. Give us a taste of your rarefaction.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. To die. To sleep no more. And by a sleep, to say we end the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep. To sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delays, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life? But that the dread of something after death, that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience doth make cowards of us all. And thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. And enterprises of great pitch and moment, with this regard their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action.
Well, there are obviously an infinite number of ways of interpreting a set speech. Even so, I do believe that some general conclusions can be drawn. It's dangerous to do a long speech too solemnly, for instance, and it doesn't work if the audience stands back and observes the character thinking. The actor must open himself to his audience because he needs to share his problems. In dialogue, a character reaches out to another character, and in a soliloquy, a character reaches out to the audience. There's no great difference between the two. The principle is the same. So the moral is, the text must be shared. I said in our last program that perhaps the actor's most difficult problem was in handling soliloquies. Well, I was wrong. There's something more difficult, and that's how to handle irony. It may sound surprising to give a whole program over to irony, but Shakespeare uses it over and over. But today we're not very good at irony. Most of us use it rarely, if at all. I suppose the best people at handling irony in Shakespeare that I've ever come across has been New York drama students, and particularly black students. And that's because irony is part of their natural idiom. They use it daily, but we don't. Sardonic humour, maybe. Sending up, certainly. But irony, not very oft. Perhaps we'd be even pushed to say what irony is. I suppose the simplest way of defining it is something like this. It's saying one thing while meaning something else, which is opposite to its surface meaning. It's commonly humorous, but it may at the same time be deadly serious. The speaker enjoys it, sometimes wryly at his own expense. One of the reasons that it's difficult is that it's often halfway between thought and feeling. Basic emotions like joy and hate and fear and greed and joy come easily to us. Any actor knows what they mean, and he can tap them somewhere inside himself. But irony, if I say, play it ironically, what do all of you feel? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what to do?
And what you've said, what you've said is very clear. The difficulty about irony is that it doesn't leap off the page. You cannot write ironically. The words on the page hold either one meaning or another. You cannot. I mean, this is why it's so dangerous to give an ironic answer to a question that an interviewer asks you.
A word on a page is one word.
You cannot write ironically. The actor has to interpret ironically.
But what Shakespeare does is writes down one word or group of words, which are, as you say, one set of words. But there are two meanings to it.
That's right. Yes, so which you have made very clear, yes.
I mean, the word I haven't used, which obviously comes up in this programme, is ambiguity as well, isn't it? It's the double meaning. So that's what we've got to dig into and see if we can find it. I think that perhaps one of the key points is this. Irony involves the speaker in being at once inside and outside the situation in which he finds himself. Perhaps that's helpful as well. But do we know how to play it? Well, we'll clearly have to get the right intention again, won't we? That's crucial for leading into it, I think. But a certain special tone is involved. That's what we're going to find hard to define, I think, then. And so we'll look at some examples, both simple and more complex, and some even hidden irony. So let's have a go now. Let's clear and start our exploration. First, listen to Mark Antony in the Forum in Julius Caesar.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man. So are they all honorable men. Come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man.
Good. Now, I think that prompts me to say two things about irony that could go further. Because you were pointing it out, but in two ways it could go further. Sometimes we define irony by putting words in inverted commas or saying they have capital letters. So I could say to you, give Brutus capital letters and put the honourable man more into inverted commas.
Okay.
And the other element of the irony is what goes on in the eyes, isn't it? Because irony, meaning one thing but saying something else, two meanings, comes over if your eyes are equivocal about what you're saying. So why don't we just do the two lines, but Brutus says he was ambitious and Brutus is an honourable man.
Yes, right.
But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man.
A noble and very clear piece of irony.
Thank you.
You can get down. Thank you. Well, that's a broad and obvious example. The irony is as overt as Antony dares to make it. But sometimes Shakespeare's characters are more subtle with their irony. When Richard II looks at his face in a mirror, he says to Bolingbroke, who has deposed him,
"A brittle glory shineth in this face. as brittle as the glory, is the face. For there it is, cracked in 100 shivers. Mark, silent king, the moral of this sport. How soon my sorrow hath destroyed my face.
The shadow of your sorrow hath destroyed the shadow of your face.
Say that again.
The shadow of your sorrow hath destroyed the shadow of your face.
The shadow of my sorrow? Ah. Let's see.
The shadow of your sorrow hath destroyed the shadow of your face. This is both ironic and ambiguous. The situation seems to be about the grief and the emotions of the king, but those are the key lines. I think that what Bolingbroke really means here goes to the very heart of Richard II's nature. I believe that Richard is a player king in the sense that he plays at kingship, and his emotions are often more emotional indulgences which make a kind of play out of the reality around him. He turns the situation he finds himself in into a cue for emotional and dramatic display. And he does so here, and Bolingbroke catches him at it, breaking the mirror and saying, "Mark how my sorrow has destroyed my face," is a dramatic and striking gesture. But Bolingbroke really sees through it. So the shadow of your sorrow really means the unreality of your sorrow. The shadow of your sorrow hath destroyed the shadow of your face, i.e. your false sorrow has merely destroyed your false, playerly face. In other words, Bolingbroke is telling Richard that his sorrow is as unreal as the rest of his public persona. Well, Dickie, you played this famously many years ago. How does that passage strike you coming back to it?
I think that the way I try to interpret Richard, the tragedy was that he never actually discovered himself. Even in moments like this, he doesn't really understand. He's in a state of almost perpetual bewilderment, and I think this is his tragedy. In the very beginning of the play, in the first few scenes of the play, when we concentrated very much on, as you're saying, the player king, the show-off, the demonstrator, the sort of dandy-like, sometimes played homosexual king, which I think is wrong, but certainly the show-off king. And there are glimpses of his search for himself and his internal reality, perhaps as early on as the return from Ireland.
But of course there are moments when the king has that self-knowledge and
Yes.
he's ironic about himself, which we'll
Yes.
look at a bit later in the programme.
Yes.
It's an unfair test to just
Yes.
ask you to do that one bit.
Yes,
I just wonder, well, I mean, I don't really think that what the little sequence we've just done, I wouldn't describe it as an example of either irony or ambiguity.
Well, not the sequence isn't, but
No.
your remark is, I think.
Well, not altogether, John. I mean, isn't it rather more saying it's not... If you're being ironical, then you're being disingenuous and saying something meaning the reverse of what you say. In this particular case, it's nearer to gentle sarcasm, actually, than to irony, I think.
Why I think it's irony is I think it does have the double meaning of irony, because to him, the remark seems to be a sympathetic remark of his state, and he takes the surface meaning, but actually you mean something else, and that's why you're making an ironic joke, because you know he won't understand you, because
well, in
he's
that
so
case, I did it
self-locked.
wrong, because then I should have
Where
played
does,
it,
where does sarcasm
more
end and where does
deadpan and
irony
less
begin?
sarcastically, then. I mean, I didn't play irony then, I played gentle sarcasm.
Let's stick to this one point, because
Yep.
it is irony, because you are saying a surface thing which he thinks he understands, but you're really saying a criticism of him which he doesn't understand.
Well, then I should have said it as a surface thing.
Well,
and
I
not-
think we should
not
round it
professional.
off by doing it again.
The other way. probably come out
Well,
the same.
irony and ambiguity, you've got to play both meanings, haven't you?
Right, try again.
For there it is, cracked in 100 shillings. Mark, silent king, the moral of this sport. How soon my sorrow hath destroyed my face.
The shadow of your sorrow hath destroyed the shadow of your face.
Got it. Yeah. I'd give full
Say
marks.
again.
Well, what's come out of this, of course, is always, as soon as we go into irony, this conversation comes up, which is how much is it overt and how much is it hidden. And I think this is a very good example where it's got to be both at once. Okay, good. Here's a particularly tricky sonnet. It's full of irony, but the irony isn't apparent at first. It is, amongst other things, a terrific exercise in our old friend's antithesis and stressing the key words. If you don't place and stress them, the speech will be incomprehensible. Let's see what happens if, first of all, you do the speech unstressed, and then see how we make it clearer by the stressing. Okay?
Right. Those parts of thee that the world's eye doth view want nothing that the thought of hearts can mend. All tongues the voice of souls give thee that due, uttering bare truth even so as foes commend.
Okay, point made. Unstressed, it's totally gibberish, totally impossible to follow. Now start going for the stresses and the antithetical words.
Those parts of thee that the world's eye doth view want nothing that the thought of hearts can mend. All tongues, the voice of souls, give thee that due, uttering bare truth, even so as foes commend.
Okay, that's stage two. You're making it clear now to us, and we can go with the argument. But now let's bring in the irony, because it wasn't clear what the speaker was actually doing. And remember that you're mocking somebody. So play it more to Ben and send him up.
Okay. Those parts of thee that the world's eye doth view want nothing that the thought of hearts can mend. All tongues, the voice of souls, give thee that due, uttering bare truth, even so as foes commend. Thy outward thus with outward praise is crowned. But those same tongues that give thee so thine own, in other accents do thy praise confound, by seeing farther than the eye has shown. They look into the beauty of thy mind, and that, in guess, they measure by thy deeds, then churls their thoughts. Although their eyes were kind, to thy fair flower add the rank smell of weeds. But why thy odour matcheth not thy show, the soil is this, that thou dost common grow.
Great, good. Now, let's dig one thing further. Just take that last couplet and dig more into not only the irony, but the ambiguity about what you mean by the soil and the common, because you mean soil...
Sexual ambiguity.
Well, soil means the earth and common means a common land, but soil also means sexually soiled and common is
Vulgar,
sexually common.
yes, right,
Yeah.
okay.
Just those two lines.
But why thy odour matcheth not thy show, the soil is this, that thou dost common grow.
Yes, good. Now, how does the actor capture that double meaning? By putting the words into inverted commas, underlining them. It's, again, one of our main points about text, isn't it? You have to put them into italics.
The antitheses.
Well, it's not the antitheses, just as it's the ambiguities of saying, hey, folks, there's a double meaning here. I mean two things. And the irony, again, is to do with meaning more than you seem to say on the surface.
So you signal to the audience in a way.
You have to. You have to play with the word to get the information to the audience.
So that the audience
has to be an active listener, not a passive listener, because if you are serving them with ambiguous words, they cannot sit there and passively listen, and therefore they are involved.
That's right. So even though she's playing the speech to somebody, she's actually got to be sharing it with the audience, not just with you. Let's now go on to an easier sonnet that makes the same point, Ben, and you do When My Love Swears, because it's the same thing. It's an ironic sonnet, but in this time it's a bit easier, and it's a different situation because you're talking to an audience. You're not actually talking to your love, you're talking about your love.
Easier. This one is easier.
This one is easier. I think so too.
This is an easier sonnet, folks. Just listen to this. Wait for it. When my love swears that she is made of truth, I do believe her, though I know she lies. That she might think me some untutored youth, unlearned in the world's false subtleties, thus vainly thinking that she thinks me young, although she knows my days are past the best. Simply I credit her false-speaking tongue. On both sides thus is simple truth suppressed. But wherefore says she not she is unjust? And wherefore say not I that I am old? Oh, love's best habit is in seeming trust, and age in love loves not to have years told. Therefore I lie with her, and she with me, and in our faults by lies we flattered be.
Good. Oh, I enjoyed that. That was very, very good. See, all our old points come up, don't they? I mean, antithesis comes up again, like when she swears she's made of truth, I do believe her, though I know she lies. And the point I'm making in this program about ambiguity comes up, because there's a number of things that mean two things in that speech, aren't there? Like vainly thinking and uttering bare truth. I thought that you warmed up as you went on, but perhaps in those early ones you could have played with the words a bit more daringly still.
Yes, you're quite right, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, very good, though. It made the point. Thank you. Lovely. Let's take another sonnet which is rich in ambiguity and double meanings. But first of all, it's a terrific exercise in antithesis. So, Norman, start by going for the meaning and for all the key antitheses. You're discussing your sex life with your mistress.
Oh, that's what it's about, is it? Nice to know that. Love is too young to know what conscience is. Yet who knows not, conscience is born of love. Then, gentle cheater, urge not my amiss, less guilty of my faults, thy sweet self prove. For thou betraying me, I do betray my nobler part to my gross body's treason. My soul doth tell my body that he may triumph in love. Flesh stays no farther reason, but rising at thy name doth point out thee as his triumphant prize. Proud of this pride, he is contented thy poor drudge to be, to stand in thy affairs, fall by thy side. No want of conscience hold it that I call her love, for whose dear love I rise and fall.
Good. Good start. Now, what you did there was to play the surface meanings very clearly. So now, having got the antitheses, let's feed in one crucial piece of information which affects the meaning of the whole sonnet and the whole tone of it. Conscience here is ambiguous. The Elizabethans used it not only in the moral sense, as we do, but also in the sense of carnal knowledge. So do it again, and from the outset, bring out all the sexual innuendos that are in the text, to stand in thy affairs and so on. Mock both your mistress and yourself.
Love is too young to know what conscience is, yet who knows not, conscience is born of love. Then, gentle cheater, urge not my amiss, lest guilty of my faults thy sweet self prove. For thou betraying me, I do betray my nobler part to my gross body's treason. My soul doth tell my body that he may triumph in love. Flesh stays no farther reason, but rising at thy name doth point out thee as his triumphant prize. Proud of this pride, he is contented thy poor drudge to be, to stand in thy affairs, fall by thy side. No want of conscience hold it, that I call her love, for whose dear love I rise and fall.
Very rich in ambiguity. Now, this is very tricky verbally, which is why I want to unravel it one by one. We've got the antitheses, we've got the double meanings pretty clear. But now, let's take it one step further. As I think the thing we haven't brought out yet is the irony. Mock yourself for being more your mistress's sexual slave, and this time share your thoughts with your audience as much as with her. So be outrageous, go as far as you can in relishing the ironic and ambiguous words. We'll take it a bit quicker.
Right. Love is too young to know what conscience is, yet who knows not? Conscience is born of love. Then, gentle cheater, urge not my amiss, lest guilty of my faults thy sweet self prove. For thou betraying me, I do betray my nobler part to my gross body's treason. My soul doth tell my body that he may triumph in love. Flesh stays no farther reason, but rising at thy name doth point out thee as his triumphant prize. Proud of this pride, he is contented thy poor drudge to be, to stand in thy affairs, fall by thy side. No want of conscience hold it that I call her love, for whose dear love I rise and fall.
Good. Very ambiguous, very ironic. Now, I want to make a digression. What about the rhymes in these sonnets, and indeed the many rhyming couplets in the plays themselves? We haven't talked about them, but what should an actor do about them? Should he play them, or should he ignore them? Well, I'm sure that he should play them because they're there in the text. To dodge them is a cop-out and a textual distortion. They need to be relished consciously. So the actor needs, as it were, to make the rhyme up himself and to coin it deliberately, perhaps to show off or to score or stress a point or to round something off, as happens with the end of this sonnet. I think if there's any rule here, it's the same as with heightened language. After all, rhyme is a form of heightened language, so it must be found. Well, I suppose we'd agree that though we're clear about the nature of irony, it still doesn't necessarily enable us always to communicate it. An actor can't just say or even stress the words, he clearly has to do something with them. Norman was using, relishing, savouring the words. Well, the most practical tip I can offer, therefore, about irony is to repeat and stress what I've briefly said already. The actor must, as it were, put the word in inverted commas or give it a capital letter, or both. That's what we've actually been doing, I think. Brutus is an honourable man, inverted commas. Brutus is an honourable man, capital letters. Well, of course, I'm exaggerating, but I think our point does hold. So let's look now at a very familiar speech which brings this out very strongly. King Richard II has heard his land is in arms against him, and so he laments his downfall.
For God's sake, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. How some have been deposed, some slain in war, Some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed. Some poisoned by their wives. Some sleeping killed. All murdered. For within the hollow crown and rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court. And there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable. And humid thus, comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall. And farewell, King.
Good. Now, what I'm going to push is the element of the self-mockery and see if we take it even further as far as we can go. I think to set the whole thing up, for God's sake, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. You should say to the audience, this is going to be great, telling this story of the death of kings. I think if you get that trigger into the speech, you're away for it. But if you go totally into your grief for death of kings, the idea of you standing outside yourself and luxuriating in a situation, just to go for that one line.
For God's sake, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings.
That's right. It's delicious. It's going to be glorious. We're going to have fun.
Interesting 5 minutes.
Now, skip on a few lines and come to the famous lines, within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king. Your enjoyment of discovering that the crown is hollow, not the grief of the crown's weight and greatness, but this crown is hollow, and I'm enjoying the discovery. And rounding the mortal temples of a king, the realization that you're mortal, don't play it for the woe of it, but enjoy mocking yourself. That little bit.
For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court, and there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp.
That's marvellous.
Allowing him makes no end of difference.
See, that line, scoffing his state, death scoffing your state and grinning at your pomp, is the clue in a way to the speech.
Yes.
Because death is mocking you, you realize it, and you enjoy laughing at yourself.
Yes.
Why don't you try it through again?
Yes.
Having latched onto this particular thing that we're going for, now actually take it a bit quicker because you'll actually enjoy it more.
Yes. Right.
Okay?
Right. For God's sake, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. How some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court. There the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable. And humoured thus, comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall. And farewell, King.
Now, I think that what you showed beautifully there was something that I touched on earlier. You managed to both be inside the character and yet to stand outside yourself at the same time. And it's that double thing which is to me the heart of irony. And it's very difficult to do both at once, but I thought you did fully.
Would you define the difference when you're directing an actor? When you say, be more wry, do you link the wryness with the irony? Is it the same thing, or is there a tidge of difference between irony and wryness?
Well, wryness is simpler, isn't it? It's what we say is do it with wry humour, and that's a note about the humour. Irony is about this double vision, which very often has humour in it, but is more difficult. But it's the double vision.
It's the double vision.
Good. I realise we've strayed here beyond something which is demonstrably and objectively present in the text to something much more subjective. So often with Shakespeare, it's at first sight arguable whether irony is there at all, and it's particularly easy to overlook it in Shakespeare's political plays. Yet over and over he gives his politician bits of hidden irony as part of their political persona. They have a surface urbanity, an inner malice or bitterness, but it's very easy for an actor to overlook it. Let's take one very simple example. In King Henry IV, Part 1, the rebel Worcester comes to a parley and talks to the king.
I protest I have not sought the day of this dislike.
You have not sought it. How comes it, then?
It pleased your majesty to turn your looks of favour from myself and all our house. And yet I must remember you, my lord.
Okay, hold it there. Let's ask ourselves why there's that little superfluous my lord in the third line. Because there's been a your majesty in the first line. And Shakespeare doesn't usually pad out a line. And clearly I think both your majesty and my lord are ironic because you're reminding him that he's a usurper and not really a lord. So do it in
really a lord rather than a king.
Well, yes, it's either they're both ironic or that one's right and the other's wrong, isn't it? I don't know. Right. They're set against each other. Anyway.
That's right. He thinks he's his majesty, but you don't.
Yes. All right. Well, let's try and see if we can get all that out in 2 words.
Okay.
Once again. I protest I have not sought the day of this dislike.
You have not sought it. How comes it, then?
It pleased your majesty to turn your looks of favour from myself and all our house, and yet I must remember you, my lord.
Good. Very ironic. Very clear.
Very ironic.
Very ironic. So it's the little words of irony that are often the easy ones to overlook. So that was very well placed. Got that. Good. So let's look at another problem. What happens when a character hides his irony from the person he's speaking to, but has obliquely to reveal it to the audience? When his mother persuades Coriolanus to desert the Volscians and spare Rome, the Volscian leader, Tullus Aufidius, says nothing for nearly 200 lines. And when Coriolanus finally addresses him, he just says 4 words. Here is Coriolanus talking to his mother.
Oh, my mother. Mother, oh. You have won a happy victory to Rome. But for your son, believe it, oh, believe it. Most dangerously you have with him prevailed, if not most mortal to him. But let it come. Aufidius, though I cannot make true wars, I'll frame convenient peace. Now, good Aufidius, were you in my stead, would you have heard a mother less? Or granted less? Aufidius.
I was moved withal.
Good. Aufidius's reply is so brief, it's hard to be certain of his intention. Clearly, it's very ambiguous. He was moved, but he puts it dryly and stands outside his own emotion, as Ben did. The whole content of the scene tells us that he's thinking about the implications of Coriolanus's portrayal. So here, the surface meaning is true, but Ben caught the underneath ironic under-meaning which contradicts it.
I was moved withal.
I thought that was wonderful. I wouldn't say anything more about it.
Thank
you should
goodness.
be proud of yourself for the line.
I was standing here shaking in anticipation of a ton of notes to descend upon me.
Just my congratulations
Thank
and
you.
applause.
I leave you relieved.
Thank you. There's one other way in which irony may at first be at work where it doesn't seem to be. Mountjoy, the French herald, threatens King Henry V.
Thus says my king, say thou to Harry of England, though we seemed dead, we did but slumber. Advantage is a better soldier than rashness. Tell him we could have rebuked him at Harfleur, but that we thought not good to bruise an injury till it were full ripe. Now we speak upon our cue, and our voice is imperial.
Good. Now stop it there. That certainly goes with the way it's written. But now, let's try it in a different way and suppose that Mountjoy's out to humiliate Henry V in front of all his soldiers. And he does it with great gentleness and surface sympathy for Henry, as if he's saying, my dear old fellow, I'm terribly worried about you. I'm sorry for you, but I'm on your side. You're sending him up by doing that, but you're pretending to be on his side. Have a go.
Okay, all right. Thus says my king. Say thou to Harry of England, though we seemed dead, we did but slumber. Advantage is a better soldier than rashness. Tell him we could have rebuked him at Harfleur, but that we thought not good to bruise an injury till it were full ripe. Now we speak upon our cue, and our voice is imperial. England shall repent his folly, see his weakness, and admire our sufferance. Bid him therefore consider of his ransom, which must proportion the losses we have borne, the subjects we have lost, the disgrace we have digested, which in wait to re-answer, his pettiness would bow under. For our losses, his exchequer is too poor. For the effusion of our blood, the muster of his kingdom too faint a muster. And for our disgrace, his own person kneeling at our feet, but a weak and worthless satisfaction. To this add defiance, and tell him for conclusion, he hath betrayed his followers, whose condemnation is pronounced. So far my king and master, so much my office.
This is a kind of irony, isn't it? But the technique is different. The mocking is inverted. It masquerades as sympathy. I think it's more devastating the way that Alan did it. That's great. Let's take another example of political irony and ambiguity. In Troilus and Cressida, the Trojan hero Hector meets Ulysses, the Greek politician. They like each other and are very courteous, but the courtesy is loaded and ironic. They're looking at the walls of Troy.
I wonder now how yonder city stands, since we have here her base and pillar with us.
I know your favor, Lord Ulysses, well. Ah, sir, as many a Greek and Trojan dead, since first I saw yourself and Diomed in Ilion on your Greekish embassy.
Sir, I foretold you then what would ensue. My prophecy is but half his journey yet. For yonder walls that pertly front your town, yon towers whose wanton tops do bust the clouds, must kiss their own feet.
I must not believe you. There they stand yet. And modestly, I think, the fall of every Phrygian stone will cost a drop of Grecian blood. The end crowns all. And that old common arbitrator, time, will one day end it.
So, To him we leave it.
Good. Now let's just sit down and talk about that a bit. I think that you would get the irony going further if you actually played the surface, courtesy and chivalry more. I think it's also
We
quite...
were being a bit too beady.
Yes,
really.
you were a bit too obviously beady. But I think that you both play the political game of diplomatic courtesies on the surface. And also you've met before, so maybe you actually quite like each other. And you both respect each other. So there's a kind of umbilical cord of human friendliness.
Because they did actually try and stop it happening, didn't they?
That's
in
right.
a way, in
Yes.
their first meeting
Yes.
that we don't see in the play.
Yes, you went on an embassage to try to stop the war. And so you formed a little bond then, so you are together. But within that, the barbs will become more loaded. So like when you say base and pillar, as you did put that in inverted commas then, if it seems courteous, it can also be more rude as well. It's a funny mixture of courtesy and rudeness from
Perhaps the
him.
answer is to just, initially, to just play the courtesy and see
Yeah,
what
I
happens.
think so.
And then maybe the words will do the
Yes.
irony for us.
Yes. Let's do it. Just do it on the floor, perhaps, and just do it for the courtesy, and then we'll do it another
Bit
time.
more Chinese, then.
Yeah.
I wonder now how yonder city stands, since we have here her base and pillar with us.
I know your favour, Lord Ulysses, well. Ah, sir, there's many a Greek and Trojan dead, since first I saw yourself and Diomed in Ilion on your Greekish embassy.
Sir, I foretold you then what would ensue. My prophecy is but half his journey yet, for yonder walls that pertly front your town, yon towers whose wanton tops do bust the clouds, must kiss their own feet.
Oh, I must not believe you. There they stand yet. And modestly, I think, the fall of every Phrygian stone will cost a drop of Grecian blood. The end crowns all. And that old common arbitrator, time, will one day end it.
So to him we leave it.
Well, that worked, didn't it? The irony did come out more through the courtesy, funnily enough.
Because the irony, if we do it that way, the irony is a shared irony and not one that's against each other.
That's
We
right.
both know the score, we both know what's going to happen, we both know it isn't actually a thing, a scene of opposition at
No,
all. It's
that's-
about two experienced men regretfully knowing what's going to happen.
And I think that's excellent. Shared irony is a new kind of irony that we found. I think it's great.
There's also a third character in the scene, isn't there? And that's the city,
Yeah.
which makes it possible for us not necessarily to be in contact, because it's dangerous when you're playing the sort of game necessarily to confront each other. So there's always the city to bounce off.
That's true.
As we play with each other.
And there's old Time as
Oh,
well,
Time,
who's the
yes.
fourth character
Yeah,
in the
going
scene.
to talk about him. See, I think that the irony goes on up to a point at which Hector breaks it. After I must not believe you. If you say to him very courteously, I don't believe a word you're saying, and then say with complete simplicity and romantic love of your city, there it is, that the non-ironic bit is the stronger after the irony, and I thought you could make a bigger change there.
Yes,
And I think that you could help it by getting more irony into yon walls and yon towers
Yeah,
and saying,
yeah.
oh, they're wonderful, they're splendid.
Bonk.
And then he can undercut it.
Yeah.
And certainly, we've got to find more out of our favourite word, time, haven't we? That old common arbitrator, time. Now, what does it mean? It means its literal sense, but it also means death to everybody, maybe to one side, maybe to the other. Maybe it means something that you
In
know
that we are all
Troy's
equal.
doomed, we're all equal. It's got to have, well, it's not irony, it's our other word in the programme, isn't it? It's ambiguity.
Can I try something on it?
Yeah.
Let me do it when we do it.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's try it again, and this time, let's stand up on it.
I wonder now how yonder city stands, since we have here her base and pillar by us.
I know your favor, Lord Ulysses, well. Ah, sir, there's many a Greek and Trojan dead, since first I saw yourself and Diomed in Ilion on your Greekish embassy.
Sir, I foretold you then what would ensue. My prophecy is but half his journey yet. For yonder walls that pertly front your town, yon towers whose wanton tops do bust the clouds, must kiss their own feet.
I must not believe you. There they stand yet. And modestly, I think, the fall of every Phrygian stone will cost a drop of Grecian blood. The end crowns all. And that old common arbitrator, time, will one day end it.
So, to him we leave it.
I'd like to have one more go at it, because I know it's risky when one does something a number of times. One often does a bit better and a bit less well. But what you actually lost that time, though you gained on the points we'd worked on, was you lost the friendly courtey you'd had on the floor. Right. You actually were a bit uptight about it.
Well, I was standing up and sitting
down. That's right.
All right.
So, a sitting down, easy feeling, and keep that umbilical cord between you.
Right.
Okay?
I wonder now how yonder city stands, since we have here her base and pillar by us.
I know your favor, Lord Ulysses, well. Ah, sir, there's many a Greek and Trojan dead, since first I saw yourself and Diomed in Ilion on your Greekish embassy.
Sir, I foretold you then what would ensue. My prophecy is but half his journey yet. For yonder walls that pertly front your town, yon towers whose wanton tops do bust the clouds, must kiss their own feet.
I must not believe you. There they stand yet. And modestly, I think, the fall of every Phrygian stone will cost a drop of Grecian blood. The end crowns all. And that old common arbitrator, time, will one day end it.
So, to him we leave it.
Good. I like that. So I think, so to him we leave it. Good. Well, we've spent a whole program on irony, not merely because it's important and difficult, but because it comes up in Shakespeare so often, and there's so much more of it than people ever realize. The strange thing is that I can actually think of no sustained long passage where Shakespeare gives irony to women. Odd moments, yes, but never for very long. The only bit I found suitable for our program was a sonnet which, strictly speaking, should be spoken by a man, which is why we've only worked on men's speeches tonight. Perhaps that tells us something about Shakespeare, or perhaps it tells us something about irony. Well, we've strayed into thorny areas. That is, as I've said, because we've moved from what is objective to what is subjective. Talking about irony has led us inexorably to talking about interpretation. In the remaining programs of this series, we shall go further that way. And as I said at the outset, we'll find there are very few rules, but a lot of questions.
Blow winds and crack your cheeks. Rage, blow. You cataracts and hurricanes, spout till you have drenched our steeples, drowned the cocks. You sulphurous and thought-executing fires.
Hold it
Don't drop me there, John. I'm in full flight now.
No.
I'm just enjoying myself.
No, sit you down, and we're going to talk about that.
Oh,
You sit
it's
you
rather
down
good,
there.
that, wasn't it?
Well now, passion, pain, and extremes. That's what we're going to look at tonight. Most questions about acting Shakespeare are questions of balance. If we go too far one way, we need to restore the balance and go a bit in the opposite direction. So if, for instance, we do start overdoing the heightened language a bit, it may be healthy to take the speech or scene in question more naturalistically and not to relish the words quite so much, or vice versa. What I want to look at tonight is something we've touched on already, how we should balance the emotional and intellectual demands of the text. I said in our last program that we should be venturing now into more subjective areas, but I'll try to be as selective as possible and to look at the problems which relate peculiarly and chiefly to Shakespeare. You can, of course, find them in other dramatists, but I don't think in quite so concentrated a form. What did Shakespeare himself think the balance between passion and coolness should be? As it's generally agreed that he was expressing his own views when he has Hamlet advise the players about acting, let's listen to that advice once again.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But you mustn't... Oh.
Try it again.
I'll start this again, yes.
I'll say it to you if you like. Trippingly.
Trippingly, thank you very much, right. Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of our players do, I'd as lief the town crier spoke my lines. Nor do not saw the air too much with your hand, thus.
I never did that.
But use all gently. For in the torrent tempest, and I may say whirlwind of your passion, you must acquire and beget a temperance that may give it smoothness.
Trippingly on the tongue, mouth it gently. In the very whirlwind of your passion, you must acquire and beget a temperance that will get it smoothness. Well, it's pretty clear where Shakespeare's sympathies lie. Hamlet does ask for what we'd call coolness in playing passion. But he, too, is aware that there must be a balance.
Be not too tame, neither. But let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action. With this special observance, that you o'erstep not the modesty of nature.
Yes, I think the key phrase here is, o'erstep not the modesty of nature. This is Shakespeare's way of saying we must be natural and not false or grotesque. So let's explore this balance now and see how far we should go. Here you go. Shakespeare often builds his characters by creating deliberate and striking inconsistencies. Very often a character undergoes huge changes from speech to speech in the course of a scene. In Julius Caesar, where Brutus contemplates Caesar's murder and meets his fellow conspirators, his emotional and intellectual balance keeps on changing. He's volatile and he's variable. He prides himself on being cool, but how cool is he, and how much of a mixture? Let's look now at 4 speeches. The first is a soliloquy.
It must be by his death. And for my part, I know no personal cause to spurn at him, but for the general he would be crowned. How that might change his nature, there's the question. It is the bright day that brings forth the adder, and that craves wary walking. Crown him, that. And then I grant we put a sting in him that at his will he may do danger with. The abuse of greatness is when it disjoins remorse from power. And to speak truth of Caesar, I have not known when his affections swayed more than his reason, but 'tis a common proof that lowliness is young ambition's ladder, whereto the climber upward turns his face. But when he once attains the utmost round, he then unto the ladder turns his back, looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. So Caesar may, then lest he may prevent. And since the quarrel will bear no colour for the thing he is, fashion it thus, that what he is, augmented, would run to these and these extremities. and therefore think him as a serpent's egg, which, hatched, would, as his kind, grow dangerous, and kill him in the shell.
Rational, exploratory, intellectual. Brutus is feeling his way and deliberately pushing down his feelings for Caesar. He's trying to justify himself, to elevate himself, kid himself. But a little later on, we get a glimpse of his true feelings.
Since Cassius first did wet me against Caesar, I have not slept. Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma or a hideous dream. The genius and the mortal instruments are then in council, and the state of man, like to a little kingdom, suffers then the nature of an insurrection.
This betrays his inner turmoil, but Brutus puts his unease into brooding generalization. He still doesn't speak directly of his personal human feelings. But when the conspirators come to visit him, he's assured and very much the public man. And when Cassius urges them all to swear their resolution, he opens out.
No, not an oath. If not the face of men, the sufferance of our souls, the time's abuse, if these be motives weak, break off betimes, and every man hence to his idle bed. So let high-sighted tyranny range on till each man drop by lottery. But if these, as I'm sure they do, bear fire enough to kindle cowards and to steal with valor the melting spirits of women, then, countrymen, what need we any spur but our own cause to prick us to redress? But do not stain the even virtue of our enterprise, nor the insuppressive metal of our spirits, to think that or our cause or our performance did need an oath, when every drop of blood that every Roman bears, and nobly bears, is guilty of a several bastardy, if he do break the smallest particle of any promise that hath passed from him.
Can you hear how different the verse is here? It's rhetorical and ringing and more regular. Brutus lets his emotion out because he feels on safe ground. The speech is to be hot, as his first speech was cool. Later, he has one other long speech to the conspirators. It's triggered by Cassius urging that Mark Antony be assassinated as well as Caesar.
Our course will seem too bloody, Caius Cassius, to cut the head off and then hack the limbs, like wrath in death and envy afterwards. For Antony is but a limb of Caesar. Let us be sacrificers, not butchers, Caius. We all stand up against the spirit of Caesar, and in the spirit of men there is no blood. Oh, then that we could come by Caesar's spirit and not dismember Caesar, but alas, Caesar must bleed for it. And gentle friends, let's kill him boldly, but not wrathfully. Let's carve him as a dish fit for the gods, not hew him as a carcass fit for hounds.
Great. Now stop it there. Now here, Brutus seems to me very emotional again. But there's also something of the rationalizing and self-deception and elevating of murder which we saw in the first soliloquy. He's at great pains to stress his humanity, but how much is he humane and how much a politician paying lip service to humanity? How much is he emotional and how much is he working on the conspirators' emotions? Well, I suppose it's a bit of both. He's using his feelings to work up feelings in his listeners. What do you think?
Well, all those hypotheses that you just posed, all those questions, are I think, the very source of Brutus's dilemma and his energy, and he must actually hand those questions over to an audience. That is the predicament of the play. And on first reading, of course, Brutus seems to be fraught with contradictions and, what's your word for it?
I use
ambiguities?
Ambiguities, contradictions, things that are set antithetically against one another. And if you, in any line, or of course often Brutus's finer lines are only a microcosm of the whole part, and indeed the whole play. If you try and iron out the inconsistencies, the contradictions, in order to make the line playable, what you're doing is in fact anesthetizing the energy within the line, because the energy of the character, the predicament of the character, is only available to an audience if if the tension between the opposing forces is observed, relished, and played. But of course, that's all theory. It's very difficult to spread eagle oneself inside the giant silhouette of Brutus and remain faithful to all these seemingly contradictory elements, but they have to be played to the full.
The character, in a way, is the contradiction.
Is the contradictions.
Thank you. Terrific.
Thanks, sir.
In stressing these particular points, I don't mean to gloss over the obvious fact that there are many possible ways of interpreting a speech. Shakespeare, more than any other dramatist, leaves it all pretty open-ended. So let's take a sonnet, which lends itself to many kinds of emotional interpretation. Sue, you're talking about your sex life. See if you can look at it in three quite different ways. There's your bed, and your lover is coming.
Right. The expense of spirit in a waste of shame is lust in action, until action lust is perjured, murderous, bloody, full of blame, savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust, enjoyed no sooner but despised straight.
Okay, right. Now, let's try another way at the moment of suspense. Let's imagine that you've done it, and you're getting dressed and getting out of bed and deeply being disgusted with yourself at what you've done.
Right. I am disgusted with what I've just done.
Well, enjoyed it.
The expense of spirit in a waste of shame is lust in action, until action lust is perjured, murderous, bloody, full of blame, savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust, enjoyed no sooner but despised straight, past reason hunted, and no sooner had, past reason hated, as a swallowed bait on purpose laid to make the taker mad.
Okay, good. Now, both those versions were extreme in their emotions. Good. But now let's do as we've been doing with the other speeches in the program. See what happens if you stand outside yourself and have a good, wry, sardonic look at yourself. So the experience of what's happened, what you've just done, is there deeply in you, but you're trying to look outside yourself and perhaps to mock yourself.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Okay. The expense of spirit in a waste of shame is lust in action, until action lust is perjured, murderous, bloody, full of blame, savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust, enjoyed no sooner but despised straight, past reason hunted, and no sooner had, past reason hated, as a swallowed bait on purpose laid to make the taker mad, mad in pursuit and in possession so, had, having, and in quest to have extreme, a bliss in proof, and proved a very woe, before a joy proposed, behind a dream. All this the world well knows, yet none knows well
to shun the heaven that leads men to this hell.
Good. Well, there you had the characteristic Shakespearean mixture of deep experience and feeling, and yet standing outside it as well. And once you do that, the text begins to do more work, whereas the first way is, of course, you're overlaying something on top of the text. That's the point of the exercise. Now, let's make an experiment. It's sometimes pointed out that if an actor gets himself too emotionally involved in an emotional speech, he will actually move the audience less than if he was less carried away. If he actually weeps, for instance, it may flatten out his voice and somehow cut off communication. So let's take one or two speeches and see what we think. Sometimes the balance between thought and emotion goes wrong because of an excess of naturalistic thinking. In Henry IV, Part 1, Hotspur and Prince Hal fight, according to the text, a long hour by Shrewsbury clock. So clearly they must be pretty exhausted. But finally, Hal gives Hotspur a mortal wound, and Hotspur has a dying speech. Let's see what happens if the actor plays it with his exhaustion and his wound and his pain primarily in mind.
Oh, Harry, thou hast robbed me of my youth. I'd better brook the loss of brittle life than those proud titles thou hast won of me. They wound my thoughts worse than thy sword my flesh.
Right. Well, now that's what I'd call the naturalistic fallacy.
I was just getting into that.
Getting into emotion, feelings and pain. But of course, the text gets strangulated and cut off. Often happens. We know actually that Shakespeare himself wants to do something else with the speech, doesn't we? Because Hotspur himself says, "They wound my thoughts worse than thy sword my flesh." And that's quite a useful piece of direction by Shakespeare. I think that Hotspur's anguish is in the mind at that moment rather than his body.
Well, pain's relative anyway, isn't it? I've known an actor fracture a bone on stage during a fight and not feel the pain until he gets off. It depends what you're concentrating on. If I've, as Hotspur, determined to put my life in order, as it were, before I die, that will supplant the pain, won't it?
That's right.
What my mind will be on.
So one can always find a psychological or naturalistic reason for doing a speech in such a way that you can release the poetic juices of it.
Yeah.
So let's do it again, not necessarily feeling the pain, but feeling the wonder of, God, what's happening to me? I'm dying.
Yeah.
And take a clue from the fact that you prophesy in the speech.
Right. Thou hast robbed me of my youth. I better brook the loss of brittle life than those proud titles thou hast won of me. They wound my thoughts worse than thy sword my flesh. But thought's the slave of life, and life's time's fool. And time that takes survey of all the world must have a stop. Oh, I could prophesy, but that the earthy and cold hand of death lies on my tongue. No, Percy, thou art dust. And food for...
For worms, brave Percy. Fare thee well, great heart.
Good. Well, that way, the text can work upon us and stir us, which it can't do when the physical life's on top of it. Of course, these things are always a balance, because maybe one got too cool then, but
Absolutely,
actually, I was more moved that way, obviously, than I was the first time. So jolly good. Thank you. I think we've stumbled here on one old problem of a speech which is partly choric. So let's look now at another passage where the choric element is even more striking. In Hamlet, Gertrude brings the news of Ophelia's suicide. Notice how she says nothing directly to show her feelings. The speech rather consists entirely of description.
There is a willow, grows aslant the brook, that shows his hoar leaves in the glassy stream. Therewith fantastic garlands did she make, of crowflowers, nettles, daisies, and long purples, that liberal shepherds give a grosser name, but our cold maids do dead men's fingers call them. There on the pendant boughs, her crowned weeds clambering to hang, an envious sliver broke, and down her weedy trophies and herself fell in the weeping brook. Her clothes spread wide, and mermaid-like a while they bore her up, which time she chanted snatches of old tunes, or like a creature native and undued unto that element. But long it could not be till that her garments, heavy with their drink, pulled the poor wretch from her melodious lay to muddy death.
I think you're absolutely right to keep Gertrude's feelings in check like that. Clearly the choric function is dominant, but it's still quite possible to ask and find out what Gertrude is feeling and trying to do inside herself while she speaks. What do you think about it?
Well, I think there's probably a great deal of guilt there.
Yes?
Because indirectly, I think she probably feels she's responsible by the actions that have taken place previously for this girl's death, whom she reveals in the next scene she loved very much and hoped would be the wife of her only son. I think that is probably struggling inside her all the time, plus the knowledge of the appalling death that she has to bring to this young man who is an innocent party in the whole affair, so far.
That's right, so there's a hell of a lot of subtext going on underneath, inside, which you can play as Gertrude, while on the surface just playing the description. So both are going on. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Now, here's a fearfully difficult passage for a woman. In King John, Constance laments for her dead son Arthur. There's no doubt here about the degree of her passion.
Oh, that my tongue were in the thunder's mouth! Then with a passion would I shake the world!
Now let's take the passage, much cut, and see what we can learn from it.
Patience, good lady. Comfort, gentle Constance.
No, I defy all counsel, all redress, but that which ends all counsel, true redress. Death, death, oh, amiable, lovely death, thou odoriferous stench, sound, rottenness. Come, grin on me, and I will think thou smilest, and kiss thee as thy wife. Misery's love, oh, come to me.
Oh, fair affliction, peace.
Good. Now, I think that the question of variety comes up here as much as the question of balance. Constance is distracted and wild, but it's dangerous if you take the whole passage that way, because the grief could become monotonous or generalized. So let's see what happens if we say, go as far as you like in some places and hold back in others. I think probably that's the way Shakespeare's written it.
Yes, I think her striving for order, in that she, in fact, puts into a list form her feelings, seems to indicate the amount of control that she has. And I think that Shakespeare's odes are some indication of emotional reliefs.
Yeah.
I found this quite...
Well, that's very good counsel, Shakespeare's odes.
Yeah.
I think that one other thing that I would say is that it's important that, however distressed you are, one bit of her enjoys the speech in the sense of enjoys the emotional release, so that she needs the words to give herself release. So use the words as ever as much as you can.
Okay.
Lady, you utter madness and not sorrow.
Thou art not wholly to belie me so. I am not mad. This hair I tear is mine. My name is Constance. I was Geoffrey's wife. Young Arthur is my son, and he is lost. I am not mad. I would to heaven I were, for then 'tis like I should forget myself. Oh, if I could, what grief should I forget? Preach some philosophy to make me mad, and thou shalt be canonized cardinal.
You hold too heinous a respect for grief.
He talks to me that never had a son.
You were as fond of grief as of your child.
Grief fills the room up of my absent child. Lies on his bed, walks up and down with me, puts on his pretty looks, repeats his words, remembers me of all his gracious parts, stuffs out his vacant garments of his form. Then have I reason to be fond of grief. Fare you well. Had you such a loss as I could give better comfort than you do. Oh, Lord, my boy, my Arthur, my fair son, my life, my joy, my food, my all the world, my widow comfort, and my sorrows cure.
Good. Well, the feeling was all there, but because you took it lightly, the words and the language worked on me as well as the feelings.
Yes.
And the feelings didn't get between you and it.
Yes. I think I could have inflected more and had more variation. I got a bit stuck in this bit.
Well, we never think it's perfect, do you?
Certainly
You
not.
moved me.
Yeah,
Good. Now, let's go back to a speech where there's no doubt whatever of the emotional intensity of the speaker. Lear is going mad and is on the heath in the storm. Donald, take us back to the speech which we began the evening with.
Blow, winds, and crack your cheeks. Rage, blow. You cataracts and hurricanes, spout till you have drenched our steeples, drowned the cocks. You sulphurous and thought-executing fires, vault couriers of oak-cleaving thunderbolts, singe my white head, and thou, all-shaking thunder, strike flat the thick rotundity of the world, crack nature's molds, all germens, spill at once, that makes ingrateful man.
Okay. Well, if you do it as flat out as that in a small studio, it's a bit like
It's
a
not,
dinosaur sitting on a teacup, isn't it? But I must confess, though, that I don't quite know how I think this speech should be done. Part of me does question the full-blooded busting-a-gut version which you were going for, but I'm not sure. It could be, however, that when you do it like that, it's an overlay on Shakespeare rather than a realization of the text. It seems to me that, as ever, the text could do a great deal of work if your emotions don't get on top of it.
You would like me to do one over the top, then?
No, I thought...
No.
No, I don't think so. I don't think the roof and the lights and the cameras would stand it, actually. I tell you what we'll do. We'll try an exercise and an experiment. Don't bash it this time. Just breathe it. Whisper it. As quiet as you can. Don't try to shout the storm down. Just imagine that there's a dip in the storm and you're out of breath and you're very, very old and you haven't got a big voice. And remember Hamlet's advice to the players.
What was that?
Speak the speech trippingly on the tongue, but if you mouth it, that is leave the drowned crier spoke my lines. Have a go.
Yeah, I must admit, I do think here that Lear is asking for a storm, actually not commenting on one that's already there.
Good counsel.
Blow, winds, and crack your cheeks. Rage, blow. You cataracts and hurricanos, spout, till you have drenched our steeples, drowned the cocks. You sulphurous and thought-executing fires, vaunt couriers of oak-cleaving thunderbolts, singe my white head, and thou, all-shaking thunder, strike flat the thick rotundity of the world. Break no...
Never mind.
Yes.
I thought that you were getting much more richness, both of feeling and of text, out of it than when you brought the roof down.
Yes.
It was a strange experience for you, wasn't it? Well done.
Lovely.
Good. Thank you. Let's have a look now at Mistress Quickly describing the death of Falstaff. And we'll do it first in the same way. Be very moved and carried away by what you're saying.
All right.
All right, then.
Yes. Wait a minute.
Would I were with him, where Sir Mary is, either in heaven or in hell.
No, he's not in hell. He's in Arthur's bosom, if ever man went to Arthur's bosom. And made his finer end, and went away, and he been any Christian child. He parted in just between 12 and 1, in at the turning of the tide. For after I saw him fumble with the sheets, and play with flowers, and smile upon his fingers' ends, I knew there was but one way. I think that's enough of that, don't you?
Okay, well, tried it that way. Now, hold in your feelings because they're so painful. They're still there, but you hold them back. And try describing exactly what it's like in Falstaff's bedroom, exactly what it was like to be there.
Would I were with him, where Sir Mary is, either in heaven or in hell.
Nay, sure, he's not in hell. He's in Arthur's bosom, if ever man went to Arthur's bosom. And made a finer end, and went away, and it had been any Christian child. He parted in just between 12 and 1, in at the turning of the tide. For after I saw him fumble with the sheets, and play with flowers, and smile upon his fingers' ends, I knew there was but one way. For his nose was as sharp as a pen, and I babbled of green fields. Oh, now, Sir John, quoth I, what man be a good cheer? So I cried out, God, 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 3 or 4 times. So I, to comfort him, bid him he should not think of God. I hoped there was no need to trouble himself with such thoughts yet. So I bade me put more clothes upon his feet. I put my hand into the bed and felt them, and they were as cold as any stone. And I felt up to his knees, and so upward, and all was as cold as any stone.
Good, well, you moved me quite a lot there. There's no doubt, is there, which way works the better. I suppose that it brings up another point which we've made before. How much is the speech about Mistress Quickly, and how much is it about Falstaff? Well, obviously it's about both, but my experience of it in the theatre is that the balance is often wrong. The speech becomes a bit too much about Mistress Quickly and her grief and her sentimentality and her tears, but the actress has to make us see Falstaff on his deathbed. So perhaps the moral is, that it's sometimes more important to make the text resonate than to be moved oneself. But these are rather dangerous words. I sound as if I'm suggesting that an actor given half a chance will always tend to indulge his emotions at the expense of his text. Well, that does sometimes happen. But on the whole, I believe that the main reason the balance goes wrong is something quite different. It's very often simply to do with the size of the theatre. In the rehearsal room, a small area like this, he can work quickly and lightly, and it's much easier for him to maintain the balance. But when he has to fill a big auditorium, he naturally feels he has to project and make both his voice and his emotions bigger. And of course he's right. But very often he loses something thereby. So in our present context, a small intimate studio, we don't have the pressure of a big space to fill. So let's look now at this difference. Lisa, do the speech of Portia when she's finally getting Bassanio because he's chosen the right casket, and go absolutely full out as if you were in the big theatre at Stratford.
How all the other passions fleet to air, as doubtful thoughts and rash embrace despair and shuddering fear and green-eyed jealousy. Oh, love, be moderate. Allay thy ecstasy, in measure reign thy joy. Scant this excess. I feel too much thy blessing, make it less for fear I surfeit.
Good. Now let's bring the camera very close and see what happens if, like Donald, you just breathe it, whisper it.
How all the other passions fleet to air, as doubtful thoughts and rash embrace despair and shuddering fear and green-eyed jealousy. Oh, love, be moderate. Allay thy ecstasy. In measure reign thy joy. Scant this excess. I feel too much thy blessing. Make it less for fear I surfeit.
Lovely. Well, now, what do you feel about those two extremes and possibilities?
Well, the first one, you just need to express the huge joy that she's feeling, and also the release of the enormous tension. I mean, the tension of years, I suppose, of waiting for this casket to be chosen, the right one, and the fact it's the right man. So therefore, you have to use the language to push that emotion up and out, because it's actually one huge, great sigh, isn't it? One huge cry of joy and of also amazement. So in the huge theatre, you'd use all that outwardness, all those the words to push it out, to push the emotion out. But when you're in a small space, you have to, and because it's an aside, he's actually written aside, and you're very close to the person who's playing Bassanio, you'd have to bring it right in, contain it, and you would be able to whisper it. You'd be able to say, oh, God, I can't bear it, that closely, which you couldn't possibly do in a big house.
Which do you prefer?
Well, obviously, I would prefer the latter,
Yeah.
but mostly we have to do the former.
I think most actors would say the same thing. Now, I seem to be coming down rather strongly on the side of cool Shakespeare. If so, it's not because I'm fighting shy of the emotions, but because I believe that it's the way to make a scene or a character or a speech more moving. What I'm saying is that Shakespeare's language can be made to work on an audience as powerfully as an actor's emotions can. That, at least, is my experience. I don't mean that the actor shouldn't have emotions, but that they need to be channeled and controlled like the rest of his performance. Thought, emotion, and text must be balanced and in harness. But in a poetic play, the text should surely be the prime thing which is working on the audience. Now, Hamlet is, I suppose, the supreme example of a part in Shakespeare which is an intense mixture of passionate feeling and intellectual and intense thought all the time. That's the balance. So go for it in this bit.
How all occasions do inform against me, and spur my dull revenge. What is a man? If his chief good and market of his time be but to sleep and feed, a beast no more. Sure, he that made us with such large discourse, looking before and after, gave us not that capability and godlike reason to fasten us unused. Now, whether it be bestial oblivion, or some craven scruple of thinking too precisely on the event, a thought which courted hath but one part wisdom and ever 3 parts coward, I do not know. Why, yet I live to say this thing's to do, sith I have cause and will and strength and means to do it.
That's great. Because you gave us the thought and you gave us the feeling, and they were both in tension and balance. But I've said enough about that. You tell me about it, because you've played Hamlet and you know more than I do.
This speech seems always to me very much like somebody going down for the 3rd time. It comes at a point in the line of the part where Hamlet's life seems to have spun more than ever out of his control after a bewildering series of catastrophes in which he's become an exile and a murderer, but of the wrong man, at a point at which his assumed madness and his real disturbance are the border between them has become very, very shadowy indeed. And it seems to me to be a final attempt to assert his capability and godlike reason in an attempt to understand the volcanic emotions that he feels. And he hangs on, as it were, by his fingers' ends. Now, Hamlet's fingers' ends are his exceptional ability to rationalize and reflect on his emotions. And you could say that saves his reason, though it ultimately destroys his life. So that he makes this attempt and comes up against a sort of a blank wall, which is these 4 extraordinary lines of monosyllables. I do not know why yet I live to say this thing's to do, sith I have cause and will and strength and means to do it, which are like a sort of banner headline that come blazing off the script at an actor who's again scanning the text looking for clues. And what is very interesting indeed is that the need of the actor to control a flood tide of emotion and discipline it mentally and technically, using the essential eye of the needle, which is the language through which and only through which that emotion can be fed, coincides in a very peculiar way with the character's need to understand and rationalize on his emotions, so that not for the first or the last time in the play, the borderline between actor of Hamlet and the character of Hamlet begin to coincide, and a truly theatrical metaphor is set up.
And the borderline between passion and coolness, our theme, that's terribly intense and locked together here, isn't it?
Yes, because, I mean, a lot of the language in the plays is terrifically wrought and elaborate, and it is possible, through an excess of feeling, to distort the language instead of working through it. How all occasions do inform against me, and spur my dull revenge.
Let's end by looking at a passage which, to me at any rate, is one of the most moving in the canon. We can't do it full justice here because it's much cut and it needs the theatre. But let's just have a look and listen. At the end of The Winter's Tale, King Leontes thinks that he's killed his wife Hermione. And for 15 years he's been grieving for her, but she's actually still alive. At the end of the play, Paulina presents her to him as if she was a dead statue. A fairy tale situation, a thing full of wonder.
I like your silence. It the more shows off your wonder. But yet speak. First you, my liege. Comes it not something near?
Her natural posture. Chide me, dear stone, that I may say, indeed, thou art Hermione. Oh, thus she stood, even with such life of majesty, warm life, as now it coldly stands when first I wooed her. I am ashamed. Does not the stone rebuke me for being more stone than it? Oh, would I were dead. But yet, methinks, would you not deem it breathed, and that those veins did verily bear blood? The fixture of her eye has motion in't, as we are mocked with art.
I'll draw the curtain. He'll think anon it lives.
Oh, good Paulina, make me to think so 20 years together.
I could afflict you farther.
Do, Paulina, for this affliction has a taste as sweet as any cordial comfort. Still methinks there is an air comes from her. What fine chisel could ever yet cut breath? Let no man mock me, for I will kiss her.
Good my lord, forbear. You'll mar it if you kiss it. Shall I draw the curtain?
No, not these 20 years.
Either forbear, quit presently the chapel, or resolve you for more amazement. If you can behold it, I'll make the statue move indeed, descend, and take you by the hand.
What you can do, I am content to look upon. What to make her speak, I am content to hear, for 'tis as easy to make her speak as move.
It is required you do awake your faith. Then, all stand still. Or those that think it is unlawful business I am about, let them depart.
Proceed. No foot shall stir.
Music, awake her, strike. 'Tis time. Descend. Be stone no more. Approach. Strike all that look upon with marvel. Come, I'll fill your grave up. Stir. Nay, come away. Bequeath to death your numbness, for from him dear life redeems you. You perceive she stirs. Start not. Her action shall be holy, as you hear my spell is lawful. Do not shun her, lest she die again. Present your hand. When she was young, you wooed her. Now, in age, is she become the suitor?
She's warm.
In the previous programs, we've looked at lots of little bits of Shakespeare's text. We're going to look this evening at a longer passage, one that's virtually a whole scene by itself. We're going to work on it as if we were actually rehearsing the play. Lots of the points we've talked about will come up because I particularly want to dig into the scene for its textual richness and the verse. Of course, if we were rehearsing the play for full, there'd be lots of rehearsals where the text wasn't talked about and much more time would be spent on the relationship of the characters and the staging. But I want to stick here to the basic theme of playing Shakespeare. What hints and help are there in Shakespeare's text, and particularly in his verse, for the actors to seize upon and to use? Here's a scene from Twelfth Night between Orsino and Viola. She's disguised as a boy, and she's in love with him, but he doesn't know this. She's acting as his servant and messenger. So let's start the scene off from the top.
Give me some music. Now, good morrow, friends. Now, good Cesario, about that piece of song, that old and antique song we heard last night. I thought it did relieve my passion much. Come, but one verse.
He is not here, so please your lordship, that should sing it.
Who was it?
Feste the jester, my lord. A fool that the Lady Olivia's father took much delight in. Here's about the house.
Seek him out, and play the tune the while.
Okay. Now, that beginning is pretty straightforward, and we don't need to stop on it very long. Just want to point out one thing about the verse. We've said how Shakespeare gets extra stress by stressing an offbeat word in the verse line, like going dum-dum instead of de-dum. And you, to kick the scene off, have 2 or 3 of those. You say, give me some music, which picks up the scene and launches you into the scene, which wants to go further, I think. And then the next line, now, good Cesario. So you're starting something. And come, but one verse. Those 3 extra stresses at the beginning suggests your eagerness and excitement at the beginning of the scene. You're going to go more mellow later. And there's one textual hint about the ruminative nature of Orsino, which is that old and antique song. You love and indulge old, ancient and antique songs. Let's go back on that.
From the top.
Yeah.
Give me some music. Now, good morrow, friends. Now, good Cesario, about that piece of song. An old and antique song we heard last night. Methought it did relieve my passion much. Come, but one verse.
He is not here, so please your lordship, that should sing it.
Who was it?
Feste the jester, my lord, a fool that the Lady Olivia's father took much delight in. He is about the house.
Seek him out, and play the tune the while. I'm saying that presumably to some musicians.
Yes.
That we may or may not have. Right?
We've got music.
Where are they? Because I'm looking over there. You're looking...
I think they're over there. That's where your musicians are.
Yeah. Over that way, right.
Now, before we go on to the next bit, let me just, I don't want to stop too long on this bit either, but let me just point out 1 or 2 things in the verse in the next speech. The business of extra stress again in Shakespeare. In the second line, in the sweet pangs, diddy-dum-dum. That sweet is in an offbeat contrapuntal position and has extra stress because of it. And of course, the balance between sweet and pangs need bringing out, because that's what Orsino is. It is sweet to him, and he is in pain, but he loves it. And
in love with love, right?
In love with love.
Yes.
And then at the end of the speech, you have a very simple monosyllabic sentence. How dost thou like this tune? Well, if you say it just casually like I've just said it, it's a nothing. But if you give each of the words a stress, as you always should with a monosyllabic line of Shakespeare's, it'll take you into the depth of your love for music and into your love melody. So how dost thou like this? Each word matters.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So, you've gone. On we go again.
Come hither, boy. If ever thou shalt love, in the sweet pangs of it, remember me, for such as I am, all true lovers are. Unstayed and skittish in all motions else, save in the constant image of the creature that is beloved. How dost thou like this tune?
It gives a very echo to the seat where love is throned.
Good. Now, maybe we could indulge the love melancholy even more in that you could go even further with the sweet pangs, even further with how do you like the tune, and also, when you say, for such as I am, all true lovers are, you slightly took that naturalistically. Just think of those words, for such as I am, all true lovers are. I am the best lover in the world. There is self-love with your own love in that, isn't there?
Yes.
Just do it once again and indulge more.
Come hither, boy. If ever thou shalt love, in the sweet pangs of it, remember me. For such as I am, all true lovers are, unstayed and skittish in all motions else, save in the constant image of the creature that is beloved. How dost thou like this tune?
It gives a very echo to the seat where love is throned.
Thou dost speak masterly. My life upon...
And 'twas spoken masterly, very good. But we've come now towards, I think, the next textual verse question in the scene, which is, what do you do about the verse when a new sentence or a new speech begins at the half line? It's the thing of doing the detective work and deciding whether, because the verse line shared between the two of you, the cue is picked up immediately, or whether there's a pause. Now, this scene is very rich in choices that way, because sometimes it says pick up the cue, but sometimes, because Shakespeare's done a short verse line, he says there's a pause somewhere. So we've got to look for those as well. And there's a number of them coming up in the next few lines. So let's pick it up from, it gives a very echo to the seat again. And I would suggest that where love is thrown, thou dost speak masterly, is one verse line, and you pick it up at once because you're getting in tune with her. So probably that one isn't a pause. What do you think?
Well, the only thing that is it's for the fact that she is speaking masterly. It's for the fact that for that to register, isn't it, John? I mean, he listens. When you hear something spoken so beautifully as that, I mean, suddenly this boy comes up with this extraordinary remark. Well, it's riveting, isn't it?
As always, I say that when these things are raised, they're only questions and we have choices. But I'd suggest that maybe you do take up the verse line there at once and that the pause comes after it. The very seat where love is thrown, thou dost speak. That's wonderful. Pause. The pause goes with the verse.
It goes after speak, does it?
Speak masterly.
Well, it's after masterly.
At the end of the verse line.
Yes.
I mean, as always, one has to raise these questions, but as always, decide which is best. You don't have to follow the rule, but very often Shakespeare's right.
Yes.
So pick it up from it gives a very echo.
How dost thou like this tune?
It gives a very echo to the seat where love is throned.
Thou dost speak masterly. My life upon, young though thou art, thine eye hath stayed upon some favour that it loves. Hath it not, boy?
A little, by your favour.
What kind of woman is't?
Of your complexion.
She is not worth thee, then. But there's another one there, isn't there? Of your complexion, she is not worth thee, then.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you make your own choice about it?
Yes, I think you've got to be aware that these things are happening in the text and then make your choice. We've got two or three all together.
Yes.
Hath it not, boy, a little by your favour, is one verse line, and you did in fact pick it up then, which I thought was right. And I thought, by the way, that pausing off to thou to speak masterly actually works better.
It does work, yeah.
Then there's another one when Orsino says, what kind of woman is't, and you say, of your complexion.
Yes.
So maybe you don't pause there.
Yes.
That's the question to raise.
Yes.
And then the other thing happens. Orsino says, she is not worthy then what years, i' faith, and you have a short verse line which only has about your years, my lord. Well, Shakespeare's built a pause there because there's a short line and missing beats. So what we have to decide is whether to pause before or after the line in such cases. So which do you think might be right there?
I would imagine that it should be before,
Yeah.
because it's such a wonderful payoff for
That's
Orsino
right.
to say too old, by heaven.
Well, I think that's the point, because what Shakespeare usually does with all this system is to earn the pauses for the actors. You see, if you pick up these half-line cues as they're written, when a pause comes, it's the stronger.
Yeah.
But if you make lots of little individual pauses, then it all goes naturalistic and the verse drive and rhythm of Shakespeare disappears. So try it again from...
Can I just be quite sure that I've got the actual lines? Hath it not, boy, a little by your favour, end of line.
End of
correct?
line.
What kind of woman is't
Of your complexion.
End of line.
She is not worth thee then what years, i' faith?
End of line.
About your years, my lord.
Too old, by heaven.
That's the pause.
End of line.
Because that's a very important moment for Vala.
Yes.
Because she doesn't quite know what to say to you. Let's just run that section then. From, gives a very echo again.
How does I like this tune?
It gives a very echo to the seat where love is throned.
Thou dost speak masterly. My life upon, young though thou art, thine eye hath stayed upon some favour that it loves, hath it not, boy?
A little by your favour.
What kind of woman is't?
Of your complexion.
She is not worth thee, then. What years, i' faith?
About your years, my lord.
Too old, by heaven. Let's still the woman.
How do we think that works?
I think
Does
I
it
leapt
give
in.
time?
Not quite. I didn't quite. I quite gave time on one of them. She's not worth thee, then. I don't think I gave time for that.
I feel I want to pause before of your complexion.
It
Because
is-
she's caught out, isn't she, a bit?
There's always another option about a pause, is that you can always have it within the words, can't you? So, of your complexion, you could pick up the cue, but say, you could feel for it with the words themselves.
Ah, lovely. Yes, yes.
Then you follow
Perfect.
Shakespeare's rhythm, but you
Yes.
have your pause.
Yes.
I mean, always the question about a pause is, does it come before the line, does it come after the line, or can it come in the middle of a line?
Or have you earned it?
Or have you earned
Yes.
it? That's the most important point. But we earned the last one there. Let's go on to the next bit. So, pick it up from what years, i' faith?
What years, i' faith?
About your years, my lord.
Too old, by heaven. Let still the woman take an elder than herself. So wears she to him. So sways she level in her husband's heart. For boy, however we do praise ourselves, our fancies are more giddy and unfirm, more longing, wavering, sooner lost and worn than women's are.
I think it well, my lord.
And let thy love be younger than thyself. For thy affections cannot hold the bent. Cannot hold the bent means cannot last, isn't it?
Can't endure.
Yes. Now that seemed all perfectly straightforward.
Yes,
Was it?
the verse there is much more straightforward, except there's the little indication that his thoughts are teeming because a sentence begins halfway through the verse line, which is very often a hint in Shakespeare to the actor that the thoughts are tumbling out of him. Too old by heaven, let still the woman take. It's good to run that line on because his mind is teeming. I think the only thing maybe we missed was that there's a bigger gear change for Orsino halfway through that speech, after he said, so sways she level in her husband's heart. For boy, however we do praise ourselves, our fancies are more giddy and unfirm, and you make an admission about yourself, and you tell the truth about your own self-indulgence as a lover.
It's bloke's talk, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
It's
that's right.
Chat between fellas.
But if you took the first 3 lines of that speech, pouring out of you quite fluently, and then, for boy, however we do praise ourselves, you slowed up and began to look at yourself sardonically.
Even Riley, John.
Even Riley.
Even Riley, yeah.
What years, of faith?
What years, i' faith?
About your years, my lord.
Too old, by heaven. Let still the woman take an elder than herself. So wears she to him. So sways she level in her husband's heart. For boy, however we do praise ourselves, our fancies are more giddy and unfirm, more longing, wavering, sooner lost and worn than women's are.
I think it well, my lord.
And let thy love be younger than thyself, for thy affections cannot hold the bent. For women are as roses, whose fair flower, being once displayed, doth fall that very hour.
And so they are. Alas, that they are so. To die even when they to perfection grow.
Okay, hold it a moment. We'll have a couple of points on that bit, I think.
I was being a bit self-indulgent there, perhaps, at the expense of the rhythm. Was I? Or had I earned it?
I think you've earned it. Let me raise another verbal point, which is the importance often in verbs. We're good at colouring coloured nouns and adjectives, but sometimes the verbs are the active words in a line. For instance, you said, so where's she to him? But surely it's so where's she to him? So sways she level in her husband's heart. That's a good example of a sentence where the verbs are the important ones.
Yeah.
And then another point which comes up at the end of that little bit, which is we've run into a couple of couplets, haven't we? A couple of rhyming couplets. Orsino has one and Bala has one. Now, we've usually given ourselves the rule that if we have a couplet, the speaker knows that it's a couplet and makes it a couplet because they want a couplet or need a couplet. And you've got to set up a couplet for her to answer you with a couplet. And that coining of a couplet is part of your self-dramatization and self-indulgence. And her couplet brings it down to earth again, but you need to set up yours for hers to pay off. So just take it from let thy affection be younger than thyself, then.
Then let thy love be younger than thyself, or thy affections cannot hold the bent. For women are as roses, whose fair flower being once displayed doth fall that very hour.
And so they are. Alas, that they are so. To die even when they to perfection grow.
And just pause a moment and say what you think about what you should do about couplets. Are they a problem or are they good stuff or what?
Musically, it's lovely that this little passage between them ends like that. It's just like it ends on a, not a major note, but it just ends, the two couplets just end the scene before the next.
That's right.
The next bit.
I reckon if you give full weight to those couplets, you do round off the scene and you then earn a pause before Bestia and Curio come back.
And I think I should have been a bit jerkier earlier on.
But it seems to me for both of you, there is more element of humour about oneself in the situation. You, the humour of being dressed as a boy and wry.
Yes.
And you are able, however indulgent you are, to mock yourself as a lover. And when you would make the admission to the boy that your fancies are wavering and inconstant.
But it's this is a very sad reflection.
I was going to say, I just think that last couplet of mine, for instance, that's when it's like a volte-face.
That's right.
It's when she actually...
Which almost perhaps she takes off him, because his couplet, I mean, it's a sad reflection, isn't it?
Why don't we try taking it from Too Old by Heaven? And that's got humour and self-mockery in it, hasn't it? And for boy, however we do praise ourselves, that's wry humour against yourself. Our fancies are more giddy and unfirm. I know I'm giddy and unfirm. And when you say women are as roses whose fair flower being once displayed doth fall that very hour, maybe that's at that point a bit callous about women, a bit sexist perhaps. It seems to me if you go mellow and melancholy on that, then her lines don't break into your lines. If you say, women, they don't last, and she says, that's true, and breaks into it.
Yes.
Yes.
So, do it again from, what year's your faith again?
What year's your faith?
About your years, my lord.
Too old, by heaven. Let still the woman take an elder than herself. So wears she to him. So sways she level in her husband's heart. For boy, however we do praise ourselves, our fancies are more giddy and unfirm, more longing, wavering, sooner lost and worn than women's are.
I think it well, my lord.
And let thy love be younger than thyself, or thy affections cannot hold the bent. The women are as roses, whose fair flower, being once displayed, doth fall that very hour.
And so they are. Alas, that they are so. To die even when they to perfection grow.
Now, what's coming there, I thought, was very good, was that the text is beginning to work on itself. Words qualify words, one sentence qualifies another, her speech at the end breaks into yours, so that the mood is changing all the time. It's about the inconstancy and shiftingness of mood in love, the scene, isn't it? So the text itself and the verse has to shift. If you play it too evenly, we get, as always in Shakespeare, a generalized mood and it doesn't work. But if you play all the contrasts as they come, then there's riches, and riches for the audience to latch on. It was very good.
Oh, fellow, come. The song we had last night, the market society. It is old and plain, the spinners and the knitters in the sun, and the free maids that weave their thread with bones do use to chant it. It is silly sooth, dallies with the innocence of love, like the old age.
Are you ready, sir?
Aye, prithee, sing.
Okay, don't sing for a moment. 2 points to come out of that, I think. There's a wonderful example of a resonant monosyllabic line here. The spinners and the knitters in the sun, and the free maids that weave their thread with bones. If you let that line breathe, if you stretch the words, it has extraordinary poetic resonance. If you just say it naturalistically, and the free maids that weave their thread with bones, it doesn't work. And indeed, as I often point out, if you try and take a monosyllabic line fast, you get into a tongue twister and it doesn't work anyway. But I thought that the free maids that weave their thread with bones, that you could find the textual richness of that by envying them their innocence and their happiness. Because you say in the speech, the song dallies with the innocence of love, which I haven't got. I'm sophisticated in love, I, Orsino. I'm love-worn, I'm love-sophisticated. I wish I had the innocence. And then there's another smashing example of a Shakespeare pause built into the text, isn't there, at the end of Orsino's speech, because he says, dallies with the innocence of love, like the old age.
Pause for me to decide whether he's finished or not.
That's right. Absolutely.
Is it all right to start?
That's
Yes.
right. Are you ready, sir?
At
It's
last.
quite funny if there's a pause. I mean, Shakespeare's built a bit of comedy into his pause there. Now, let me just say one thing about the song. Very famous lyric. The nature of the song, of course, is described by Orsino itself. It is old and plain, and country people sing it, and it's about the innocence of love. So that tells us what the song smells like, but it also tells us what you think is in the song. But what does Festi think is in the song? Quite a long song, and there's also the fact there are 2 verses of it. There's always a danger with a song on the stage, isn't there, that a verse repeats itself, so the action gets becalmed because the tune repeats. And I've always felt that there was something different in these 2 verses, that maybe in the first verse, Festi sings it straight.
And then he starts to mock him in the second.
Yes. And in the second one, he starts to actually send up Orsino for his love indulgence.
Exactly.
So should we try it that way and mock him up in any way?
It'll all
you
come
like?
out the same, but that'll be the intention.
Well, hopefully the
you know the tune?
Yeah. We hope the tune will be the same. But be as outrageous as you can with that.
The sending of him up.
Yes.
And we thought it might be quite a good idea if I move onto the floor here, wouldn't it? So we'll give Norman a bit of chance to use
Yes, because then if he's away from me, then it gives me a
Yes.
chance to mock him behind his back.
That's right.
And perhaps play some a bit off.
Absolutely. She can see that you're mocking him, but he mustn't, I think. So, again...
Okay. Just for Old Fellow Come.
Yeah, a fellow come.
Old Fellow Come, the song we had last night, Market Cesario. It is old and plain, the spinners and the knitters in the sun, and the free maids that weave their thread with bones do use to chant it. It is silly sooth, and dallies with the innocence of love, like the old age.
Are you ready, sir?
Aye, prithee, sing.
Come away, death, and in sad cypress let me be laid. Fly away, breath, I am slain by a fair, cruel maid. My shroud of white stuck all with you, oh, prepare it. My part of death, no one so true did share it. Not a flower, not a flower sweet. On my black coffin let there be strown. Not a friend greet my poor corpse where my bones shall be thrown. 1,000 sighs to save, lay me oh where, sad true lover, ne'er find my grave to weep there.
Well, good. A word about songs. I always think they're a terrible trap in a Shakespeare scene because one can so easily have an exquisite song, but the action and the play becomes becalmed.
No danger of that in this case.
No. But no, my point is that truly looked into over and over, a song, which we've not talked about in this series, but a Shakespeare song or piece of music actually becomes part of the action of the scene. And I've seen this scene done very often where there's pause for lovely song, but it seems totally extrinsic to the scene. So what does the song do here? Presumably, as it's his favourite song, he plays it to feed his love melancholy, and the song makes the disease worse.
So it's tear time for Orsino, really, isn't it?
Well...
Almost.
It's going to lead him to breaking out in a minute, perhaps.
Yes.
I mean, he's been worked up and inside it, and something's going to snap in a minute. He'd say, go back and see Olivia, which is the beginning of the last section with Vala.
Yes.
But I thought watching it that it was as important to see the song working on you as to hear the song sung by Norman.
Yes.
Because the scene is about your melancholy.
Yes.
So, let's pick it up from the end of the song. Then we get a prose bit, which goes on up to Vesti's exit, which is reasonably straightforward. So, from end of song.
There's for thy pains.
No pain, sir. I take pleasure in singing, sir.
I'll pay thy pleasure, then.
Truly, sir, and pleasure will be paid, one time or another.
Give me now leave to leave thee.
Now the melancholy God protect thee, for thy mind is a very opal. I would have men of such constancy put to sea, that their business might be everything and their intent everywhere. For that's it, that always makes a good voyage of nothing. Farewell.
Okay. Now, though there's nothing particularly complex textually in that, I think dramatically and character-wise one needs to say something, because you played rightly the professional fool, but I think it's actually a bit more loaded than you made it. I think there's a bit more subtext that we could find out of it. For instance, when you say pleasure will be paid one time or another, that's something you've learnt out of life. Maybe you're trying to teach him a lesson, but within the general flipness, there's suddenly, as so often with Shakespeare's fool, a very serious remark. And when you say the melancholy God protect thee, for thy mind is very opal, the melancholy God, the God he worships, the God of love melancholy. So it's more getting inside him.
Yes.
And surely the payoff word, for that's it that makes a good voyage of nothing.
Nothing.
Your love, your indulgence is nothing. So,
which builds the fires for Orsino.
Which builds the fires
Yes.
for Orsino.
Yeah. And put to sea is to be as inconstant as the waves and winds.
Yes.
Yes.
That's right.
So that finally you're going to finish up, whatever your business
That's
is, you're going to finish up with nothing.
That's right.
Yeah.
But I've often seen the scenes done there with Festi frolicsome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's his public persona, and maybe he is frolicsome on the surface, but underneath it's a much darker bit.
Yes.
So do it again and try to
Right.
disturb him more.
There's for thy pain.
No pain, sir. I take pleasure in singing, sir.
I'll pay thy pleasure, then.
Truly, sir. And pleasure will be paid, one time or another.
Give me now leave to leave thee.
Now the melancholy God protect thee, for thy mind is a very opal. I would have men of such constancy put to sea, that their business might be everything and their intent everywhere. For that's it that always makes a good voyage of nothing.
Good.
Farewell.
And all the rest give place. Once more, Cesario, get thee to yon same sovereign cruelty. Tell her, my love, more noble than the world, prizes not quantity of dirty lands. The parts that fortune hath bestowed upon her, tell her, I hold as giddily as fortune.
Okay, yes, just come back a moment. I thought that was great. I thought that put Orsino under a tremendous pressure. And what we must look at is how the verse begins to work to help put you into orbit for the next section. Because you say, let all the rest give place once more, Cesario. Now, sometimes that editors print that as 2 lines, but I think it's 1 line. And I think that you shouldn't wait for the exit. The pressure's built up that he's put on you, and you say, right, everybody get out, go on, Cesario. And from this moment on in the scene, your impatience to reach out to Olivia drives you, and the tempo of the scene positively changes in the verse. I think that the scene runs on to up to her outburst of, I bet I know. I think...
What dost thou know, yes.
Well, what dost thou know? That's jumping a little bit, but while we're mentioning it, and that I owe Olivia, I bet I know, is 1 verse line, and you say, what dost thou know, which is a short verse line. And by God, that earns a pause there. I suspect we'll find in a minute if anything does. But what I'd want to pick up where we've got to, when you say once more, Cesario, you have a little speech where, same point as we made at the very beginning of the scene, the contrapuntal stress, the extra stress, is at the beginning of the verse line, which always gives an extra bite to what the speaker's saying.
Get thee.
Get thee. Tell her. Tell her I hold as giddily as fortune. So it's go, come on, something's got to happen. And the rhythm of you changes totally.
So, in fact, the festive scene has had the reverse effect to what he anticipated. He was sitting there.
That's right.
Yes. Listen to his melancholy song, and the effect it has on
That's
him
right.
is actually a complete opposite.
Yes. That's right. I mean, I would say that the festive encounter, which can so often be played just as interlude with clown and song, actually has a great dramatic effect on the scene and on Orsino. And it's probably painful to you as well, isn't it? The love songs.
Yes.
So let's take it from Let All the Rest Give Place, from the end of Festive.
For that's it that always makes a good voyage of nothing. Farewell.
And all the rest give place. Once more, Cesario, get thee to yon same sovereign cruelty. Tell her, my love, more noble than the world, prizes not quantity of dirty lands. The parts that fortune hath bestowed upon her, tell her, I hold as giddily as fortune.
But if she cannot love you, sir...
I cannot be so answered.
Sus, but you must. Say that some lady, as perhaps there is, hath for your love as great a pang of heart as you have for Olivia. You cannot love her, you tell her so. Must she not then be answered?
There is no woman's sides can bide the beating of so strong a passion as love doth give my heart. Make no compare between that love a woman can bear me, and that I owe Olivia.
Aye, but I know!
Ah, what dost thou know?
Okay, good. I think that the pressure continues between the two of them right up to what dost thou know?
Yes.
And I think that there is only one possible pause in that section, which is when Orsino again has a short verse line. There is no woman's sides. Now, what does that suggest to you? Viola says, must she not then be answered? Short verse line, there is no woman's sides.
Can abide the beating of so strong a passion as love doth give me. It's all one, isn't it?
It may be that there's a beat before there is no woman's side because she's scored. She said something that stops you in your tracks for a moment. I suspect that's the one pause in the section.
Yes.
Can I put a pause, John, before say that some lady? It's as if she takes the decision to open a tiny door. Is that allowable?
A pause always is allowable. One has to ask oneself, is it justified?
Yes.
I'm not against pauses. All I think I'm saying is that in our modern work, we put in pauses wherever we want them. And if you start doing that too much in Shakespeare, the text begins to go wrong, and you have to earn each one. And you have to question whether it should be there or not.
Yes. Get thee to yon same sovereign cruelty. Tell her, my love, more noble than the world, prizes not quantity of dirty lands. The parts that fortune hath bestowed upon her, tell her I hold as giddily as fortune.
But if she cannot love you, sir...
I cannot be so answered.
Sooth, but you must. Say that some lady, as perhaps there is, hath for your love as great a pang of heart as you have for Olivia. You cannot love her, you tell her so. Must she not then be answered?
There's no woman's sides can bide the beating of so strong a passion as love doth give my heart. Make no compare between that love a woman can bear me, and that I owe Olivia.
Aye, but I know!
What dost thou know?
Too well what love women to men may owe. In faith they are as true of heart as we. My father had a daughter loved a man. As it might be, perhaps, were I a woman, I should your lordship.
And what's her history?
A blank, my lord. She never told her love, but let concealment like a worm i' the bud feed on her damask cheek.
Okay, very good. I'll stop you there. I think that taking that with that sweep earned Judy's time on the moment we've got to. I thought that worked very well. Let me just make one point about where we've got to. Vala's talking about her love pain, but the bit of her that sees the ridiculous side of it, the sad, funny side of it, maybe one needs to go a bit further with that.
Yes.
I mean, the idea of sitting like Patience on a monument always seems to me to be a funny idea in itself.
Yes.
And if you have the pain, but you also can see the ridiculous side of the whole situation of you being dressed as a boy and having this conversation with the person you love.
Yes.
Well, that's one little, 1, 2, 4 words. I don't quite know where to put the stress, John, on what's her history. Is it, what's her history? Well, tell me about her, then, if you must. Is it, or what's her, is it more interested?
And what's her history? Yeah. History is the strong word.
What is the story of her? And I am quite interested.
Yeah.
It's not dismissive.
No, I think you're interested.
Yes,
Just
I
pick
see.
it up from there. And what's her history?
What's her history?
A blank, my lord. She never told her love, but let concealment like a worm i' the bud feed on her damask cheek. She pined in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy, she sat like Patience on the monument, smiling at grief. Was not this love indeed? We men may say more, swear more, but indeed our shows are more than will. For still we prove much in our vows, but little in our love.
Died thy sister of her love, my boy?
I am all the daughters of my father's house, and all the brothers too. And yet, I know not. Sir, shall I to this lady?
Aye, that's the theme. To her in haste. Give her this jewel. Say, my love can give no place, bide no denay.
I thought you did the famous bit wonderfully. Wonderfully.
Make me cry every night, Dad.
That was great. I think the only point I want to make about the end is how the verse breaks the mood again at the end. I mean, you rightly snapped out of it. Shall I to this lady? You snapped out of it. Now, the verse picks up there at the half line, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Aye, that's the theme. No pause for you there. And you round the whole thing off with a vigorous couplet. End of scene, couplet, let's go. So you cut into her mood.
Is there the slightest sense that, from Orsino, that he is not all that he pretends to be at this point in the play?
That she, you mean?
Yes.
That...
Yes, he.
I think you realise there's something very strange about the boy.
Yes.
Though you don't recognise it's not a boy. I think there is that moment.
Yes, I mean, that you'd want, that's why I paused, John, you see.
Yeah.
And is that pause justified there because of that thought? And
Yes,
did we
I
want
think
that
it's
thought to-
justified if you then brush it away and there's a change at the next beat. Now, I think we must on now, and what I'd like to do now, having done it in little bits, is to just run the whole scene, see what we retain of that, and go for these violent, jagged gear changes within the scene, and overdo the text if you go too far.
Right.
Okay? So we do it from the top.
All right.
Off we go.
Give me some music. Now, good morrow, friends. Now, good Cesario, but that piece of song, that old and antique song we heard last night, I thought it did relieve my passion much. Come, but one verse.
He is not here, so please your lordship, that should sing it.
Who was it?
Feste the jester, my lord. A fool that the Lady Olivia's father took much delight in. He is about the house.
Seek him out, and play the tune the while. Come hither, boy. Ever thou shalt love, in the sweet pangs of it, remember me. For such as I am, all true lovers are, unstayed and skittish in all motions else, save in the constant image of the creature that is beloved. How dost thou like this tune?
It gives a very echo to the seat where love is thrown.
Thou dost speak masterly. Thy life upon it, young though thou art, thine eye has stayed upon some favour that it loves, hath it not, boy?
A little, by your favour.
What kind of woman is't?
Of your complexion.
She's not worth thee, then. What years, i' faith?
About your years, my lord.
Too old, by heaven. Let still the woman take an elder than herself. So wears she to him, so sways she level in her husband's heart. For, boy, however we do praise ourselves, our fancies are more giddy and unfirm, more longing, wavering, sooner lost and worn than women's are.
I think it well, my lord.
Then let thy love be younger than thyself, or thy affections cannot hold the bent. For women are as roses, whose fair flower, being once displayed, doth fall that very hour.
And so they are. Alas, that they are so. To die even when they to perfection grow.
Oh, fellow, come. The song we had last night. Mark it, Cesario. It is old and plain. The spinners and the knitters in the sun did use to sing it. And the free maids that weave their thread with bones do use to chant it. It is silly sooth. Dallies with the innocence of love. And the old age. Are you ready, sir? Aye, prithee, sing.
Come away, death, and in sad Cyprus let me be laid. Fly away, breath, I am slain by a fair, cruel maid. My shroud of white stuck all with you, oh, prepare it. My part of death, no one so true did share it. Not a flower sweet, on my black coffin let there be strown. Not a friend, greet my poor corpse where my bone shall be thrown. 1,000 sighs to save, lay me, oh, where? sad true lover, ne'er find my grave to weep there.
As for thy pains.
No pain, sir. I take pleasure in singing, sir.
I'll pay thy pleasure, then.
Truly, sir. And pleasure will be paid, one time or another.
Give me now leave to leave thee.
Now the melancholy god protect thee, for thy mind is a very opal. I would have men of such constancy put to sea, that their business might be everything and their intent everywhere. For that's it, that always makes a good voyage of nothing. Farewell.
And all the rest give place. Once more, Cesario, get thee to yon same sovereign cruelty. Tell her, my love, more noble than the world, prizes not quantity of dirty lands. The parts that fortune hath bestowed upon her, tell her I hold as giddily as fortune.
But if she cannot love you, sir...
I cannot be so answered.
Yes, but you must. Say that some lady, as perhaps there is, hath for your love as great a pang of heart as you have for Olivia. You cannot love her, you tell her so. Must she not then be answered?
There is no woman's sides can bide the beating of so strong a passion as love doth give my heart. Make no compare between that love a woman can bear me, and that I owe Olivia.
Aye, but I know!
Oh, what dost thou know?
Too well what love women to men may owe. In faith, they are as true of heart as we. My father had a daughter, loved a man. As it might be, perhaps, were I a woman, I should your lordship.
And what's her history?
A blank, my lord. She never told her love, but let concealment, like a worm i' the bud, feed on her damask cheek. She pined in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy, she sat like Patience on the monument, smiling at grief. Was not this love, indeed? We men may say more, swear more, but indeed our shows are more than will, for still we prove much in our vows, but little in our love.
Died thy sister of her love, my boy?
I am all the daughters of my father's house, and all the brothers too. And yet, I know not. Sir, shall I to this lady?
Aye, to her, in haste. That's the theme, to her, in haste. Give her this jewel. Say, my love can give no place. Bide no denay.
Look, I think you did that beautifully.
Bit of a mess, I mean.
Yeah. I think if I was to sum up, I would stress very strongly that what we've rehearsed together now is only one aspect of the business, isn't it? Because I've been laying down the law about the verse because I've been stressing how we must give our attention to it. I don't want to be thought of as saying that I'm issuing rules or that you have to follow the verse. What we're saying is that you have to be aware of the verse and you have to be aware of how it works and to find out how it helps you. So what's the moral of the rehearsal? We've dug into the material, we've moved the scene on a bit in a particular way, but of course we haven't been trying to find a definitive solution, just one possibility. With Shakespeare, there are always a limitless number of answers and different ones come up at each rehearsal. So what have we been trying to prove? Simply this, that the clues in the text are much richer and more numerous than at first appears. I suppose if I were to draw a moral from our rehearsal, it would be simply this, that though the possibilities are infinite, we can only sift the fruitful from the perverse by getting our teeth into the text and the verse itself. if the textual points are ignored, it's pretty certain that Shakespeare's intentions will be ignored or at least twisted. Something else will be put in their place, maybe valid in itself, but nonetheless a distortion. I'm not trying to knock that kind of work. It can be rich and exciting in its own right, but it is an alternative to, and not a realization of, Shakespeare. Shakespeare is his text, and the way he uses it is just that. So if you want to do him justice, you have to look for and follow the clues he offers. If an actor does that, then he'll find that Shakespeare himself starts to direct him.
John, taking part in some of these programs and watching the others, I've been reminded that it is actually over 20 years since I first heard you expound some of the matter which you've been going into in great detail about how to do Shakespeare. And like the rest of us, in the intervening 2 decades, I've not only worked with you, but come to be very grateful to you for the productions of Shakespeare, which I've not been in, of yours, which I've seen. And we are privileged, and many of your viewers will not be as privileged because they won't have seen your productions. So everything you've been saying of an academic nature and of a detailed nature, I've been able to measure against your achievements as a director in the theatre and the achievements of the actors who've worked for you. I wonder if some of the viewers are thinking, why did John Barton never come into the theatre at all? Why didn't he stay at Cambridge and be the most brilliant academic and write books on this subject? Why didn't he start a drama school? Why didn't he become a critic and chastise everybody who wasn't doing it like he was? And yet I know you're devoted to the theatre. And I wonder if you could just, along those lines, tell us what it is about the theatre which keeps your adrenaline running and makes you want to go even deeper into this sort of background which will help you to make what are often marvellous productions.
I think in a way it's the reason why we're making these programs, which is that I've been asked to write a book about Shakespeare, and I refused because I thought that you could only talk about the problems of acting Shakespeare by doing it with living actors. And my love of Shakespeare, which is certainly great when I read him, is always leading me to seeing, let it be done with actors. Let's see what happens when it's brought alive by actors, because it's so incomplete when it's just a text on the stage. On the other hand, sometimes I think, well, maybe it's all quite impossible, because when we do work, when we dig, as we've been doing in these programs, we analyze, we argue, we rootle around, and we learn so much about what goes on in that text. But of course then, when we do it, I always feel a bit of a sense of failure, because we can't put into the work more than a fraction of the things that we talk about and dig for. And I think failure is the important thing to talk about in this program, because otherwise we set ourselves up as high priests, which we're not. We do our best, but we only bring before the audience a fraction of the things that we've learnt or think we've learnt in rehearsal. And I suppose I feel a particular sense of failure when I talk about Shakespeare's poetry. It's a problem that's haunted me over the years and which I've never really solved. When I read a Shakespeare text, I'm moved and stirred by the power and the resonance of individual lines. The poet Housman described the effect to him of recalling a line of poetry when he was shaving.
Experience has taught me to keep watch over my thoughts, because if a line of poetry strays into my memory, my skin bristles so that the razor ceases to act.
Unfortunately, audiences don't shave in the theatre, but shouldn't they be thrilled by poetry just as Housman was? Shouldn't our senses be stirred by the language? Yet nothing I've said so far about marrying our two traditions, Elizabethan and modern, necessarily helps to bring about what I can both hear and I can feel in the lines as I read them. I can talk about intentions and the rhythm and the key words and the situation and all that, all the things that we've looked at, and yet I feel I'm missing something, and in rehearsal I often don't know what to say or how to help the actor.
Well, what about just saying to them, as somebody said in Alice in Wonderland, look after the sense and the sounds will look after themselves?
Well, that's comforting words to an actor. But are we sure that they're true? I mean, I think that they're good counsel for starting the work. But I'm not sure that they take you all the way. But what do you think?
I think it's fair enough. As far as the question of comprehension is concerned, you need to comprehend, obviously, as well as you can, what the lines mean. I think that where the other aspect of the sounds or the textures, the rhythms, are to do with this other question, which is perhaps we don't quite understand so well today, which is the word apprehension, as opposed to comprehension. And I think that apprehension to the Elizabethans was a very palpable form of being sensually highly aware of, as I say, rhythm, sound, texture, as a way of combining with comprehension to bring about a factor which goes beyond just the sense.
That's very good.
Kind of quality.
Something like music which would accompany wonderful lyrics, say.
Yes.
Yes.
We're sort of talking about an acting sixth sense, which isn't to do with analysing or the mind. It's something that we have to feel about those lines.
And it takes place only in the time in which it takes place. I mean,
That's
that
right.
it lives as it dies, or it dies as it lives.
But
it's only...
how can we work on it? How can we find our way with it? That's the problem. I'm talking particularly about text which is poetic and yet not obviously heightened. Now, that's saying something I haven't raised so far. There's often a kind of hidden poetry in seemingly simple, unpoetic lines, which is easy to overlook and quite different from the overt poetry which we find in rich and heightened language. Just listen to the line we began the series with.
In sooth, I know not why I am so sad.
Good. Now, what Ian caught then, and what I didn't point out at the time because we were looking at other things, was that besides being a naturalistic line on the surface, it also has a poetic ring, uneasy, haunting, and resonant, though it's hard to put into words of quite what. That happens very often with Shakespeare's monosyllabic lines. Here's a prose example. All but one word of it are monosyllables.
Ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man.
When Lear awakens from his madness, he says,
You do me wrong to take me out of the grave. Thou art a soul in bliss, but I am bound upon a wheel of fire, that mine own tears do scald like molten lead.
35 words, and all but two are monosyllables. Grave, bliss, fire. Now, in All's Well That Ends Well, the Countess talks about what it's like to be in love.
Even so it was with me when I was young. If ever we are nature's, these are ours. This thorn doth to our rose of youth rightly belong. Our blood to us, this to our blood is born. It is the show and seal of nature's truth, where love's strong passion is impressed in youth. By the remembrances of days foregone, such were our faults, though then we thought them none.
71 words, and again, all but 8 are monosyllables. Shakespeare often uses monosyllabic lines for particularly charged or heightened moments. They need air. They need to go more slowly than the other lines that tend to do so naturally. Polysyllables trip easily off the tongue, characterization, repudiation, and so on. Monosyllabic lines and words are packed with thoughts and feelings. You actually can't rush them. So just try taking one or two monosyllabic lines very fast and then see what happens with them.
In sooth, I know not why I am so sad.
You do me wrong to take me out of the grave.
It struts and frets his heart upon the stage.
Even so it was with me when I was young.
There, you can't do it, can you? So let's go back to Antonio again, slowly.
In sooth, I know not why I am so sad.
Good. Now, one of the difficulties of this line is that it's a difficult moment for Antonio. He doesn't know why he's so sad. So he's feeling for something, but he himself doesn't quite know what it is. I suppose that's why it's a poetic line. So each of you take the line, one after the other, and see if you can't search it, feel for it, and disturb me poetically in some way like Ian was doing.
In sooth, I know not why I am so sad.
In sooth, I know not why I am so sad.
In sooth, I know not why I am so sad. In sooth, I know not why I am so sad.
In sooth, I know not why I am so sad.
Good. Well, I think something was captured and caught there because you were actually doing something that you don't normally do in the theatre, and yet it's perhaps valuable.
Do you really believe that old ghost about reading Shakespeare being better than seeing it on the stage?
Well, I think it's a ghost that's got some blood in it. Perhaps we should read Shakespeare to ourselves more often when we're rehearsing him. Perhaps there's a moral in that. It touches on something that we don't think about when we're worrying about character and moves and situation and plotting. Here's a literary man writing just 50 years ago of Constance's love and grief for her dead son Arthur in King John.
Of nature's gifts that mayst with lilies boast, and with the half-blown rose. Oh, bother that half-blown rose, its beauty blurs my eyes and I can hardly go on quoting. Grief fills the room up of my absent child, lies in his bed, walks up and down with me, puts on his pretty looks. Oh, where's my handkerchief? I can't quote anymore.
Well, we can laugh at him, and indeed, I suppose he's half laughing at himself, but isn't he at bottom right in what he's expressing there? Don't the lines move you just a little just by listening to them, even out of context? And if the feeling is there in reading, shouldn't we try to recapture it if we can in the theatre? And don't we sometimes give short shrift with poetry?
In the old days, directors used to tell the actor how to do the line and what the tune was, and it still happens sometimes. I mean, I remember with you, oh yes, I remember, when I first started, you used to do it to me all the time, tell me how to say a line, because I got the inflection or things like that wrong. And do you believe in that?
Well, I'm very half and half about it. Sometimes I think it's a good thing, sometimes I think it's a terrible thing. I'm tempted to it often, but I suspect it because I think the prejudice against it in the modern theatre is healthy because it makes the actor a mimic. He'd be playing a set tune rather than spontaneous intentions and wouldn't feel real. Anyway, I'm always doubtful. Why should I think that I can do it better? But I'm never quite sure about it. What do you think?
Well, it's interesting that that's Hamlet's kind of, I suppose, instructions to the players. But then perhaps that was Hamlet. I wonder whether Hamlet would have made the same instructions to a set of players at the end of the play that he makes so certainly at the beginning. And does it perhaps suggest something of the quality of I think a director should indeed be able to have the ability to explain as well as possible, but must always, I think, allow actors to feel in a secure enough atmosphere that they can experiment, and similarly the director will want to do that as well, so that in fact something new can be found. I mean, I think that if everybody followed Hamlet's instructions absolutely all the time, half his plays would have fallen by the wayside in a curious way. I mean, I don't think that they apply absolutely to the letter all the way through, and even then they're open to a kind of interpretation. So I think a balance is really the thing that should happen.
I think that's sage counsel. Once again, you're using our key word, which is balance. One can tip it too far one way, tip it too far the other. Always got to balance. Let's now take a bit of prose, which certainly contains hidden poetry. A dialogue which we've heard before between Falstaff and Doll Tearsheet from King Henry IV, Part 2.
Thou whoreson little tidy Bartholomew boar pig, when wilt thou leave fighting a days and fining a nights, and patch up thine old body for heaven?
Peace, good Darwin. Do not speak like a death's head. Do not bid me remember mine end.
Sirrah, what humour's the prince on?
He's a good shallow young fellow. He made a good pantler and would have chipped bread well.
They'd say Poins has a good wit.
He? Good wit. Hang him, baboon. His wit's as thick as Tewkesbury mustard.
Why does the prince love him so, then?
Because their legs are both of a bigness. He plays it quite well. It eats conger and fennel. Drinks candles' ends for flapdragons. Rides with the wild mare with the boys. Jumps upon joint stools. Swears with good grace. Wears his boots pretty smooth, like unto sign of the leg, and other gambol faculties. Has that show a weak mind and an able body, for the which the prince admits him. The prince himself is such another. Kiss me, doll. That does give me flattering busses.
By my troth, I kiss thee with the most constant heart.
I'm old. I am old.
I love thee more than I love e'er a scurvy young boy of them all.
What stuff would have a kirtle of? I shall receive money on Thursday. Shall have a cap tomorrow. A merry song. Come. It grows late. We'll to bed. Thou'lt forget me when I'm gone.
By my troth, thou'lt set me a-weeping an thou speak'st so. Prove that ever I dress handsome till thy return. Hearken at the end.
Thank you. Well, what's the poetic bit? Just listen again to 3 lines. A plays at quoits well, and eats conger and fennel, and drinks off candles' ends for flapdragons, and rides the wild mare with the boys. Drinking off candles' ends for flapdragons means trying to drink out of a tankard with a lit candle in it and trying to drink it without putting the candle out. But aren't these phrases poetic? Don't they say more than the things they actually describe? This is an easier example than In Sooth I Know Not, because it's textually stranger and richer. Now, a really hard example of a poetic line. There's a line of Amelia's at the end of Othello, which haunts me. It can easily pass by unnoticed, but it sends a shiver through me in the way Hausmann describes. Othello has killed his wife Desdemona, and Iago's treachery is being found out. Amelia, Iago's wife, has discovered that he's been saying Desdemona went to bed with Cassio, and the pressure is on.
She false with Cassio. Did you say with Cassio?
With Cassio, mistress, go to charm your tongue.
I will not charm my tongue. I am bound to speak. My mistress here lies murdered in her bed.
Oh, heaven forfend.
And your reports have set the murder on.
Nay, stare not, masters. 'Tis true indeed.
Villainy, villainy, villainy. I think upon I think I smelt. Oh, villainy. I thought so then I'll kill myself with grief. Oh, villainy, villainy.
But are you mad? I charge you, get you home.
Good masters, let me have leave to speak. 'Tis proper I obey him, but not now. Perchance, Iago, I will ne'er go home.
Well, you can probably guess it. The line that moves me very powerfully is the last line. Perchance, Iago, I will ne'er go home. How can I explain it? In the general turmoil, it comes suddenly as a still line where Amelia's emotion is channeled into a single thought and she stands outside herself, partly because she's standing up to her husband Iago for the first time in her life, and partly because she subconsciously senses that he is about to kill her. So the line is ambiguous. It means, I won't go home with you, and it means, I'm going to die. Now, let's listen again to Queen Margaret in King Richard III talking to the widow of the dead King Edward IV. The speech is also about time.
Oh, thou didst prophesy the time would come that I would wish for thee to help me curse that bottled spider, that foul bunch-back toad.
I called thee then, vain flourish of my fortune. I called thee then poor shadow, painted queen, a presentation of but what I was, a sign of dignity, a breath, a bubble, a queen in show, only to dress the scene. Where is thy husband now? Where be thy brothers? Where are thy 2 sons? Wherein dost thou joy? Who sues to thee and cries, God save the queen? Where are the bending peers that flattered thee? Where be the thronging troops that followed thee? Decline all this, and see what now thou art. For happy wife, a most distressed widow. For joyful mother, one that wails the name. For one that sued to, one that humbly sues. For queen, a very caitiff, crowned with care. Thus hath the course of justice whirled about, and left thee but a very prey to time.
Sometimes Shakespeare at once sees both good and ill in time. It's an enemy and yet a friend. So let's look at another non-dramatic piece which sums that up. Let's take a bit of The Rape of Lucrece, which hardly anybody knows. Alan, share the lines with us all. Tell us about your old friend. You know him, you love him, and you fear him, and above all, you accept him. It's not just text, it's your experience. Alan's.
Time's glory is to calm contending kings, to unmask falsehood and bring truth to light, to stamp the seal of time in aged things, to wake the morn and sentinel the night, to wrong the wronger till he render right, to ruinate proud buildings with thy hours and smear with dust their glittering golden towers, to fill with wormholes stately monuments, to feed oblivion with decay of things, to blot old books and alter their contents, to pluck the quills from ancient ravens' wings, to dry the old oak sap and cherish springs, to spoil antiquities of hammered steel and turn the giddy round of fortune's wheel, to show the beldam daughters of her daughter, to make the child a man, the man a child, to slay the tiger that doth live by slaughter, to tame the unicorn and lion wild, to mock the subtle, in themselves beguiled, to cheer the ploughman with increased crops, and waste huge stones with little water drops.
Sometimes Shakespeare addresses time as if it's almost a character, not something impersonal, but somebody he knows. His feelings about his old friend and enemy are constantly shifting. Sometimes he accepts time, and sometimes he's defiant.
Devouring time, blunt thou the lion's paw, and let the earth devour her own sweet brood. Pluck the keen teeth from the fierce tiger's jaw, and drown the living phoenix in her blood. Make glad and sorry seasons as thou fleetst, and do whate'er thou wilt, swift-footed time, with the wide world and all her fading sweets. But I forbid thee one most heinous crime. O carve not with thine hours my love's fair brow, nor draw no lines there with thine antique pen. Him in thy course untainted do allow, for beauty's pattern to succeeding men. Yet do thy worst, old time, whate'er thy wrong, my love shall in my verse ever live young.
Perhaps we're cheating by taking two non-dramatic bits. So let's go back to a key point we made earlier. Sometimes an actor has at the same time to be in character and yet stand outside his situation and his character. Let's take one of the most loaded examples of all. In Julius Caesar, Brutus is talking to the dead body of Cassius, his friend.
The last of all the Romans, fare thee well. It is impossible that ever Rome should breed thy fellow. Friends, I owe more tears to this dead man than you shall see me pay. I shall find time, Cassius. I shall find time.
Oh, that was lovely. Now, that last line, you made that sing poetically, I think. What do you feel and think about time at the moment that you say it?
Well, it's hard to divorce what one feels and thinks about time at that moment, of course, from the information that is accumulated throughout the event of playing the role. But the clues I get off the page are short, monosyllabic almost. Impossible is one of the largest, the longest words in the whole section. Relentless driving force of this speech. He doesn't give himself time for grief. The writing doesn't allow you time for grief. But I think the last line, Shakespeare allows the character, by repetition, to take himself by surprise, because I think I shall find time, when first said, is quite genuine, and then when said again, is totally ironic, of course, because it's too late to find time.
That's right.
And the second one probably has death resonating in it already.
That's right. It's the problem of ambiguity again, isn't it? You're trying to reach out to Cassius with your love, but also, like Amelia, you're thinking about your own death. So it's about two things.
Yes.
Maybe, amongst other things, you're mocking yourself for all your high aspirations in the play, which have come to nothing.
I think that there is a danger if, without the information of the play helping you, to try and compress too many objectives into those 4 or 5 lines will neutralize. They'll start to neutralize one another. It's very hard actually to hold abstract information in your head if you haven't got the accumulated information to feed on. In other words, if the rest of Brutus has been a washout, you're not going to find your way out of it on these lines. You're not going to find any help at all.
It's always dangerous to dig too deep and think of too many things, but the line's got to mean so many things there. I mean, Shakespeare is asking us to be moved and to be questioning
with
time.
sparse, short words as well.
That's right. And in a way, you have to trust the poetry and let it carry you. You can't worry about it while you're doing the line, or should you?
I think you've got to let go, but trust. It's rather like pouring molten metal into a mould that Shakespeare has made for you. Providing your metal is hot enough, the mould will work, but if it's not, it won't.
I'm torn when I listen to that, because I thought you did it marvellously, and yet one bit of me was wanting to say, get more out of it, get more out of it. But maybe I mustn't say too much, because you can only take so much into it at a time.
Well, let me hear it. I mean, I would like to hear it. I find often that the objective side of a speech is unlocked. When I hear somebody else say it, it remains subjective, and I mustn't listen to myself anyway, because it's a false exercise. So there's Cassius, John, and there's Brutus. So let me hear you do it. It would help me if you could do that.
Oh, I've got to talk to the cloak this time.
Yes, you have. It's a good cloak. It looked after me very well.
My old friend Cassius. The last of all the Romans, fairly well. It is impossible that ever Rome should breed thy fellow. Friends, I owe more tears to this dead man than you shall see me pay. I shall find time, Cassius. I shall find time. Let's take another word now. Let's take death, but this time we'll do it in a jolly way, and we'll take a prose bit rather than a verse bit, but it's going to be poetic prose. It's also a passage built on the resonance of one single word. Here we have old Justice Shallow in Henry IV talking to his even older friend, Silence.
Oh, Jesu. The mad days that I've spent. And to see how many of mine old acquaintance are dead.
We shall all follow, cousin.
Oh, certainly. It is certain, very sure. Death, as the psalmist says, comes to all. All shall die. How a good yoke of bullocks at Stamford Fair.
By my troth, I was not there.
Death is certain. Is old Double of your town living yet?
Dead, sir.
Jesu. Dead. I drew a good bow, and dead. I shot a fine shoot. John o' Gaunt loved him well and betted much money on his head. Dead. He would have clapped in the clout and carried you a 4-hand shaft, a 14 and a 14.5. It would have done a man's heart good to see. How a score of ewes now?
Thereafter as may be. A score of good ewes may be worth £10.
And is old Double dead?
Good, I enjoyed that, but I want to do it again. I want to push it one step further, because you were both so old that you were in your graves, and you were dead. The paradox, I think, and the fun of this scene for Shallow is that though he's very old and senile, he doesn't know he is, and he's full of life, and he's got a terrific manic energy and zest, and part of the fun of the scene is old Silence, who's slow-coach and ponderous, like a great bovine creature. But Shallow has a sort of manic energy about him, though it's a senile energy. So try it again.
It's one of the troubles with parts which are quite short, that you try and make them rather long by putting in a lot of pauses.
Yes. Yes. But let me put it another way, then. You've got to earn the golden moments, haven't you? There's got to be a basic manic energy so that you can break through with the really important lines and the realization of death when it comes.
But do you think that Shallow by the end is relating the fact that Double has died to the fact that he is himself going to die? Or is he actually absolutely thrilled that he's outlived old Double?
I think that he's thrilled at his own living, but realizes on the very last is old Double dead, his own death, but not till then.
Yes, all right.
Okay, have another go.
Death is certain. Is old Double of your town living yet?
Dead, sir.
Oh, Jesu. Dead? He drew a good bow. But dead, he shot a fine shoot. John o' Gaunt loved him well and betted much money on his head. Dead. He would have clapped at the clout at 12 score and carried you a 4-hand shaft, a 14 and a 14.5, that it would have done a man's heart good to see.
How a score of ewes now?
Thereafter as maybe. A score of good ewes may be worth £10.
And is old Double dead?
That was great. It was great. It reminded me of a point we made right at the beginning about how Shakespeare makes these sudden changes. You go from a yoke of bullets at Stamford Fair, which is on a bouncy level, and suddenly the reality of death the next moment. It's these sudden, jagged gear changes which we have to embrace.
And of course, for the Elizabethans, death was an ever-present fact of life in a way. With our modern medicine, of course, death is at the end of something rather long that's preceded it, but death was more frequent fact that one could see in the streets. And,
That's right. In all these examples, we've tried, I think, to hang on to our basic starting point in the whole series, that the intention must be rightly found. That's the first step, but we've found this evening that it won't take us all the way, and there's a sort of leap in the dark to be made on bits of text like this. It's a leap in the dark because we can't, certainly I can't, quite articulate the answer, though one may sometimes sense it, or as Alan puts it, it's a sixth sense that we reach is for. So we've talked of two kinds of failure so far, but perhaps there is a third. Somehow, sometimes, after doing a bit of good work, we like to think we've solved the way of approaching Shakespeare and that we do it better than it used to be done. There's supposed to be a modern way of doing Shakespeare, which is sometimes coupled with the name of our company. But I suspect it's not so new as we sometimes like to think. I wonder what playing Shakespeare was like 50 years ago and what it'll be like 50 years hence. I'm sure that what we do now, what we're doing tonight, will be mocked as we sometimes mock what we hear of the old actors. Yet the past seems to me to be full of contradictions. First, let's listen to Henry Ainley playing Othello in 1938.
Cold, my girl, even like thy chastity. Oh, cursed slave! Whip me, ye devils, from the possession of this heavenly sight. Blow me about in winds, roast me in sulphur, wash me in steep down gulfs of liquid fire. Oh, Desdemona, Desdemona, dead. Oh, oh,
Yes, we can hear and we can laugh and give ourselves a pat on the back. But now listen to a recording of Viola made in the 1940s.
I left no ring with her. What means this lady? Fortune forbid. My outside have not charmed her. She made good view of me. Indeed, so much that sure methought her eyes had lost her tongue, for she did speak in starts, distractedly. She loves me, sure. The cunning of her passion invites me in this churlish messenger. None of my lord's ring. Why, he sent her none. I am the man.
Peggy, you recorded that 35 years ago, but it doesn't sound like it to me. Anyway, your experience of Shakespeare is much greater and richer than mine. Does the way that we play him now seem very different from the way you knew it in the theatre?
Oh, John, what a question.
Terrible.
It's simply huge because, well, first of all, I just must make a little comment about Henry Ainley's excerpt, because that is said to be made in 1938, but in 1932, I recorded the whole of Othello with him, and he didn't do it like that at all. And I have a feeling, you see, I mean, he did belong to another era, let's face that, but I think we today, there is not such a great difference. But if I might take you up on your favorite theme, time, I could use it in two senses. In one way, how lucky we are today that we have time. We have 7 weeks rehearsal. In those days, we had 3, 4 if we were very, very lucky. Now that time in that sense, I think, makes an enormous difference. But to try and divide the approach to acting, which I maintain is always the same with all actors who are really true actors, is very difficult. You can't put it into decades. I mean, you can listen to Henry Ainley in 1938. Then I remember back in 1920 seeing the most miraculous, the first modern dress Hamlet done by the Birmingham Repertory Theatre, which I shall always remember, which was very, very much at the same time as seeing John Barrymore play Hamlet at the Haymarket, which I thought even then was disaster. So I don't think time makes all that difference. I think of, well, the production of John Gielgud's production of Romeo and Juliet, where I think the approach was very much as we make it now, although we only had fewer weeks.
This was the one you did in the 30s.
In the 30s, where now we had Edith, who had the most wonderful delivery of Shakespearean verse, I think, learnt from that master, William Powell. There was John, with his older tradition of perfect speaking of verse, but with that marvelous sense of phrasing that's almost unequaled. And Larry, who was in a sense the most of an innovator, who was after, above all, character. And that's where I think we all, as actors, merge, don't you think?
I think so. I do. Yes, if you take some of John Gielgud's recordings of the 30s, they're almost as dated as the Ainley one, aren't they? Not as much, of course, nowhere near, but they are dated today.
Yes.
I mean, but he's grown with it.
Yes.
And it is a question of style of a period, isn't it? And I can't believe that one of Ainley was done in 1938. I'm sure it's older than that.
Well, you see, he might have been lured into a studio, mightn't he, and done a rather ham version of that
I remember hearing him
speech.
during the war, recording on the radio, doing Les Miserables. Saying, Cosette. It's really over the top. It was extraordinary, isn't it? But so many of those older actors, it's unfortunate, isn't it? They're in a way recorded. And
I think it's very unfortunate that any of us are recorded, John. You're responsible for... We should be held up.
Ainley didn't have the experience of being in a studio like this, ever, in his life.
No.
Yes, and I keep being filled with the melancholy thought that when we're looked at in years to come, we'll seem quite as strange as Ainley does to us now.
I'm sure
so we mustn't laugh too much.
No.
But on the other hand, if you look at old films of actors, I think the film of Forbes Robertson's 1911 Hamlet, there are some performances in it that are so awful, it just isn't true. But he himself is marvellous, absolutely marvellous. And the film of Duza, wonderful, wonderful. Could be shot yesterday.
But what really you're saying to us when you tell us about the 30s is that the sometimes made assumption today that our company, the RSC, found a new style with Shakespeare just isn't true.
No,
we
I
picked
don't
up
think
an
it is
existing tradition.
And built on it.
Yeah.
Because I think all theatre is continuity, don't you?
Yes, I do.
It moves forward the whole time.
But I think what you said a few minutes ago about time is very right, because we do have a long time to work now, and you used to have less time, but the Elizabethan actors who started the whole thing off had virtually no time. What we know of their conditions is that they learnt their lines and put the play on. How they did it, God knows.
Well, we've been learning a bit of that today, haven't we?
Yes.
And of course, when we have time and too much time, we dig a bit too much and we try to be too clever and try to do too much with it. So it's an awful salutary warning, I think. Let me ask you one naive, obvious but important question. What to you is the most important thing to go for in acting Shakespeare?
Well, I think it's too simple to say the truth. It is partly the truth. What do we mean by truth? Truth of reality, poetry, which is a little bit of super reality, and character. And it's the fusion of poetry, truth and character that is required in extreme in Shakespeare.
reality, poetry, character. It's three balls that we have to juggle with all the time, throw them up, and if one goes up too far, the others suffer, and if one goes too high, we drop the other two.
And I think it's true to say, don't you? I think we'd all agree that it's like the hen and the egg. You see, you can appreciate a line, but it's no good thinking you know how to say the line until you've found the character. And Shakespeare's drawn the character, and we have to find that character. And only when we have found the character are we able to say the line as it should be said. Not by everybody or anybody, but by us, because we've made that particular character.
That's right.
So it has to fit with that, and then it comes out natural.
Well, that's why I haven't really talked about poetry till this last final programme. We looked at it first in terms of character, and I think poetry has to come last in the queue for acting, even though in the end it may be the most important thing. It's not the thing the actor can start with. But oh dear, it's so hard, isn't it? Those three balls in the air. All work on Shakespeare's just like that. We never do him justice. What we think's good and splendid at one moment is only true for that moment.
We go too far one way or the other.
Too heightened, too naturalistic.
Too hot, too cool.
Too quick, too slow.
Yes, the list is endless. But as we've covered so much ground, I suppose I should try to sum up and say what are the key points or what are the golden rules, if there are any. I hate generalizations, but we'll have a go. We've talked of possibilities, not rules, of questions, balances, not absolutes. So are there any rules? Yes, there are. Try to find what goes on in the text and ask yourselves if you can use it. You must not reject it until you've smelt it out and asked the questions. Never forget the verse is there to help you. It can be heightened, and yet very often it's close to our own humdrum human speech. We often use it, but we never notice. Which of you noticed while I have been talking that what I've just said was in bad blank verse?
Shouldn't we end then by taking a crucial bit of Shakespeare and, well, just listening to him?
Yes, I think we should. And the obvious emotional farewell for any Shakespeare programme is Prospero's much-quoted speech after the Mask in The Tempest. Now, this has often been worked and used out of context and debased as an anthology piece, and taken by itself, it can easily be sentimental. But I think it's relevant here and good to end with, because it does catch something of the elusiveness we've been talking about any theatrical performance. Shakespeare was an actor, and he knew as well as we do that playing him could never entirely do him justice. They say this is his farewell to the theatre.
You do look, my son, in a moved sort, as if you were dismayed. Be cheerful, sir. Our revels now are ended, and these our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve. And like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep.
We hardly ever know what Shakespeare himself really thinks about it all. But let's just listen once again to a bit of Hamlet's advice to the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of our players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines.
Nor do not saw the air too much with your hand, thus.
For anything so or done is from the purpose of playing, whose end both at the first and last, was and is to hold as 'twere the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of the time, his form and pressure.
Now, let me make a personal choice. I'd like to end with another passage we've already looked at, because so much that we've talked about can be found in it. It's not an obvious example, but it stirs me, and I love it. It's the little dialogue in Troilus and Cressida between Ulysses and Hector. They're both looking at the walls and towers of Troy. I wonder now how yonder city stands, when we have here her base and pillar by us. Sir, I know your favour Lord Ulysses well. Ah, sir, there's many a Greek and Trojan dead, since first I saw yourself and Diomed in Ilion on your Greekish embassy. Sir, I foretold you then what would ensue. For yonder walls that pertly front your town, yon towers whose wanton tops do bust the clouds, must kiss their own feet. I must not believe you. There they stand yet, and modestly, I think, the fall of every Phrygian stone will cost a drop of Grecian blood. The end crowns all, and that old common arbitrator, time, will one day end it. So, to him we leave it.
When Playing Shakespeare came to be reprinted, I didn't feel I needed to change much from what was printed 27 years ago, so I've decided that only a postscript would be appropriate. We have added this DVD to the book with some of the actors from the original programme. What follows is a loose discussion of how work on Shakespeare may or may not have changed since the book was first printed many years ago. Well, I think it's now 27 years ago since we did Playing Shakespeare, and the one bit of it that I feel eager to return to was a late programme in it where we talked about the general and solemn subject of playing Shakespeare. And I felt, though I didn't want to change much that we did in the whole series, this was one subject which was liable to change and could perhaps now discuss. So all I want to bring in with Ian is, what do you feel, if anything, has happened that may or may not change your view of the culture, how we work on Shakespeare, and how we should?
It's my impression that in the last 20 or 30 years, actors and directors and audiences indeed, and critics, have responded best to Shakespeare when he's been put into a small theatre. Now, of course, there was the other place, the very small theatre that's seated about 100 people in Stratford, now rebuilt, but still basically the same shape. That was also the model for what's now the Donmar warehouse, where the RSC performed and changed the architecture to fit with the other place. And there have been many hailed Shakespeare productions that have come out of that. But since then, there have been many very good productions which people have really responded to in other small theatres, like the Cottesloe Theatre and the smallest of the three theatres at the National Theatre of Great Britain. There's been the Donmar itself, most recently with an Othello that people like very much. Patrick Stewart's Macbeth, which played in the West End, went to New York, played in New York on Broadway, began in the Minerva Theatre, the small theatre at Chichester. And the Almeida too has had great success with Shakespeare in the small space. And
personally, that's the sort of place that I like to do Shakespeare in. And when my most recent outing in Shakespeare, the King Lear, at Stratford, the Royal Shakespeare Company, that was in the smallish theatre, or theatre with regard to the close relationship between an audience and actors, which they managed to achieve in not just in the Swan, but in the slightly bigger version, the Courtyard Theatre, temporary theatre. But and you can imagine how disappointing it was, having tried to establish some intimacy of performance there, to discover that on the world tour we were playing in 3,000 seaters and where shouting was in order and a great deal of gesticulation to indicate to the audience at the back who actually was speaking at any one time. Anathema really to any sort of theatre, but particularly Shakespeare. So it's my impression that there has been a move towards small theatres. Well, you speak where my heart is, but I have to be honest and quote my own experience. Like when I first went to Stratford, everybody did. There wasn't a problem about small theatres. There was only one big theatre. And one or two young actresses were terrified to play large parts. But nobody ever said for a number of years, how can we do it in a big theatre? And that's what puzzles me, because I agree with you. You speak from my own heart and instinct. But actually both can happen if certain things happen. And to me it comes down to a question of what in the end is primary. Is it words or visual? And we are in a culture where the dominant invention and starting point is a director with a design and a concept, and then you get actors along and start to rehearse it. That may be good, it may be disastrous. That does now happen, I think. But it wasn't a problem when I went there in 1960 and the first things I did. It was all, we hadn't got another theatre. You always did it in a big theatre. And very soon people got used to it. And they still, I think, do.
I think a response to that, interestingly, is, at the Royal Shakespeare Company, is to have decided to change the space of the old Royal Shakespeare Theatre, the auditorium of which has now been demolished, and replace it with an auditorium for a large number of people, maybe 1,200 people, but all of them within easy reach and contact, emotionally and physically, with the stage and the actors, and to put it in a sort of put the stage in a sort of disposition where what the audience is probably looking at is not scenery, but other members of the audience looking across, because the audience sit round the thrust stage. Well, I think that's a response to the problem of how do we present intimate performances for a large group of people.
And yet the text, if it's shared and trusted, can enclose a large number of people. What about that?
I just think if you took a general vote amongst people who go and see Shakespeare and say, do you want to be close to the actors or would you like to be further away and get the general impression, that doesn't 100% would say, I'd like to be in the front stalls in a large theatre, or just watch it in the Donmar or the other place or the Cottage Lounge.
Well, I've no doubt of that, and I have no quarrel with that. That is a fact. That what happens now, which I think is sometimes questionable, there's a brilliant and talented director who's not done much Shakespeare, has probably they've all done opera, come to Shakespeare, which is alarming and scaring, and they start with a major design concept which conditions interpretation. And that's where it can go wrong, I think.
I don't like a production in which the design or the production concept limits the audience's response to what they're hearing. And we know that Shakespeare is all-embracing and achieves his effects through a multitude of detail, as well as rhetoric of a more general nature, and unless you hear it all
and understand it all, you're not going to be able to respond to it all. And a production which limits your response and says, this play is set on an iceberg, this set is this production is set in hell, then that will be interesting. It'll probably be relevant to much in the play, but it will not allow the audience's mind to range free over the terrain. It would have limited your response. Now,
where I keep coming back to is what is primary is an equal, what we see and what we hear. But the primary event of doing a play is one, there aren't any directors or actors, a chap writes a text. The starting point is the text is issued to actors who were only given their parts at the time. Mm-hmm. There weren't directors in our sense at all, but clearly what the Elizabethan actor had was a much greater quickness and sensitivity to what goes on in the text, because if you look at a text not as an interpreter, but as what goes on in the text, what the words give you, there's far more, I believe, stage direction by Shakespeare in a text than most directors give credit for it, because that rather frightens them. All you've got to start work, and it should be before design, I think, is the text. What are the clues in the text? Of what the words, the way Shakespeare writes, are the thing that gets sidelined. Not always, at all, not by all directors, but that is where I think everybody, whether it's in a big or a small theatre, often fail, because the psychological or the social or the visual, however limited, takes over, and I think that people see a Shakespeare without actually picking up, responding what Shakespeare's text is telling them.
I hope some young directors hear what you're saying, because I think it's their lack of experience of Shakespeare that when they're faced with the possibility of doing a production themselves, think, how am I going to do it? Which is absolutely the wrong question to ask.
Yes,
the question is to say, what is there in this play? I think of most famous Shakespeare production, perhaps of our lifetime, which is still lauded, Peter Brook's production of A Midsummer Night's Dream for the Royal Shakespeare Company, which is so famous because it was recorded but also went on a world tour. Now that was set in a white box, I think, which had been used for other productions around about that time. But what was good about the white box, as far as I'm concerned, was that it was a place where anything could happen. Of a magical nature, and there's a lot of magic in that play, but also of a dreamlike nature, and sometimes a nightmarish nature. It sometimes seemed, when you were watching it, to be an asylum in which these poor characters were trapped. This was all a direct response to Peter Brookes having read the play well, and probably seen
Often Marisade.
Yes, indeed. And having seen any number of very lavish productions with fairies and Mendelssohn's music and so on, which are nothing to do with the play.
And now all I think about, I don't want to talk about design, except it all comes from the director and the concept, is that it's deadly to put them into the stiffness of Elizabethan costume, but it can be deadly to pick the wrong modern equivalent. What I believe in is nobody ever talks about this, the best costume designs I've ever seen are ones that were neither one thing or the other. They made them human and wearable, and they suggested a period.
Yes.
I believe in that. It's only a tiny bit of it, but it actually affects the experience. If you push someone to look very Elizabethan or very other, you push the audience to respond in a non-human way.
I mean, the fact is that even though when you go and see a production, which lauded or not by the critics or by the public, that you don't particularly like, you can easily tick off the reasons why you don't like it. But you have to remember that the text remains, and that production will be superseded and followed by others, and thank goodness there is a regular playing of pretty well all of the canon regularly, at least for people lucky enough to live in reach of London. And so one's experience as an audience of a play, indeed as an actor, is
hopefully not just with one production. And that, you know, you may enjoy the first Hamlet you see more than any you subsequently see, but your interest in the play as you get older will change, and suddenly Claudius will become a rather more interesting character perhaps than Horatio, and by the time you
that is definitive. There is, thank God, no perfect definitive production, and we all have favourites, and sometimes we change our mind after 20 years, and that's moved me more. I'm not talking about results or definition. I'm just interested in, to me, behind it all, we've not talked that much about, but is how do you help an actor? He may be a young actor who's never started. It can be often he's a leading actor who's got into a muddle or something. But it's not, to me, primarily about interpretation. I've worked on productions where the interpretation wasn't mine and I'd done the play, but I knew that they weren't in control or using the text and the language and the help that Shakespeare gave them. And I don't think in the end probably I can offer more than that. Shakespeare matters most, the text matters most of all, and we who do it work in different places, and I've done stuff in America and things, we've all done that. It's the feeling about what does Shakespeare's text do to us, which is our starting point. That's all, in a way, all one can say.
And it's a conviction that there is in Shakespeare knowledge of the human heart and the human mind, which is unavailable, at least in an accessible way, in any other writer or source that I can think of.
Oh, Ian, thank you so much.
No, thank you. It's always wonderful to hear what you know and say.
This text is a record of a television workshop which we did almost 25 years ago, and to add to it now feels to me very strange, because though I hold to what was said in it, and I haven't changed that much, I've probably, all of us have, changed enormously over a period of time of working on Shakespeare. But Judy, do you hold in your mind a good, a bad, a interesting memory? Was it useful, that area of question?
Well, I think it was useful, John. I think it was useful because it was a glorious opportunity to work on something. I've never seen it actually, but it was a glorious opportunity to actually work on something that we had worked on and done the kind of grounding on, and then, you know, to get to just have a time of actually examining what we'd done and trying to remember, and, you know, hopefully doing it better than we originally did it.
Well, what I found myself pushed into when Trevor Nunn couldn't do it, was something I'd never done before, which was a public rehearsal in front of an audience. And that was very, in a way, good for me, and I learnt by it, and the actors all flung themselves into it very well. But it was something that has hardly ever been done. People do interviews, actors do long scenes, directors work on them. But the idea of talking about Shakespeare taking little bits I don't think has been done, and it seems to me it has potential pluses and potential minuses. But what did that feel like?
Well, it felt like, well, for me it felt like I'd like to do the rest of the play, because we had such a nice time doing it, Twelfth Night, and to pick a bit out of it. It was very, very frightening doing it in front of an audience. I mean, I don't know quite. I don't know. Well, they all seemed very appreciative, didn't they? But
would it be frightening now? Because something like that hadn't been done, which is perhaps why it was interesting. And to do a workshop now,
yes,
a public one, people are much more used to and freer with, because it's happened a lot.
Yes, I don't know how much of a cross-section there was of that audience that are used now. I mean, I can't remember who came to it.
No, I can't.
But they all behaved frightfully well, didn't they? Nobody threw anything.
Yes, nothing we were not thrown at.
We weren't, amazingly, we weren't thrown at, no. But we had the luxury, of course, of doing something we'd done before, and then actually being pulled up and said, no, why are you doing, why don't you try it that way? Which I've worked with you on the sonnets a lot, and it's a marvellous thing. I mean, I don't know how entertaining it is for the audience, but it's a wonderful thing for us to actually being asked again to just rethink something, and maybe there is another way of saying, maybe there is another way of doing something. I think that's what it shows also. It's the luxury for us, but it also shows to the audience that, that's how we work, that things are questioned, and ways of doing things are questioned and suggested different ways. Now, I mean, what you have so brilliantly, John, is that you never say, oh, you should do it like this. And when I came to direct Much Ado, Ken Branagh in Much Ado, I was always wanting to say, no, you mustn't do it that way, you must do it like this. And then wanting to say it. And then I kept thinking, you were always in my mind, thinking, no, you don't say, of course you must do it like this. You must suggest a way of saying it. Very, very clever on your part.
Well, that's the thing that always worried me underneath, because I always felt it was responsible for me to lead it, but also I don't want to be a bloody guru. I don't mind being challenged. I'm working with people, but I have an unease personally that at times one starts to define and lay down the law when you actually don't mean to, just saying you're triggering responses for an actor to use, and that's all I really wanted to do. So I've always felt a bit ambivalent about doing that.
Well, I suppose in the rehearsal process, it just comes to, if an actor can't actually respond to the way that you suggest to them or ask them, I suppose, I don't know what you do about that. I suppose, in the end, the whole makes something that is what your expectation is. I don't know.
I think that one of the things I'm always saying to myself, I learned that then, it's no use having a point that is right, but the way you put it has got to be helpful, and the actor has got to be able to pick it up. So I was always want to try these days to be as simple as I can.
Yes.
And it's all it's active about doing, and my personal horror, which is I've always had and I haven't got rid of it, is the inverted commas phrase, what about the verse speaking? To me, there isn't an animal called the verse speaking. We work on text, and I don't like that.
It's really making sense, isn't it?
Yes. I actually, when we were talking about verse and text and things in a meeting the other day, I did say, actually, what do we call it? I would like to call it sounding, because you're sounding words, you're delving into them, you're sounding them, and you hope the activity is sound and healthy.
Quite, or even telling the story.
That's right. More than all, was telling the story in my
Sometimes I think we forget that, don't we?
No, but actors remember. Actors pull this up. If a director is doing something ingenious,
yes,
but they say we've lost the story. Actually, you don't have to tell actors that much unless they're dim. They know that.
I remember when we did Antony and Cleopatra at the National, and Peter directing. I can remember one morning doing the whole of the death of Cleopatra, so I was sitting there waiting to die any minute, and Peter trying to get the kind of metre right, trying to get the metre, and we thought it was going to be a half-hour rehearsal. Trying still to get the metre, our royal ladies dead, or whatever, dead, our royal lady. And he went on and on and on. At the end of the morning, Miranda Foster said, our royal ladies murdered, or whatever. There was a pause, and Peter said, thank Christ, he said. I mean, it was a whole morning of trying to drum something in. And I mean, it is an essential thing, but like you said, there must be another way of going round it.
Well, I've wanted for years to do a shared workshop with Peter. I've been in on things. It does happen. But what is interesting is that he works the opposite way around for me. He gives you the rules with extraordinary intelligence and accuracy.
Yes.
What he does less of is saying to an actor, now go and do a bit. In fact, I watched him once and admire utterly. He spent 3 hours on the first speech of Orsino in Twelfth Night,
yes,
with a rapt audience. And I thought, well, now he's going to get them to do it, but he never did.
Only never.
And I thought this was very interesting talking point, because I'm not saying he was right or wrong, but I know that I'm sure I was very didactic when I began at Sept, but I learnt by doing it for years and years that I wanted to do things the other way around, and started always by saying, well, do this bit and then we'll talk at it and examine it.
Yes.
And I don't think there's a right or a wrong.
I don't think there isn't. There's also, of course, changes tremendously as you're playing it. Of course, it changes because somehow, some night, somebody will say something with a slight stress on something, which suddenly bounces something up in your reply.
Yes, it's all work in progress in a workshop, but then it's work in progress playing it.
Yes.
And it has to change
the audience,
all the time.
of course, telling you so much about
and
it.
the audience particularly. And indeed, it's like watching a different play from night to night.
Yes.
So that makes me nervous too about definition, about saying the answer is this.
Yes, I don't think.
I even have found that I get to the verse nowadays not by talking first about the verse. I say do it, and then where the verse will help and unlock for people.
Yes.
The verse is actually Shakespeare's implicit stage directions.
Sure. It's somehow finding a way, isn't it, of actually obeying the punctuation and the verse, but not making anybody aware of it.
Yeah.
Hopefully, never making them aware.
Yes, it's often they say, for Christ's sake, stop spelling out that you're doing the verse right. It's I can smell it's phony.
Yes.
And most work, I think, on Shakespeare is what is true for one actor may be the opposite person
for another.
To the next actor. It's why I'm so interested in the text is because if you get into it, Shakespeare starts to direct and feed you and unlock it for you.
Yes.
But it becomes. You talk more about it. It's something now I don't think you analyse, because after you've done a lot of Shakespeare, doesn't it come to you instinctively?
I hope it does. But it's like the sonnets, when we worked on the sonnets. I mean, they're so some of them are so convoluted, just needs picking out. It needs highlighting some and dropping the rest back. That's as much, I suppose, as speaking verses as the actual obeying the lines is what you stress and what you don't, what you leave to somehow underpin it.
Do you like working on sonnets?
I do like working on sonnets. Jolly difficult.
Well, I like them because they're short, and you can get an
actor.
You
know them all, John.
No, I don't know them all. I've learned that about 20 or 30 are actually innately dramatic, though they're written to be read.
Yes.
And they do make good workshop pieces, and you can ask an actor to learn them overnight and stand up and do them. You can do it. You can't work on a long speech.
And I remember when we did a sonnet, when we did that sonnet session we did at the Courtyard last year, I think it was. I remember you saying to Ian McKellen, he did one because we shared it, didn't we, you and Ian and I, and he did one. You said try something else, and he did a wonderful thing of walking and then pretending he was speaking into the mobile. Do you remember?
Oh yes,
Suddenly
yes, lovely.
That. It worked wonderfully.
That's right.
Worked wonderfully.
But I suppose I have to ask you the solemn question: if do you feel and think differently now, from 25 years later, about what you get out of and look for in Shakespeare?
I certainly do when I see it. I find that I'm now terribly aware when I see. I just feel very, very lucky that we did the work we did at Stratford the times I was there, because often when I see a production and it's not well enough observed and not well enough presented, and actually sometimes under-projected, which I think is unforgivable, then I know that the work we did is absolutely essential and vital, absolutely vital. So I think it more so now, 25 years more so.
Well, sometimes I try and put it all down to one sentence in my head, that my only job is to make the audience listen.
Yes.
And I know that when I'm watching a dress rehearsal or a run-through, I pick up and start squiggling in my notebook when I don't take something in because
Yes.
they haven't reached me with it.
And the whole bit of the story is missing.
So that leads to the other question we don't perhaps talk enough about, of talking to the audience, sharing with an audience. I think on the whole in our culture we dodge that too much and we don't do it enough. Sometimes it can become heavy, but I don't think we've quite ever cracked that, of that you can, it's not soliloquies, it's including,
yes.
and you have to share with and reach to an audience, even though you're talking with you.
And the person, of course, who is absolutely divine at it is Donald Sinden.
Absolutely, the master of it.
The master of it.
Yes.
Well, actually, quite tricky if you're playing opposite him, as
Very
I found
tricky.
out when I played Beatrice. Yes, 'cause
No,
he was-
he's very-
I remember somebody came in late once, and he walked down to the audience, and he pretended to look at a watch, which he hadn't got, and he said, "Do you know the story?" Because if you don't, I'll run through it. Run through it. And also Peter Brook came and said the way he engages with an audience. I mean, not just to come out of the play and say, "Nice of you to come," but the story. But Donald has a complete straight line to the audience, and that's terribly vital. That's vital.
Yes. Well, the basic theatre story, which I learned first, and it's to me the most instructive one about acting Shakespeare in a way. It's a funny story, but there's weight in it. It was an old actor in the 50s, I think I've forgotten his name now, but had to do the prince in Romeo and Juliet and end the matinee with "Never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and Romeo." And he was doing fine, and he got to "Never was a story of more woe." And being a proper Shakespeare actor, it doesn't rhyme. The play's called Romeo and Juliet. I can't say it. And he said, "Of more woe, of more woe, of more woe. And now I think it's time to us to go." Well, that to me is a Shakespearean actor. And I've often said to people, if you dry, the punishment is that you should break up a couplet. You can't dry unless it
And
scans.
just leave it hanging in the air.
That's right. You've got to
Quite
do
right.
something about it.
I should write a book
on
plays I have laughed in.
Yes,
Well, wouldn't be any left out.
I think there are one or two books I would urge you to write. And one of them is your illicit theatre stories. We all have goodly ones, but you've got probably better ones than anybody. You know them all, and you have personal memories. And I think a book like that is probably much more important than another scholarly book, unlocking mysteries of Shakespeare that have been much discussed. No, I think I want you to plough in with your cohorts and chums and write a book about the things that are never talked about, because they actually are all, you learn from them.
You do learn from them, yes, you do.
So I think...
And it's also something about all our heritage. It's all things that are passed down.
Yes. But
Pity, though, nobody
I'm
wants to
very
know about
alarmed about definition and using abstract words. And I think I end with saying things, well, work in progress.
Yes.
Do better. You
Please
have done
do
much better.
Please do better, yes.
Oh, yes, we will do better tomorrow. Well, a few weeks ago, I was talking to Ian about playing Shakespeare and us recalling it. And I suppose I'd like to start the same way, talking to Patrick and maybe asking the same basic questions, which was, we did it 25 years ago. Has life moved on? Has the theatre changed? Should it change? Was what we did useful? Is it still valid? That is what we should just question.
A lot has changed for me, because in that period between our first conversation on camera and today, I took 17 years out of my English acting life to live in California, to live in Hollywood, and primarily do film and television. And as a result of that kind of exposure, the kind of work that I do changed somewhat, because I was very much influenced by having a camera in front of me. For 7 years, 10 months of each year for 7 years, I did nothing but work in front of a film camera. So that did have an impact on me. But where we were originally, I'm speaking personally now rather than any of those other members of the group, I was very much subject to the the work that I'd done with you, the work that I'd done with Peter Hall, and to an extent with Trevor Nunn. We were saying just now before the camera began rolling that I was fortunate enough, even though you don't quite recall it, to come here to this apartment in 67, 68, because I wasn't very busy with the company. You were putting me into the Hollow Crown, but we also did a lot of other work on bits of text and so forth. And that's when the foundation, the groundwork of my approach to speaking and acting Shakespeare was done. And it was quite a rigorous discipline, I felt, so that when we came to do our first recording, I trying to put myself back in that position, I was very much subject to the rigor of the sessions with you, the rehearsals and productions I'd done with you, as well as the influence of Peter and Trevor. What has happened over the years with me, I think, is that having acquired that bank account of information and knowledge about verse and text and language and metaphor and simile and so forth, I'm now much more comfortable with it. In other words, I don't think about it quite specifically as much as I used to. I hope that all of those conversations have simply been absorbed by me, and the one thing that I now focus on, two things, when I'm acting Shakespeare, and presently I'm playing Claudius and the Ghost in Greg Doran's Hamlet in the Courtyard Theatre, I focus on clarity of communication, both with myself and the other characters, and clarity of communication with the audience. And the other and most important thing for me is truthfulness. I don't think I thought so much about truthfulness 25 years ago, but now to create an individual who lives within Shakespeare's language, who is a recognizable and natural creature, not a remote Shakespearian character, a hero, a villain, a tragedy figure, but someone who is very, very human. And to that extent, while I hope remaining within the parameters of verse and structure, all of my work now goes at creating the most truthful experience on stage that I can.
Well, that is how it should be. And I'm utterly with that, except I never quite know how to talk, and I don't usually talk about it, because I can recognise it, but I don't quite know what I mean articulately about truthfulness. I used to go more easily with Peggy Ashcroft, who would say it's got to be true, which she was probably saying the same thing. I get nervous and have reacted maybe the other way. I don't like using abstract words to describe the process of doing and of acting. And so maybe that's a perverse prejudice of mine. Seems to me behind what you're saying is all the vast and rich experience of doing films, and the whole question of filming and of doing in a play is affected because there's no doubt that the film culture has changed the way people act, has enabled them to be more naturalistic. There's no doubt it's done something which is perfectly healthy, but it could rear its head in a problem. And the problem I'm always worrying about is, you've said it yourself, it's, are people listening to what I say? And sometimes I think that in terms of the visual culture, which is stunningly inventive and powerful, swamps, are you listening? Is the text the primary thing? And all I think about that, I could say very simply, what is the starting point? The starting point isn't actors and directors. The starting point is a text, which they react to, pick up and use. And I think that sometimes, not always, in the theatre, just as much in film, something gets lost because the visual takes over and powerful imagery can take us away from going with the text, and that's what I'm nervous about.
Of course, the text is the launch pad, the starting point. And given that I've just spent a whole year playing Macbeth, 17 weeks of solid Macbeth in New York, people have asked me who don't know much about what we do. And I've said to them, well, playing Claudius is a very different experience. And they say, why? How is it different? A way that I illustrate that is by saying, well, just listen to the first things that each of these characters says. Right. Macbeth says, so foul and fair a day I have not seen. That's his first sentence. In fact, someone else speaks then. Claudius's first sentence is, though yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe. Yet so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him, together with remembrance of ourselves. There is the difference. There is the textual contrast between these two. There's even a textual contrast, because I'm playing the ghost, between Claudius and the ghost. That's the first thing Claudius says. The first thing the ghost says is, mark me! Yeah. My hour is almost come when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself. Now, the contrast in that language, for example, the violence in old Hamlet's language, and the colour of that language, and almost, I find this when I'm playing the ghost, there is something ever so slightly less modern about the language than there is about Claudius's language. Claudius's language slips out of him. I mean, it could be in Tony Blair's mouth, could that language. It is so political and well-tuned and sensitive and balanced in every way. It doesn't seem to be driven by much emotion, whereas the ghost's opening lines are totally driven by powerful, overwhelming feelings.
Well, that's two key points that how Shakespeare writes. And one of the most important things to me working with actors is to show that over and over Shakespeare writes in very long sentences, and actors tend to over-punctuate to 10 full stops, where actually in Gaunt and in Prospero it can go on 30 lines to get to a full.
And should sometimes.
And should. So that is sort of one absolutely key thing to me about a text.
It is, I think, a contemporary problem with some actors that there is too much breaking up of the language. I hear it in our production, and I think by breaking up the text and making it naturalistic, you're actually making it harder for the audience to understand.
Well, there's a very simple question which I wish was raised more. In Shakespeare, a great deal in the whole canon of Shakespeare is pretty simple in language, hasn't changed much, it allows itself to be played very naturalistically. Suddenly it can go very rhetorical, very packed, very dense in imagery, but it's not the majority of the text that's come down to us. And I think that an actor has to be able to gear change from one to the other, because even in Claudius, the language gets emotional in the soliloquy in a way it hasn't before.
Indeed it does. It gets very emotional, and that provides one of the vivid contrasts within the character, when we suddenly find that he is a man possessed with deep feelings and deep passion, in his case, guilt and remorse. But I remember Donald Sinden years ago told me a story about how when Donald Wolfett was going to play one of his first great Shakespeare characters, he had a visit from an even older actor called Randall Ayrton.
Oh, yeah.
And Donald told me that Randall Ayrton said one thing to Wolfett. He said to him, "Give it a bit of the old." I've loved that story all my life, because I know exactly what he means by a bit of the old, except that the old changes with each generation of actors. So that when, as the ghost, I come to the speech beginning, "I, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wit, with traitorous gifts, won to his shameful lust the will of my most seeming virtuous queen." it is impossible not to take that as one great, almost poetic outpouring. Now, there's plenty of feeling and emotion behind it, but the emotion has got to link all of that language together so that it is one sweep of impact rather than something which is chopped up.
Yes. And then one has to point out, because everything you say about Shakespeare has to be qualified, that the key line at the end of that soliloquy is a very short sentence, all may be well.
Ah, yes.
So you get both.
Yes, and that could not be more modern, more naturalistic. But you know, John, oh gosh, the remark you just made unfolds the years, because what was always interesting to me about conversations with you about a role or a production or text was that you always had this balance of, you know, you will work intensively on the poetry and the structure and the language and the flow, but then you'll say, but now you've lost the naturalness, the immediacy, the spontaneity isn't there. And you've always said that for actors, you are continually bouncing backwards and forwards between these two things. And it was one of the most important things I learned from you, because I no longer worry about that, because I know that there is a necessary movement.
But the crucial point there is that is a basic definition of how Shakespeare writes and puts words together. He does it. And it's no good trying to say what it should be. That the text itself keeps changing in its basic form and style and expression. And I suppose what I probe at after all these years is, do you feel, in the 25 years since we did playing Shakespeare, do you think the tradition or things for yourself has changed so much, or has just grown? Because I don't think that any definitions ever can be totally true of Shakespeare, because you can always think of a contradictory one which says, but it doesn't work there. And that's the problem, why you never quite solve all the possible things, how you balance the opposites. But what do you think about you in all your years of wisdom and experience?
Internally, I know there have been some changes, and they have been brought about to some extent by lifestyle changes, as well as, you know, a certain amount of success breeds a kind of confidence in how you do things. And I think I'm more confident now than I was 25 years ago. And so if I want to let a bit of language soar as language, as poetry, I'm not afraid of doing that. If I feel that something has to be internalized and motivated in a very natural way, I'm not afraid of doing that either. I hesitate to say this, but in the past, since I returned to England and Shakespeare and the Royal Shakespeare Company in Chichester, and I've now done in sequence and nothing else for the last 4 years, Antony, Prospero, Macbeth, Malvolio, and now Claudius and the Ghost. And I have done no other kind of work. I feel now, John, at times when I'm on stage, like a giant. I have no doubts. It's a fearfully arrogant thing to say. As a result of all of those years, of the accumulation of those years, I feel that my interpretations might be quarrelled with, but essentially I cannot get anything wrong. It will just be different. And so my confidence is huge when it comes to expressing myself on stage. And I certainly indulge in poetry more than I used to, but at the same time, I have created a much more detailedly, psychologically naturalistic kind of character. And I do focus very much on clarity, and that I want the audience to understand, maybe not in detail, but to comprehend moment by moment what is going on. And that's become very, very important to me.
Yes, what is going on? Yeah. That's the question that, as a director, one always asks oneself. Yes. One watches a run-through or a dress rehearsal, and one thinks, if I was in the audience, would I be going with this, or would I get lost? That's the voice that's gives me notes as I speak.
Yes.
And so it does for the actor, because the actor as well, surely may be utterly in it emotionally, but the notes that stand outside are happening at the same time,
Yes.
don't they?
Yes, they are. The other change that has occurred, most specifically in these last 25 years, has been the growth of the notion of ensemble and a kind of community aspect in the productions. The three companies I've worked with in the last 4 years, three completely different companies, have all had this one common factor, that the old-fashioned hierarchy of a Shakespearean company has changed. And I can give you an illustration of this. When we were doing Antony and Cleopatra, one night, on one of those ferocious battle scene entrances in Act 4, waiting to go on, an actor playing one of the other soldiers said to me, playing Mark Antony, "My armour's come unbuckled. Patrick, can you do it up for me?" Well, my cue was approaching, but I put aside my sword and I buckled up his armour. And he said, "You need only do one," but I got all three of them buckled up, picked up my sword and charged on to do the scene. Driving home that evening, I was thinking about this moment and realising that this actor had paid me a huge compliment, that he felt comfortable enough in his place in the company to ask the leading actor, who was about to make a huge entrance, to adjust his costume. Now, I would not have dreamed of saying that to Brewster Mason. I would have had my head knocked off if I'd attempted to do that 40 years ago. So in that sense, things have changed. And I feel, when I'm on stage with our company, that I am not only supported by the company, but that I too am supporting them, and that this ball or baton that we've often talked about that gets passed around on stage is truly being passed around these days. Actors, young actors, they take their moment now in a very confident way, and they give it back as well. And the kind of rehearsal style that Greg Doran and Rupert Gould and Philip Franks bring to the rehearsal floor are one in which every member of the company is expected to have an opinion.
Well, I can round off by quoting an old tale about the same play, Macbeth. When Anthony Quayle was playing Macbeth, his armour got stuck and he said to a servant, "Pluck off." And the actor waited for his cue and he said, "Pluck off." And after a third go saying, "Pluck off," the actor walked off the stage.
Yes. Well, that certainly wouldn't happen with any of the companies I've worked with these days, and it is an aspect of the work that I relish today. That sense of a collective, and I feel I felt this with each one of the productions I've done recently. Whenever we have a note session or the whole company are assembled in one room, I look around that group of actors and I think, Antony and Cleopatra exists not in one person's head, but in the collective heads of these people. We are a living illustration of Antony and Cleopatra. You take one of these away, we can't do it. There'll be a hole in it. And I don't think it used to be quite like that. I used to feel the play exists with the half dozen leading characters. You know, they have the play. It's not the case anymore. And it's one of the reasons, primary reasons, why I am so enjoying returning to this full, rich life of Shakespeare again.
Well, that's wondrous, well said. And so we go on, and what's the next one?
Yes, we go on, John.
In the course of putting together these talks with actors, I've become oddly uneasy because I'm doing something that I normally don't do, which is to be in a sort of interview situation, because what I'm used to, and probably all I'm experienced in, is working with actors on text, saying, "Here's a bit of text, do it," and then reacting. And that becomes for me the natural way of going at it. So
I feel let's have a go at that now. And Jane, I want you to do a very, very, very famous speech, which in my experience, in workshops at any rate, is possibly best done and most successfully done by actresses. So, Jane, have a go with to be or not to be.
To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. To die. To sleep. No more. And by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die. To sleep. To sleep. Perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause.
Good, but just pause there, because I think it's wrong to start to get you doing it all at full till we've explored the text a little bit more. So let's just pick it up and do that. And look, I pick this one as a good workshop piece because it brings up 3 or 4 very key points about handling text. And perhaps the simplest one to give is that it's an argument. You raise a question, you search it, and in the end, you don't come to any answer. You actually talk yourself out of what you're planning at the beginning. It has a storyline. Therefore, go for the storyline, get hold of that before you make judgments about the character. I think it's a good text for separating the workshop work, which is never primarily about character. It's about what are the clues in the text. The point about this text, why I think it's a wondrous one to do, and nobody ever seems to point it out, is that it doesn't have the word I in it. It's the only soliloquy of Hamlet that doesn't. It's very, very rare that somebody does a soliloquy without saying I. Now that's odd. Why? I'm not saying why, what you do, but that is significant data about the text. You are not primarily, in your argument, raising the emotional side. And here we come to me, the biggest point of all in the workshops, is the difference between expressing emotion and handling emotion. Because this is always done with great emotional passion underneath. But you've got to get the argument, and you've got to answer some quite simple things. It breaks up, I think I'm right in saying, into 4 sentences only. The thought is continuous. He raises a question, he's teaming on it. It doesn't mean you rush it, but the writing says it's not a static exploration about the meaning of life. It's somebody trying to solve a question which they need to solve. Now, that seems to me useful to say to an actor, but it's not, in the end, impinging at all on their interpretation emotionally of what they're saying. That is free. That I wouldn't comment on. I would just point out the text has no I, it has 4 sentences, and it is a terrific exercise text on my favourite thing, which is antithesis.
I think she asks 8 questions.
Yes.
So it's really a debate, isn't it, between this is the problem, do I go on living or do I kill myself? This is what happens if I go on living. This is what happens if I kill myself. Yes. So it's really a discussion with herself.
Good. Or question, who are you talking to?
Myself. Well, in this case, in the theatre, it would be the audience.
That's right. Well, there's the crux, isn't it? Tendency is it being wondrously acted often. It goes terribly inward for an actor playing it. Usually it begins by them coming on brooding, sitting down brooding.
And of course filming
a Shakespeare soliloquy encourages you to go inward anyway, because you're not having to reach out to 2,000 people in an auditorium. And so, in a way, using Shakespeare's language on film is a bit of a hybrid, because one has to be contained by the camera, and yet the language initially was written to share with an audience.
Yes, but all one would focus there is to say, what are you doing? A basic acting question. Why are you talking?
I'm trying to work out.
Yes, but do you talk to us to work out for yourself, or do you need to share a problem? I need to talk to you about this question, is what the text says. You pose to be or not to be, that's a question. What do we do? That has to feed it before you make too many decisions emotionally. I'm not saying they're not there.
Okay, so let me try now sharing it with the camera.
Yes, see, well,
and
don't be
playing
frightened of
it just for the storyline of this is the way the question goes and what happens in asking the questions.
Yes, but I'm not trying to say do it emotionally differently. I'm saying you need to talk, whether to yourself or to an audience. You need to speak it, and you need to communicate it.
Okay.
That's all. I'm not saying you've got to do anything.
Okay.
What feeds you.
Okay. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep, no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream, aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the law's delay, the insolence of office, the pangs of disprized love, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear, to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have, than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with a pale cast of thought. And enterprises of great pith and moment with this regard their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action.
You did something wondrous there, without me saying it. You changed it all because you were asking questions. You needed to have a dialogue in some way. You changed it without me directly pushing you that way. I was sort of thinking of it. But let me stress, I'm not at all, absolutely not, trying to say this is the way to do to be or not to be. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I am trying to separate, find out what goes on in a text, and do what you like interpretively. But judge it the other way round. We tend to go for
the psychology
and the psychology before we see how it's written and what's there for you. And in that respect only, it seems to me an immensely valuable workshop bit. It's nothing to do necessarily with how one might or might not do the play. But
maybe the truth lies somewhere between the two.
Yes.
It lies between not over-colouring it with emotion or not just playing the questions, but somewhere between the two.
Yes.
What do you think, guys?
Well,
do you think?
I think it is a mix. I think that
I'm only serving up what I'm serving up because, of course, I think it's both. And if both are there together, it enlivens, makes us listen, makes us go with it. There is a danger on a famous great speech that people try to solve the mysteries of the universe and their own psychology, and it becomes slow and ponderous.
Do you know one thing I realised, which I hadn't realised before, is that the word question appears at the beginning of the speech, and the word resolution appears at the end. So there's Shakespeare actually telling you, and also the word bear, to suffer. One of the things that really worries me nowadays is Hamlets don't seem to suffer. They seem to be slick and funny and clever and deft, but there seems to be no iron in the soul. I mean, call me old-fashioned, but if you don't, as a member of the audience, want to dash up onto that stage and say, please don't, stop now, don't be in any more pain, please, there's something inexorable about this, then for me there's no play.
I think that's right, but isn't that a change in the culture and tradition? Because when one began in the theatre, there was much more emotive drive than people now would tend to do it more wittily and ambiguously. I think that's something that's happened that ties up with us looking at, do we change what we think about playing Shakespeare 25 years after, or don't we? And of course things change. And the only point why this is a good one to talk about is it raises the contradictions in the possibilities are both true.
And that's true too.
And that's true too. And you're absolutely right about setting words against words, because you take arms against a sea of troubles, you end by saying, lose the name of action. It's a speech about not getting somewhere rather than solving anything.
Excuse me, John, that's why I was surprised when you said she doesn't make any decision. The end of the speech for me seems to be she can't move.
Yes, but they get there. He's trying to move. He's trying to get somewhere, and he can't. That's what the play unlocks.
Well, he says,
and
I
see
can't.
him trying to do it, and I can't. I've ended up by not doing it. That's the storyline.
Yeah. He can't kill himself because of the worry about what would happen after death, and none of us know what happens after we die. But he knows, she knows by the end of the speech, that even through all this debate, she hasn't moved on, can't move on.
That's right. But
all the other soliloquies have got a personal pronoun in, haven't they?
Yes.
All the rogue and peasant slave.
All the other ones in Shakespeare, including the prose, have. But look, I'm not trying to dig into that particular bit of Hamlet, though it is a key one. What I'm saying, it's a classic bit of where textual questions arise and need tackling.
Okay, well, let me now try, if I may, to see if I can find a truth that's midway. Would you like me to do that?
Yeah. Do whatever you would like.
Between the first way I did it
Don't
and the
try
last.
to do it better. That's faithful. Just try to search whether the points I'm bringing up help feed you to move on what you're doing. I don't want to say anything's wrong.
No, I understand that. There's only clearer, isn't there, and simpler.
Yes. Yeah.
So no pressure,
Which you-
Jane.
no,
Just
but
try
you
and do
did
it
that.
simpler and
Okay.
clearer. Simpler and clearer. To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. To die. To sleep. No more. And by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die. To sleep. To sleep. Perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the law's delay, the pangs of disprised love, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear, to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have, than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with a pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment, with this regard their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action.
Well, I think that's a wondrous bit of workshop work, because
I think I forced it a bit, didn't I?
Yeah, we're not judging 3 good takes.
Okay.
What did you achieve for yourself doing it each time? You did change it in ways that weren't directly to do with what I was saying. What was so wonderful to me was that you are superb in handling and phrasing the verse, but each time you did it, you became more human. And I think that Hamlet is a trap, big speech part, where people get too fraught and it loses its humanity. And the thing about this is it's a dense text, but it's an argument that's saying, listen, you've got to follow the argument if it's going to work on you. You took the argument through to the listener, and it was very much human utterance. Those to me are 2 of the big things.
There's a fine line, isn't there, John, between overworking the text in order to put the argument across, and by overworking, I mean, every actor compensates in some way. Some people overcompensate with speed. Nerves make you do all sorts of odd things as an actor. Lots of women's voices shoot up, lots of men's voices go down. You either react nervously by hurrying it or by being over-emphatic, in my case. And I felt a little bit uncomfortable with the last time I did it because I felt I was overworking it.
But the fact that you thought you were is your own note to yourself about the next time you do it.
Indeed.
We're talking about work in progress, and it's very important that one rounds off any discussion of that, because that's what I believed in when we were playing Shakespeare all those years ago. And the question is that process useful? Not, is it right? Are the problems of the universe solved?
What is very clear to me now that wasn't clear to me 25 years ago is that by you giving me the debate to think about, you took the curse off the fact that I was doing one of the most famous speeches Shakespeare ever wrote. And because you gave my mind things to occupy itself with while I was doing it, I didn't go, oh God, I've got this famous bit of Shakespeare to do, how will I begin? Which is always a problem for actors whenever one has to approach any of the famous speeches. Of course, within the context of the play, you're taking a cue from someone else, or from the beginning of a scene, or from what's just been played, to travel into the right temperature with it. If the great gift of 25 years ago that you gave us all, and I know that you hate me saying that, but I'm going to say it anyway, I've learned to excavate and excavate and excavate the text, to go on living with it and living with it and living with it, till it becomes part of my natural thought processes. Obviously, I've never played Hamlet, and I've only lived with the speech specifically in the last 3 days since you asked me to do it. I'd like to have lived with it like one has the benefit at the RSC for at least 6 months in Stratford and then 2 or 3 months in London, because one of the marvellous things about Shakespeare, as we all know, is that scales start dropping from your ears the longer you live with it. Suddenly, phrases... I remember when I was doing Viola at Stratford, and longer ago than I care to mention, the phrase like roses whose fair flower, I thought, oh my God, I'm never going to be any younger than I am doing it now. And it had such a kind of personal impact on me, those 2 lines, like roses whose fair flower being once displayed the fall that very hour. I thought, crikey, that's me. I'm never going to be able to look in the mirror again and go, oh, well, you've just had a bad night. You'll look better tomorrow. And it really had such an impact that there was a clarity with which I could do those lines. So in a way, it is working on a piece in a very shortcut method, because I would like to have lived with it for much longer.
Well, the nature of a workshop is inevitably stretching, but it's a shortcut. But I think in the little shortcut we've done, you've travelled a very long way.
Thank you, John.
Splendid.